color black without walking on eggshells.
You're tuned into Foolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even gift memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you ain't black. And that's a fact. Jack.
Enjoy the show.
Hey, yo. Wick. What up, fools? Today is 12/17/2025. It is 8:07 p.m. Eastern Time. How y'all doing? I'm doing all right. Thanks for asking. Feeling a little bit better today. Got my Mucinex cough drop in, ready to go. Are you watching the Trump thing? Yeah, I plan on it. I think we're gonna go over some news. We got about an hour until that happens, and then if you guys will remind me, we'll get to that a little bit later. Does anybody know what it's about? Like, I have no idea what it's even supposed to be about. And I literally just asked somebody else. They had no idea. I tried looking it up. They didn't know what it was. Yeah, never mind. You smell what I'm cooking. Make sure to run transparent house cleaning while Trump speaks, so we don't have to think about him too much. It's about sanctioned oil tankers. It's going to be about how well he's doing. So it's like a State of the Union? Why is the clock not up? Oh, that's fine. Okay. All right, all right, all right, all right. Oh. I keep hearing about this Vanity Fair article, and I saw Aaron linked it. So I think we'll go over that. I think we'll go over that if we can. It might have a paywall on it to where we're not able to, but I've heard there's some bangers in here. I've heard there is some controversy, and I heard Dan Bongino today resigned. And I wonder if his chief of staff is going to resign. So my assumption is that this presser tonight is Trump trying to do damage control to talk about how great everything is right before they start firing a bunch of people. That's my guess. I have no idea. But yeah, my guess is that they're probably going to fire a bunch of people because of these articles, and they're trying to tell everybody how great they are before all that happens. Let's see. Give me just a second. I need to fix something. Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. All right. All right. All right. My guess is everything is great and libtards can suck it. That's a good guess. It's a good guess. See how that plays out, Cotton. Or what is it? We'll see. We'll see how that strategy goes. We'll see how good that is, Cotton. That's what it is. That's definitely the right one. We'll see how great it is for them, Cotton. Pretty sure that's the right one. We're gonna be drafted to war. I mean, I'm going to New Zealand. Sayonara, suckers. I'm going to New Zealand, and then when Joe Biden comes back for his second term, he will pardon me for skipping the draft. Is there?
Joe Biden.
Yes, sir. Okay. Ooh, we can listen.
Susie Wiles, J.D. Vance, and the Junkyard Dogs, the White House Chief of Staff on Trump's second term. Throughout the first year of Donald Trump's second administration, Vanity Fair writer Chris Whipple has interviewed Wiles amid each moment of crisis. This insider's account joins a portfolio of portraits for an unflinching, up-close look at power and peril. By Chris Whipple. This is a computer-generated narration. Inconsistencies in pronunciation and tone may occur. On the morning of November 4th, 2025, an off-year election day, White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles was meeting in the Oval Office with the president and his top advisors, men she calls her core team, Vice President J.D. Vance, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and Stephen Miller, Deputy Chief of Staff. The agenda was twofold: ending the congressional filibuster and forcing Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro from power. As she related it later, President Donald Trump was holding forth on the filibuster when Wiles stood up and started for the door. Trump eyed her. Quote, "Is this an emergency that you have to leave?" he demanded. It was nothing of the sort, but Wiles left Trump guessing. She replied, "It's an emergency. It doesn't involve you." With that, according to
Ooh.
Wiles, she departed the Oval. Wiles, wearing dark pants and a plain black leather top, met me.
Inconsistencies in tone may occur. That's probably why they said this, because that right there, it doesn't involve you. Probably was not said like that. Yes, it's an emergency. It just doesn't involve you. Like, you're the president. Yes, there's an emergency. You might think you need to be updated on it. You don't. It's a thing you don't need to care about.
Me in her office with a smile and a handshake. Over sandwiches from the White House mess, we talked about the challenges Trump faces. Throughout the past year, Wiles and I have spoken regularly about almost everything: the contents and consequences of the Epstein files, ICE's brutal mass deportations, Elon Musk's evisceration of USAID, the controversial deployment of the National Guard to U.S. cities, the demolition of the East Wing, the lethal strikes on boats allegedly being piloted by drug smugglers, acts many have called war crimes, Trump's physical and mental health, and whether he will defy the 22nd Amendment and try to stay on for a third term. Most senior White House officials parse their words and speak only on background. But over many on-the-record conversations, Wiles answered almost every question I put to her. We often spoke on Sundays after church. Wiles, an Episcopalian.
This is, I'm telling you guys, if you haven't heard about this is fucking wild. Like, the shit that Wiles says, there's all sorts of theories out there as to why she said this shit. But she's saying the stuff that you're not supposed to say. She's saying the stuff that nobody says. She's saying the stuff that, like, in a Trump administration, nobody ever talks about, nobody ever mentions. If they're ever asked questions about these things, they pivot, they jump to a different topic, they just start rambling about fake news and shit like that. She answered all of these fucking questions. So this whole thing is fucking insane.
Calls herself Catholic Light. One time we spoke while she was doing her laundry in her Washington, D.C. rental. Trump, she told me, quote, has an alcoholic's personality. Vance's conversion from never-Trumper to MAGA acolyte, she said, has been sort of political. The vice president, she added, has been a conspiracy theorist for a decade. Russell Vought, architect of the notorious Project 2025 and head of the Office of Management and Budget, is a right-wing absolute zealot. When I asked her what she thought of Musk reposting a tweet about public...
So she's saying J.D. Vance is just, like, becoming a MAGA person. He's becoming a Trump person. Just because he's, like, he wants to move up in the Senate. You know, he wants to move up and has, like, broader political aspirations. And so this is not him like really being super pro Trump, but is more so he just needs to help his own resume.
Public sector workers killing millions under Hitler, Stalin, and Mao, she replied, I think that's when he's microdosing. She says she doesn't have firsthand knowledge. Wiles is the most powerful person in Trump's White House other than
Fucking shit, dude. This is his chief of staff, bro. She's talking about Elon Musk microdosing.
the president himself. Unlike any chief of staff before her, she is a woman. Quote, so many decisions of great consequence are being made on the whim of the president. And as far as I can tell, the only force that can direct or channel that whim is Susie, a former Republican chief told me. In most White Houses, the chief of staff is first among a bunch of equals. She may be first with no equals. Quote, I don't think there's anybody in the world right now that could do the job that she's doing, Rubio told me. He called her bond with Trump an earned trust. Vance described Wiles' approach to the chief's job. There is this idea that people have that I think was very common in the first administration, he told me, that their objective was to control the president or influence the president, or even manipulate the president because they had to in order to serve the national interest. Susie just takes the diametrically opposite viewpoint, which is that she's a facilitator, that the American people have elected Donald Trump, and her job is to actually facilitate his vision and to make his vision come to life. It's been a busy year. Trump and his team have expanded the limits of presidential power, unilaterally declared war on drug cartels, imposed tariffs according to whim, sealed the southern border, achieved a ceasefire and hostage release in Gaza, and pressured NATO allies into increasing their defense spending. At the same time, Trump has waged war on his political enemies, pardoned the January 6th rioters, firing nearly everyone involved in their investigation and prosecution, sued media companies into multi-million-dollar settlements, indicted multiple government officials he perceives as his foes, and pressured universities to toe his line. He's redefined the way presidents behave, verbally abusing women, minorities, and almost anyone who offends him. Charlie Kirk's assassination in September turbocharged Trump's campaign of revenge and retribution. Critics have compared this moment to a Reichstag fire, a modern version of Hitler's exploitation of the torching of Berlin's parliament. Historically, the White House chief of staff is the president's gatekeeper, confidant, and executor of his agenda. That often means telling the president hard truths. Upon taking office, Ronald Reagan was hell-bent on reforming Social Security. James A. Baker III explained to him that cutting Social Security benefits was the third rail of American politics. Reagan pivoted to tax cuts and was ultimately reelected in a landslide. Donald Rumsfeld, Gerald Ford's chief, explained, the White House chief of staff is the one person besides his wife who can look him right in the eye and say, this is not right. You simply can't go down that road. Just how far will Trump veer off the guardrails of democracy? The question around Wiles' tenure under Trump has been whether she will do anything to restrain him. A better question, does she want to? T-minus 9 days. January 11th, 2025. Our first conversation took place little more than a week before the inauguration. Wiles called from the road en route from Mar-a-Lago to her home in Ponte Vedra, Florida, in her BMW 530. She was in high spirits, basking in Trump's victory. Not that she'd ever doubted the outcome. Quote, at no point did I think we would not win, she said. Not in my core, not in my sleep, not in my rational mind. But on that January day, as his second inauguration approached, Wiles was determined to show the world he knew Trump. Quote, I told Hakeem Jeffries, you will see a different Donald Trump when he gets there, she recounted to me. I've not seen him throw anything. I've not seen him scream. I didn't see that really horrible behavior that people talk about and that I actually experienced years ago. Wiles' childhood had prepared her for difficult men. She was raised in Stamford, Connecticut, and Saddle River, New Jersey.
So when she says that she experienced, she does. I don't think she means with Trump. Did she work in the first Trump administration? Let's see. Susie Wiles was involved in Donald Trump's political operations throughout his first term, primarily his high-level campaign operations. Okay, so yeah, maybe she is talking about Trump. Because yes, in his first term, that is like a thing that came out, is that he would throw shit, he would get angry and scream and yell at people all the time. And there's the story of the mustard and the ketchup and the pickles on the wall because he threw a hamburger at the wall on on January 6th because he was all pissed off that everybody was mad at him for not calling everybody off earlier. His entire cabinet was pissed off at him, and so he threw a fucking burger at the wall. What is this? This is the Vanity Fair article where they followed around a bunch of people in the Trump administration, and they got a lot of fucking shit, like that, but especially from Susie Wiles. Like from what I'm hearing, like Susie Wiles puts out a lot of fucking shit. So far, she's talked about the fact that Trump, in his first administration would throw shit and is better this term. That Elon Musk was microdosing and that he would get all crazy when he was microdosing. She said that JD Vance is not really MAGA. He's just like very politically driven and wants to move up the ranks. Like she's just saying like all sorts of shit that she probably should not say. And she said that Trump is like an alcoholic. He has an alcoholic's personality. Like she's saying a lot of shit that she probably shouldn't say. So this is the White House Chief of Staff on Trump's second term, part 1 of 2. And then there's like a whole thing about like, the Trump orbiters, and it's very, very interesting, very enlightening.
The only daughter and eldest of 3 siblings.
The stuff we already know. It's stuff that we already know that we don't like, that they don't talk about, right? That like, again, like the Trump loyalists don't talk about, that they don't ever say out loud, that they never admit to, that they play games on, but that in this one, she's just actually saying all the shit.
It was her famous father, Pat Summerall, who put Wiles on a path to the pinnacle of political power. Summerall had been a kicker for the New York Giants, and afterward parlayed his knowledge and mellifluous baritone into fame and fortune as the voice of the NFL. At her father's knee, Susie Summerall became a football aficionado, rattling off win-loss records and player stats like a miniature John Madden, an ability she says Trump shares. Quote, "The president, it turns out, is a junkie of that and is like a statistical savant," she said, "and I remember a lot of it." As a child, Susie also absorbed the zeitgeist of her father's 1970s Manhattan. "Much of what Donald Trump remembers about the New York of the 70s I lived through with my dad," she said. Quote, "So when he talks about Frank Sinatra's bodyguard, I know that name." Steve Witkoff, Trump's real estate friend turned special envoy, says Wiles and Trump are creatures of that same bygone era. That whole world of the Copacabana and Sammy Davis Jr. and all, those are things that he wants to talk about. The most valuable gift Susie got from her dad was hard-earned. Summerall was an absentee father and an alcoholic, and Wiles helped her mother stage interventions to get him into treatment. Summerall was sober for 21 years before his death in 2013. Quote, "Alcoholism does bad things to relationships, and so it was with my dad and me," Wiles said. Quote, "Some clinical psychologist that knows 1 million times more than I do will dispute what I'm going to say. But high-functioning alcoholics, or alcoholics in general, their personalities are exaggerated when they drink. And so I'm a little bit of an expert in big personalities."
Yeah, being sick. I woke up today and thought, being sick is fake and gay, bro. Not doing that shit.
Wiles said Trump has an alcoholic's personality. He operates with the view that there's nothing he can't do. Nothing, zero, nothing. Susie Summerall got her first taste of politics in the late 1970s.
I say I woke up this morning. I didn't wake up this morning. Sorry, don't get the wrong idea. Don't. I did not wake up this morning. Sorry.
Interning as a college student in the Capitol Hill office of Jack Kemp, the New York congressman, who'd been a giant with her father. Then at 23, she landed a job in the Reagan White House as a scheduler, where she watched his chief of staff Baker in action. She married a GOP advance man.
Bro, you totally fucked this up. You should have said, "I'll give you something gay to have a sore throat from." You totally fucked it up, bro. You fucked it up As usual.
Lanny Wiles. And in 1984, they moved to Ponte Vedra. Wiles wanted to, quote, start a family and a life outside politics. But in 1988, Baker lured Wiles back to work with Dan Quayle, George H.W. Bush's running mate. The couple had 2 daughters, Katie and Caroline. Wiles plunged into state politics, and over the next 2 decades, became a formidable political strategist, serving as chief of staff to the mayor of Jacksonville, Florida, running Rick Scott's gubernatorial campaign, and, briefly, leading John Huntsman's campaign for president. In 2015, Wiles was invited to Trump Tower to meet the real estate tycoon
Six,
turned
seven.
presidential candidate. The star of The Apprentice couldn't believe he was talking to the daughter of the great Pat Summerall. Quote, he said it a million times, Wiles said. I judge people by their genes. Wiles thought Trump was interesting and smart. And they called me one night and said, we're serious about Florida now. Would you like to co-chair our leadership team? And I said, yeah, I would. Quote, I had become disenchanted with what we now call traditional Republicans, she recalled. Wiles' relationship with Trump almost ended at his Miami golf club one night in the fall of 2016. Unhappy with the poll, showing him doing worse than expected in Florida, Trump berated her in front of a gaggle of cronies. Quote, it was a horrific hour plus at midnight, Wiles told me, and I don't think I've seen him that angry since. He was ranting and raving, and I didn't know whether to argue back or whether to be stoic. What I really wanted to do was cry. Wiles steeled herself. Quote, I finally said, you know, Mr. Trump, if you want somebody to set their hair on fire and be crazy, I'm not your girl. But if you want to win this state, I am. It's your choice. Wiles walked out. Trump turned on a dime. Lo and behold, he called me every day. Wiles never looked back. Trump carried Florida, the first big prize in his stunning 2016 upset over Hillary Clinton. Then, in a fateful turn of events, Wiles went to work in 2018 for an ambitious gubernatorial candidate named Ron DeSantis. Trump urged DeSantis, then his protege, to hire her. She led the underdog candidate to victory. But afterward, DeSantis turned on her, denouncing Wiles publicly and bad-mouthing her privately. To this day, Wiles doesn't know what triggered the governor's vendetta. Quote, I think he thought I was getting too much attention, which is ironic, she told me. I don't ever seek attention. Wiles landed on her feet, organizing Florida for Trump's 2020 re-election bid. Trump had rescued Wiles, recently divorced, at a dark moment in her life. Wiles and her husband divorced in 2017, due, she has said, to his bad financial decisions. Looking back on DeSantis' behavior, Wiles reflected, quote, had he said, look, thank you, I appreciate your help, we're done here. I believe the course of his history would have been different. I might or might not have gone to work for Donald Trump. Day 1, January 20th, 2020.
Oh, so she went to work for Trump because she was a little vindictive, eh? Ooh, interesting. All right.
5. On Trump's first day in office, the president signed a flurry of executive orders, 26 in all, withdrawing the U.S. from the World Health Organization and the Paris Climate Agreement, rescinding birthright citizenship, sending troops to the southern border, freezing foreign aid, and stopping federal hiring. Then Trump issued pardons to almost everyone convicted in the bloody January 6th, 2021, assault on the Capitol, in which 9 people ultimately died, and 150 were injured. Even rioters who'd beaten cops within an inch of their lives were set free. 14 people convicted of seditious conspiracy had their sentences commuted. Did she ever ask the president, quote, wait a minute, do you really want to pardon all 1,500 January 6th convicts? Or should we be more selective? Quote, I did exactly that, Wiles replied. I said, I am on board with the people that were happenstancers or didn't do anything violent. And we certainly know what everybody did because the FBI has done such an incredible job. Trump has said his FBI investigators were corrupt and part of a deep state. But Trump argued that even the violent offenders had been unfairly treated. Wiles explained, in every case of the ones he was looking at, in every case, they had already served more time than the sentencing guidelines would have suggested, so given that, I sort of got on board. According to court records, many of the January 6th rioters pardoned by Trump had received sentences that were lighter than the guidelines. There have been a couple of times where I've been outvoted, Wiles said, and if there's a tie, he wins.
Wow. Yes. Yeah. No, yeah. But like, yeah, like that. Yeah, they a lot of them. Yeah, they. Yeah, no. Yeah.
In the West Wing, Wiles is surrounded by young MAGA men. Quote, she is a go to church every Sunday, uses a swear word very, very rarely while her person, said James Blair, Wiles' 36-year-old deputy chief of staff. She doesn't raise her voice, but she likes being around junkyard dogs. Indeed, Wiles has seemed content to let her pit bulls, Deputy Chiefs of Staff Miller, Blair, and Dan Scavino, run loose as she watches. During Oval Office events, Wiles almost always sits just off camera. Quote, "There's the president, and then there's whoever the three high-ranking people are on the sofa," she said. "And then there's a chair at the corner of the sofa, which is my chair, which means I'm the one that gets hit in the head with the boom mic." For all the chaos in the cabinet, Wiles has kept palace intrigue and shivving to a minimum in the White House. Trump has empowered her. When Wiles weighs in, everyone knows she is speaking for him. She has in turn empowered her team, Blair, Miller, Scavino, and Taylor Budowich, who departed in September. Quote, "First and foremost, she brings no ego," says Blair. And that is the starting point from which just an immense amount of power flows. There's so much ego and testosterone around her. There wouldn't be any room for hers anyway. From day one, Wiles had to grapple with another power center, Elon Musk. Quote, "He is a complete solo actor," said Wiles of Trump's billionaire pal, who led the Scorched Earth Blitz, known as the Department of Government Efficiency. Wiles described Musk as something akin to a jacked-up Nosferatu. "The challenge with Elon is keeping up with him," she told me. "He's an avowed ketamine user, and he sleeps in a sleeping bag in the EOB, Executive Office Building, in the daytime. And he's an odd duck, as I think geniuses are. You know, it's not helpful, but he is his own person." Musk triggered the first true crisis of the Trump presidency and an early test for Wiles. Trump's chief was shocked when the SpaceX founder eviscerated USAID, the United States Agency for International Development. Quote, "I was initially aghast," Wiles told me, "because I think anybody that pays attention to government and has ever paid attention to USAID believed, as I did, that they do very good work." In his executive order freezing foreign aid,
Wow.
Trump had decreed
Wow. She said USAID does very good work. Oh shit. Oh shit, son. I was talking to my mom earlier, and she listens to, the uh Republican like radio show hosts, and she was telling me about the fact that they were all saying that the reason she said all these things is because Trump told her to, because Trump it can't say these things himself. It would be out of character for him. It would be too introspective. It would be, but he is an introspective person. He obviously is, and so he just can't say these things in public. And so he wanted her to say all this shit. Whereas everybody else is like, bro, Susie Wiles trying to get fired, bro. Susie Wiles is trying to get fired, dude. She is trying her best to get fucking kicked. She's dying to get the fucking boot. I mean, I think it's just as likely that they fucking put her in front of a firing squad after this, dude. Holy shit.
that life-saving programs should be spared. Instead, they were shuttered. Quote, "When Elon said, 'We're doing this,' he was already into it," said Wiles. And that's probably because he knew it would be horrifying to others. But he decided that it was a better approach to shut it down, fire everybody, shut them out, and then go rebuild. Not the way I would do it. Wiles knew that fixing this was on her. Quote, "The president doesn't know and never will," she told me. "He doesn't know the details of these smallish agencies." Wiles says she called Musk on the carpet. Quote, "You can't just lock people out of their offices," she recalls telling him. At first, Wiles didn't grasp the effect that slashing USAID programs would have on humanitarian aid. I didn't know a lot about the extent of their grant making. But with immunizations halted in Africa, lives would be lost. Soon she was getting frantic calls from relief agency heads and former government officials with a dire message. Thousands of lives were in the balance. Wiles continued, quote, "So Marco is on his way to Panama. We call him and say, 'Your Senate confirmed. You're going to have to be the custodian, essentially, of USAID.' 'Okay,' he says. But Musk forged ahead, all throttle, no brake. Elon's attitude is, you have to get it done fast. If you're an incrementalist, you just won't get your rocket to the moon," Wiles said. And so with that attitude, you're going to break some China. But no rational person could think the USAID process was a good one. Nobody. The shuttering of USAID crippled the president's emergency plan for AIDS relief, PEPFAR. The antiretroviral program, launched with $15 billion by George W. Bush in 2003, was credited with preventing millions of deaths. It depended on USAID grants. In an interview with the Financial Times, Bill Gates remarked, quote, "The picture of the world's richest man killing the world's poorest children is not a pretty one." Privately, another drama was playing out. Bush himself had gotten wind of the gutting of PEPFAR. He called Rubio to express alarm, according to a former aide close to Bush. Quote, "He's been appalled by Trump from the beginning and he's determined not to weigh in," the aide said. But Musk's attack on one of his legacy achievements was too much. Bush, said that person, cares deeply about the PEPFAR program. That and wounded warriors are the two things where he will weigh in, not publicly but with intention. Did Rubio have any regrets about the untold number of lives that PEPFAR's evisceration might cost? Quote, "No. First of all, whoever says that is
That's there's no fucking shot. Like Rubio, what as a Republican was very much like pro aid to other countries and was somebody who was like a hardcore advocate for Ukraine, hated Russia, was very much against Russia. It was like, was very much in favor of like, you saw, everybody saw all the videos of all the Republicans after during the Biden administration who were all advocating for the Afghanis to be able to come over to the United States and get refugee status. Like this is I think it's hard for people to remember that like the Trump administration that we're dealing with today is not this is not the Republicans that we've been dealing with, and it's hard to remember that. Like it's, for me, like as somebody who grew up Republican, I've had to sit a lot and think, damn, dude, like, did I just like grow up and just realize how bad Republicans are? And it just took Trump for me to like realize how fucking nuts everyone was. And to an extent, yes, there are definitely a lot of things where that is the case. That's definitely true for a lot of different aspects of the Republican Party and of the conservative movement overall. But it's definitely a billion times worse. It's definitely way, way worse. Like, Trump has taken every little thing that, conservatives were willing to go just like a little bit into. This is a thing that I watched one of my old debates. One of them popped up recently on my feed, and I watched a little bit of it. And one of the things that I said was, it is from my podcast when I first started doing it, still very conservative, just didn't like Trump, but I was more of like, just the never Trump conservative. And I said, one of the things that we as Republicans have to kind of like accept is that because we have a lot of positions that that are like, we want more control on immigration, or we do like talk about the crime rates for Black people, or that, we do we're mostly Christians, and we obviously have some beefs with the Muslim people and a bit more pro, like we're going to have a lot of things that just happen to align with neo-Nazis. And this is the thing that we just have to accept. Like, this is the thing that Republicans, for some reason, just refuse to accept. But this is the thing that we're just going to have to accept, is that we just do have some overlap there. And there's nothing we can do about it. Like, it is what it is. I think a lot of other people look at it as though the conservatives are just not willing to say what it is they really believe. And that is something that I wonder, is that, did Trump just actually say the thing out loud that nobody else was saying? Or is he just taking things that they always said and just like driving them home to their logical conclusion? And I've watched clips of George Bush after 9/11 where he said, one of the things that we need to recognize is that we are at war with terrorism, not with Islam. There are people in our country who are Muslim who are being discriminated against, and it needs to stop. This is not American. This is not what we're about. These people are just like us, and they're in this country, to be free just like the rest of us. And, this is, we are not at war with Islam. We're at war with terrorism. This is a thing that Trump would never say. This is a thing that Trump would never say. And so I do come to the conclusion that no, it's not just that they wouldn't that they didn't say the thing out loud. They literally said the opposite out loud. They literally said the opposite. They would literally say the things that Trump would never, ever fucking say. So I do think Trump is just different. I do think that he has drastically changed the entire party. He could be saying the thing that nobody's saying, and also just simply taking their positions to the final conclusion and saying those out loud. All right. Okay. I don't get what you mean by conservatives not accepting crossover with neo-Nazis. There's they don't accept that. I don't know how to explain it it better than I did. I don't know. If you don't know what that means, then I don't know what to fucking tell you. You're gonna have to ask a more specific question because that's I think I think it's what I said speaks for itself. I don't know how else to say it. Conservatives have always been in denial that there's any sort of overlap, that they try to play games oh no, neo-Nazis are nationalist socialists. That makes them left-wing, not right-wing. We don't have any overlap with them. Or no, when we advocate for these things, it's a totally different thing. It's not the same. It's but no, you end up with a lot of the same prescriptions in the end, even if you have different reasons for it. And they have a lot of cognitive dissonance over this.
Just not being accurate, he told me. We are not eviscerating PEPFAR. PEPFAR has been rearranged and reorganized in such a way where we're now going to be able to deliver aid in a way that has a goal. The goal is to help countries become self-sustaining. With a note of America first, he added. Let's begin with the premise. Is it the United States' fault? Why isn't China paying for more immunizations? Why isn't the UK or Canada or any of the G7 countries? The UK following in the
Bro, even the fucking AI had to laugh at that one. Even the AI voice couldn't help but start laughing at that one. Why isn't China paying for it? Even the AI had to fucking chuckle at that one.
America first, he added. Let's begin with the premise. Is it the United States' fault? Why isn't China paying for more immunizations? Why isn't the UK or Canada or any of the G7 countries? The UK following in the footsteps of the US. Slashed foreign aid in 2025. In November, China, which funded the Africa CDC, pledged $3.5 million in AIDS prevention in South Africa alone. When I repeated Rubio's comment to a former GOP White House chief of staff, he remarked, I find that immoral. Day 8, January 27, 2025. Quote, our job is lethality and readiness and warfighting. Pete Hegseth on his first day at the Pentagon, days after Vance cast the tie-breaking vote in his Senate confirmation. For Trump, Wiles has helped pick a cabinet of MAGA hardliners. Pete Hegseth, Secretary of War, formerly Defense. Kash Patel, FBI Director. John Ratcliffe, CIA Director. Pam Bondi, Attorney General. Tulsi Gabbard, Director of National Intelligence. And Kristen Noem, Head of Homeland Security. Wiles calls them, quote, a world-class cabinet, better than anything I could have conceived of. Trump's cabinet members are either one of the least qualified presidential teams in history, or, to hear Wiles tell it, disruptors. The only people with the balls to take on an entrenched deep state. Quote, people talk about the deep state being at the State Department, Wiles said. It's not. It's the military-industrial complex. Hegseth, in her view, is just the guy to take on the powers that be. She referred to Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., another world-class disruptor, as my Bobby and quirky Bobby. In Wiles's view, RFK Jr.'s shock treatment of HHS is warranted. He pushes the envelope, some would say too far. But I say in order to get back to the middle, you have to push it too far. In December, Kennedy's federal...
I used to think that that's what Trump was. I used to think that that's the Trump first term. I thought this was the pendulum swinging back. I thought that's all it was. It's like, it was true that to an extent, the left maybe had gone a little bit too far socially when it came to like the online culture and shit like this, and that MAGA was a response to this, and that they were just a kind of a safety net stopping them from going too far, and that it was just going to move us back to sanity a bit, and then MAGA would come back to sanity as well, and then we'd wait for the next disruptor. But yeah, I gave up on that thought process after January 6th. that was the end of that. So yeah.
Vaccine panel voted to end the decades-long recommendation for newborn vaccinations against hepatitis B, which is highly infectious and causes liver failure. Day 56, March 16th, 2025. U.S. deports hundreds of Venezuelans to El Salvador despite court order. NPR. In mid-March, after Trump invoked the Alien Enemies Act, Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents, ICE, shackled and herded 238 immigrants onto transport planes and flew them to a notoriously brutal Salvadoran prison. According to Trump, the men were members of Tren de Aragua, a violent Venezuelan gang, but the evidence was sketchy.
Yeah, not only is it sketchy, but the amount of men that they sent to prison is about the total number of men that Tren de Aragua had in totality. Like, it was about the total number of men that Tren de Aragua had in the entire fucking world. That was about the amount of men that the Trump admin sent to CCOT. Little impossible that every single member of Tren de Aragua happened to be in the United States, when these are gangs that are based out of like Central America and are definitely not they're not going to have every single fucking person in the United States. And even if they did, it's very unlikely that you just happen to catch all of them within the first 6 months of the administration. Yeah, not buying it. Not buying it. Pretty sure you just caught a bunch of random people, called them Tren de Aragua because that was your new boogeyman, and then used it to fearmonger to everybody. But yeah, pretty impossible that those people were all Tren de Aragua.
Often based on tattoos alone. Most had committed no serious crimes. One, Kilmar Abrego Garcia, was deported by mistake, the Trump administration admitted.
Wow.
Quote,
Bringing him up again.
I will concede that we've
That's
got
all
to look
you
harder
got.
at our process for deportation, Wiles told me at the time. When we spoke again in April in cities across the country, masked ICE agents were snatching people off the street, throwing them in vans, and zip-tying and frog-marching them into makeshift deportation camps. Many were U.S. citizens or entitled to be here. ProPublica documented 170 cases in the first 9 months of 2025 of U.S. citizens being caught up in ICE's dragnet. Quote, if somebody is a known gang member who has a criminal past, and you're sure, and you can demonstrate it, it's probably fine to send them to El Salvador or whatever, Wiles told me. But if there is a question, I think our process has to lean toward a double check. But as the USA.gov site itself notes, in some cases, a non-citizen is subject to expedited removal without being able to attend a hearing in immigration court. Not long after the El Salvador deportation fiasco in Louisiana, ICE agents arrested and deported 2 mothers, along with their children, ages 7, 4, and 2, to Honduras. The children were U.S. citizens, and the 4-year-old was being treated for stage 4 cancer. Wiles couldn't explain it. Quote, it could be an overzealous Border Patrol agent, I don't know, she said of the case, in which both mothers had reportedly been arrested after voluntarily attending routine immigration meetings. I can't understand how you make that mistake, but somebody did. Day 74, April 3rd, 2025. Long-threatened tariffs from U.S. President Donald Trump have plunged the country into trade wars abroad. PBS News. The president declared April 2nd Liberation Day, bragging about billions of dollars that would flow into U.S. coffers from tariffs, refusing to acknowledge that the levies were a tax on consumers. Quote, so much thinking out loud is what I would call it, said Wiles of Trump's chaotic tariff rollout. There was a huge disagreement over whether tariffs were a good idea. Trump's advisors were sharply divided, some believing tariffs were a panacea and others predicting disaster. Wiles told them to get with Trump's program. I said, this is where we're going to end up. So figure out how you can work into what he's already thinking. Well, they couldn't get there. Wiles recruited Vance to help tap the brakes. Quote, "We told Donald Trump, hey, let's not talk about tariffs today. Let's wait until we have the team in complete unity, and then we'll do it," she said. But Trump barreled ahead, announcing sweeping reciprocal tariffs from 10 to 100%, which triggered panic in the bond market and a sell-off of stocks. Trump paused his policy for 90 days, but by that time, the president's helter-skelter levies had given rise to the taco chant. Trump always chickens out. Wiles believed a middle ground on tariffs
Based.
would ultimately succeed, she said, quote, "But it's been more painful than I expected." At the time this article went to press, shortly before the December holidays, a Harvard poll showed 56% of voters think Trump's tariff policies have harmed the economy. Day 207. August 14th, 2025. National Guard mobilizes 800 troops in D.C. to support federal local law enforcement. Trump declared a crime emergency in the nation's capital. U.S. Department of War. During the summer, Trump ordered the National Guard into 4 Democratic-led cities, claiming the troops were needed to crack down on crime and protect federal immigration facilities. In June, the president deployed some 4,000 Guard troops to Los Angeles. Later, he sent them to Washington, describing the city's crime rate as out of control. Quote, "This was like a vitamin boost device of the National Guard of the Park Service Police, who actually have more authority than the D.C. Metro Police," Wiles said. "And the idea was to right the ship and then slowly back off. And that's what we're doing." Critics denounced the deployments as unconstitutional, performative, and ineffective, and many fear Trump had another, more sinister plan up his sleeve. Will the president use the military to suppress or even prevent voting during the midterms and beyond? Quote, "I say it is categorically false. Will not happen. It's just wrong-headed," she snapped. Quote, "Do you understand where people who think that are coming from?" I asked. Quote, "I do a little bit, but not fully. I mean, I think they hate the president. They think he's too wrapped up in what happened in 2020. The president and his team were pushing almost every legal and constitutional boundary and defying courts to stop them. But would Trump obey the Supreme Court?" Quote, "Do you think he will adhere to whatever the courts decide in the end?" I asked Wiles. "I do," she replied. But Wiles made a prediction. "The smart lawyers around us think that we will be slowed down, as we already have been, but we will ultimately prevail."
Interesting. Interesting. That's I'm definitely interested to see how this plays out. This is gonna be a wild one. Dan Bongino plans to step down as FBI deputy director in January. FBI Director Dan Bongino is stepping down soon from the job after 8 months, marked by clashes with his boss, Attorney General Pamela Bondi, and fighting off the conspiracies he once fueled. President Donald Trump told reporters Wednesday that he thought Bongino wanted to go back to his podcast. Soon after, Bongino posted on X that he'd leave his post in January. Yeah, recently there was a clip of Dan Bongino that came out where he said that somebody asked him, like, "Hey, you said X, Y, and Z on your podcast back in, a year ago. Why?" It was about the pipe bomber. They said you said that the FBI was the one who did the pipe bomber, and it was an inside job, and blah blah blah, and that they were lying to everybody. And so, if you said then that they were lying to everybody, why should anybody believe the FBI now? And he's like, "Oh, well, that's just when I was paid to give my opinion. Today, I'm not paid to give my opinion anymore. Now I'm paid to go based on facts." And I remember listening to this thinking, what this is like, how could anybody ever listen to him ever again after saying something like that? Like, how could anybody ever listen to a single fucking thing he has to say ever again? Like that if I ever watched somebody that I respected and they said something like that, where they were like, "Oh no, back then I just gave my opinion. Now I go based on facts. What? Wait. So your opinions weren't based on facts? Like I was listening to you give me information that wasn't based on facts? Like what the fuck? What 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 were they based on? Like you just taking stabs in the dark? Like what were your opinions based on? What the fuck is this? Like I have no idea how the fuck. Like I don't know how anybody listened to him in the first place, but even if you were dumb enough to believe that he had any sort of credibility back then, how could you listen to him say something like that and then still go on to listen to him more afterwards? Sheesh, dude. So yeah, he got a lot of shit for that. He got a lot of shit for that one. Yeah. Maybe Bongino will drop Epstein bombshell. We will not get any files with Trump's name on them. Maybe. I mean, it seems pretty obvious that there's shit there with Trump that is damning. Like, it's pretty obvious, and there seems to be a lot of it, right? Like, anytime Epstein is brought up, anybody within the Trump admin, anybody within the cabinet, they all say the same thing. They have one talking point. Does anybody know? Does anybody in chat? We've gone over it a ton of times. Who in chat knows what the response is? If Epstein is brought up, any relation between Trump and Epstein is brought up, what's the response every time? There's one response, one thing that they say every single fucking time. It's all they say. They don't say anything else. They just have one thing that they throw out every fucking time, and then they move on. And they act like it's like some sort of like he kicked him out in 2008. Yes. Yep. He kicked him out in 2008. Yep. That's it. He kicked him out in 2008. He kicked him out. Yep. That was it. Yep. That's not even true. No, that is true. He did kick him out in 2008. Like that is true. It's just that he didn't stop being friends with him. Like he continued, but he did kick him out of the club. Like he wasn't a member of the club. So like that idea was not true, but it is true that they kicked him out. And yeah, they kicked him out of the place though, like of the actual like property. Like they kicked him out. Not so like when you hear that's the point. I never heard him say that. I know that Epstein said they said that they took my membership. I was never a member, blah blah blah. I never heard them say that he was a member. I listened, they barred him. Yeah, sure. That part seems to be true. That like they did bar him, that they didn't let him back. But every other person, every other witness that I ever heard talk about what happened there that day, they all seemed to tell the same story, that like there was an issue with one of the members' daughters. They told Trump kicked him out, and that he wasn't allowed back. Like that was that was it. Like I never got the impression that anybody was talking about a membership. I always got the impression that they were talking about just him being at the property, because I would assume, like, yeah, if you're friends with Trump, like, you don't have to have a membership. You're just there fucking hanging out and just chilling. Membership to me was never part of it. President Donald Trump told reporters Wednesday that he thought Bongino wanted to go back to his podcast soon after the Bongino posted on X that he'd leave his post in January. I will be leaving my position with the FBI in January. I want to thank President Trump, AG Bondi, and Director Patel for the opportunity to serve with purpose. Most importantly, I want to thank you, my fellow Americans, for the privilege to serve, Bongino wrote. God bless America. and all those who defend her. This is embarrassing, bro. This is fucking embarrassing. Your whole podcast is based off the fact that you're like this intel expert. You're a fucking FBI guy. Like this is your thing. Like, you know, but then you actually get the fucking job in a high-ranking position for once, and you quit? You made it a year? A year, bro? And you quit? This is embarrassing, dude. What the fuck? This is supposed to be the all-star team. He's supposed to be one of their fucking all-stars. And he's fucking quitting. This is embarrassing. He's quitting. Everybody hates Pam Bondi. Everybody hates Kash Patel. They think Kash Patel's lying about the Tyler Robinson case. They think Pam Bondi's lying about the Epstein files. Everybody hates the fucking all-star team. You know, Elon Musk came out and said that Trump was never going to release the Epstein files because he was in them. So now they all hate Elon Musk. Like, this is a fucking train wreck, dude. These are a bunch of school kids. They should be embarrassed as fuck. Before the president's remark Wednesday, Bongino was seen at a gingerbread house decorating contest at FBI headquarters. Bro, I'm so stuffed up. I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it, like, continue talking. Like, it's so hard to talk when you're this fucking stuffed up. I normally sound pretty stuffed up anyway, so imagine how bad it is to actually be stuffed up on top of that. This is rough. Oh, Dan did a great job. I think he wants to go back to his show, Trump told reporters earlier at Joint Base Andrews, referring to Bongino's radio show. Inside the White House and FBI, it has long been believed that Bongino would depart after a year. In recent days, Andrew Bailey, the co-deputy director, has taken over some of the meetings that Bongino was expected to handle. Bongino has complained both publicly and privately about the tedious nature of the job and the toll it took on his personal life. You know, it's rough. It's rough when you got to work an actual job that you use your whole career to talk about how great you were at it, and then you actually have to do it. It's rough, dude. It's fucking rough. It's, you know, it's I can totally understand why go and do a job that's based on facts when you could just give your opinion. You could get paid to just give your opinion. You just say things. Some FBI officials believe Bongino would depart the agency after the arrest of a suspect in the 2021 pipe bomb case earlier this month. Bongino took a leading role in the case, which he was fixated on before joining the agency, dedicating many of his shows to conspiracy theories that claimed the planting of pipe bombs near Republicans and Democrat Party headquarters on the eve of January 6, 2021 was an inside job. A lot of people say there's no way this guy was on the right. He placed pipe bombs both by Republican and by Democrat headquarters. So there's no way that this guy was actually just on the right. Like, he had to be like a false flag, or it had to be a government. I don't know if you guys remember what was happening at that time, but Donald Trump was saying that all of the Republicans were helping the Democrats steal the election from him. And it's crazy to think that somebody would also put pipe bombs on the day that was all about everybody stealing the election from Trump, that they would put pipe bombs at the Republican and the Democrat headquarters. That's crazy. That's insane that when both sides are supposedly stealing the election from Trump, that they would go after both sides. That's wow. Who would think? Why wouldn't they just go after one side that's stealing the election from Trump, not the other? Is Trump speaking yet? Oh, I don't know.
wage increases, growth, factory openings, and far greater national security. Much of this success has been accomplished by
It's disturbing. We'll continue to dive into those stories as Secretary Kennedy mentioned earlier this year what happened there. Let's go live to the White House. President Donald Trump in a primetime address.
11 months ago, I inherited a mess, and I'm fixing it. When I took office, inflation was the worst in 48 years, and some would say in the history of our country, which caused prices to be higher than ever before, making life unaffordable for millions and millions of Americans. This happened during a Democrat administration, and it's when we first began hearing the word affordability. Our border was open, and because of this, our country was being invaded.
When we first began hearing the words affordability, that's it. That's when all of a sudden it's just a brand new thing where Democrats started talking about affordability. It was a Democrat hoax. The affordability thing. It's just all Democrats, just them.
Starting on day one, we will end inflation and make America affordable again. One of my top priorities will be to quickly defeat inflation and make America affordable. Make America affordable again. We're going to make it affordable again. You know, there's this fake narrative that the Democrats talk about affordability. Affordability is a con job. We will target everything from car affordability to housing affordability. You know, this whole thing is, they use the word affordability. It's a Democrat hoax. I don't want to hear about the affordability. We will target everything from car affordability to housing affordability. But the word affordability is a Democrat scam.
Huh. I don't know. Are they trying to say that he's helping the elites because he's helping the Jews? Is that? Yeah, this is called the Patriot Voice. Okay. 2024 on the campaign trail starting on day one. 555, affordability is Democrat hoax. Now, sit there with a straight face and tell me MAGA hasn't been totally scammed every single time. Huh. Is this... Many don't understand. It's the Hegelian dialect. Okay. All right.
By an army of 25 million people,
Joe
many who came
Biden.
from prisons and jails, mental institutions, and insane asylums. They were drug dealers, gang members, and even 11,888 murderers, more than 50% of whom killed more than one person. This is what the Biden administration allowed to happen to our country, and it can never be allowed to happen again. We had men...
White man from town, what's your response to what we just went over? Donald Trump just said that out of nowhere, Democrats started pushing the hoax of affordability, that affordability is a made-up word, and then we just showed Trump actually using the term affordability throughout that entire time period as well. I can actually get clips of him talking about affordability in 2016 as well. What do you think? What do you think, white man? What's is this Trump being the fake oppressed group again, pretending to be oppressed and pretending that everybody's after him when really he's just lying? He just doesn't want to help Americans with their affordability issues, that he just keeps raising prices with tariffs to help himself, and that he's just robbing everybody blind. What do you say, white man? What you got for us?
Playing in women's sports, transgender for everybody.
Transgender for everybody. Let's go.
Law enforcement.
Let's fucking go, dude. I vote for that fucking president. What president's got that one on their fucking campaign sign? I'd put that in my yard. Transgender for everybody. Let's go, dude.
And words such as that, just absolutely forbidden. We had the worst trade deals ever made, and our country was laughed at from all over the world. But they're not.
So true. So true. It was back when Biden was president, when we were laughed at. It's not currently that all of our allies are refusing to work with us, refusing to give us intelligence anymore because they're afraid we're going to commit war crimes. They're all talking about the fact that, like, the United States doesn't stand for what it used to, and that they're not, they were making fun of Joe Biden for claiming that he stopped a bunch of wars that he had nothing to do with. It was Joe Biden that the country's leaders were making fun of for pretending to have stopped a bunch of wars. That was Joe Biden.
Joe Biden.
That's who it was. What I saw of what you're asserting, he said that putting the genesis of the affordability crisis on the Trump administration is the hoax. That's not what he said at all. That's not what he said. He says there is no affordability crisis. He says there is no affordability crisis. There's no issues with affordability. That everything is fine. That he fixed inflation. That's what he said. Inflation has not moved since he got into office. It's still the same. It has not changed. But prices have gone up somewhat in every sector that he's tariffing. That's what I've seen multiple times. Where did you see that? I just showed you the fucking clips. He didn't say that. I can go through them further. Would you like to see those, white man? Would you like to see the full context of those clips?
Laughing anymore. Over the past 11 months, we have brought more positive change to Washington than any administration in American history.
Like eggs? Is he tariffing eggs? Is he tariffing eggs? I thought by far the majority of our eggs were sold here. And like made here, grown here, produced here. We're produced here.
There's never been anything like it, and I think most would agree. I was elected in a landslide, winning the popular vote and all 7 swing states and everything else, with a mandate to take on a sick and corrupt system that really just took the wealth from people.
He barely won. Like he won a lot of states as far as the electoral college goes. As far as like he says it's a mandate, as though by far the majority of Americans were voting for him. He barely fucking won. So.
People and crush the dreams of the American people. For the last 4 years, the United States was ruled by politicians who fought only for insiders, illegal aliens, career criminals, corporate lobbyists, prisoners, terrorists, and above all, foreign nations, which took advantage.
No, but you weasels wearing that last year as your #1 talking point, and it fizzled. Last year, Joe Biden was the president, bro. Joe Biden had already fixed inflation by last year. We were not complaining about it last year. You guys were complaining about it last year. You guys were the fake oppressed last year. That was you guys, not us. We knew that Joe Biden had already fixed inflation last year. Donald Trump has only hurt the economy. There is not a single stat on any sort of legislation that he's put out as far as the economy goes where he has benefited the economy. I can go over all the fucking stats if you want to see them again, but I just went over them the other day.
Of us at levels never seen before. They flooded your cities and towns with illegal aliens. They decimated your hard-earned savings. They indoctrinated your children with hate for America. They just released a level of violent felons that we had never seen to prey on innocent. They caused war. They caused mayhem. They caused a horrible situation all over the globe. But now you have a president who fights for the...
No, gas prices have gone down. Gas prices have gone down. They were averaging about $3. I think $3.05 to $3.10 around the time that Biden left. And they're around $2.90 now. So gas prices have gone down.
law-abiding, hardworking people of our country, the ones who make this nation run, who make this nation work. And after just 1 year, we have achieved more than...
Trump admin just put out zero job growth. No, again, they didn't put out zero job growth. They just didn't meet the expected markers. So initially, we were thought to have 75 million new jobs in the next 5 years. Okay? That was on pace with what it was the Biden administration had been doing over the last 4 years. The Trump administration has not even gotten 1 million new jobs in 1 year. And so now it's expected that we're going to go from 2024 to 2034. So now not 5 years, 10 years, we're going to get 5 million new jobs. Not 75 million in 5 years, but 5 million in 10 years. And half of that 5 million was already achieved by Joe Biden in the last year. From 2024 to 2034, they say we're going to get 5 million. Biden got 2.3 million in 2024. Tom, you are tripping. It is all over where that there was zero job growth. There was not zero job growth last year. There wasn't. It is not all over. We didn't meet the projected numbers. I guarantee you, I literally just did a whole fucking thing on this. I did a whole fucking stream on this just the other day. I posted a whole thing on Twitter going over all of the numbers on job growth. I can guarantee it. I just spent a lot of time going over job growth. So I'm positive. It's right here. MAGA voted for Trump for the economy. U.S. GDP growth has slowed significantly, with Q1 going negative, 0.6%, and the year being down around 1% less due to tariffs and labor shortages. This is 1% less. The initial projection for job growth, 78 million for the next 5 years, has dropped to 5 million for the next 10 years, 2024 to 2034, with over 2 million of the 5 million coming from the Biden administration. The U.S. has lost 80,000 jobs in manufacturing alone this year, and 500,000 across all industries, likely from tariffs. Again, this is jobs lost, but not compared to jobs gained. We've still gained more than we've lost. I promise you, it's very... How many jobs, what is the job growth? The job growth rate varies, but the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics projects an average of 3% growth for all occupations from 2024 to 2034, with STEM fields growing faster, 8.1%, non-STEM. So yes, we are not negative. We are just not hitting projections. You are correct. Gas is down 10 cents from a year ago. I call that the same. 10 cents is thought to be a pretty big drop, but yeah, we're not negative. We're just negative compared to projections. We're not hitting projections, which is why Trump is throwing a fit. It's because he's not hitting projections. Biden was over exceeding all projections. And so now Trump's pissed off and throwing a fucking hissy fit because he's not even hitting projections. He's not coming anywhere close to hitting projections. Headlines like this don't help. 2 days ago, U.S. lost 105,000 jobs in October. Yes, again, I just went over the fact that we lost jobs. I'm not disagreeing that we lost jobs. It says U.S. has lost 80,000 jobs in manufacturing alone this year and 500,000 across all industries, likely from tariffs. I'm agreeing we lost jobs. We also gained jobs. We've gained more than we lost, but the fact that we're losing them at such a high rate makes it to where any gain is a very, very small gain. I'm not disagreeing with you. Okay.
Anyone could have imagined. Starting on day one, I took immediate action to stop the invasion of our southern border. For the past 7 months, 0 illegal aliens have been allowed into our country, a feat which everyone said was absolutely impossible. Do you remember?
What the fuck does that even mean? 0 illegal aliens have been allowed into our country. What the fuck, dude? This guy is Delulu. What the fuck?
Remember when Joe Biden said that he needed Congress to pass legislation to help close the border? He was always blaming Congress and everyone else. As it turned out, we didn't need legislation.
Yeah, because he actually respected our institutions. He actually respected our founding fathers. He actually respected America's philosophy on how to do things. This is why we have no King's Day, is because Trump thinks he can just act like a king and just do everything himself. Whereas Biden said, no, we have a process for putting new legislation in. We have a process for how to delegate money, and that is by going through Congress. And so we want Congress to do what their job is, what their job roles are saying that they're supposed to do. We want Congress to vote the legislation through the House and the Senate. That's what they're supposed to do. So they're supposed to represent the people. And it was also supposed to make it so that everybody could see it was Republicans who were stopping legislation going through to actually fix the border. And so everybody could see it was Donald Trump who told Republicans not to vote for legislation that was going to fix the border. So when he sits here like, oh, they thought they were going to do it through Congress, but they never got it done. Yes, because Trump kept telling all the Republicans not to vote for the legislation. That was Trump. Trump is the reason that the legislation never went through. And then Trump comes in with a majority in the House and the Senate and still does not send legislation through the House and the Senate. Meaning, okay, get this. You guys all whined and cried, okay? MAGA, you guys all whined and cried. You fucking pissed your pants over the fact that when Joe Biden got into office, he took away a lot of the stuff that Trump had done at the border, right? Things like Remain in Mexico and shit like that, right? You guys all threw fucking hissy fits over this. Well, you know what's going to happen when Trump leaves office again this time? Somebody else is going to come in and they're going to undo his fucking legislation again. You know why? Because he's not actually legislating. He's just writing executive orders. These are band-aids. These are not solutions. These are band-aids. You want solutions, you send it through the House and the Senate. Trump has the majority in the House and the Senate. He still has not had any sort of wide-ranging legislation that has been signed for the border. They haven't done shit.
We just needed a new president. We inherited the worst border anywhere in the world, and we quickly turned it into the strongest border in the history of our country. In other words, in a few short months, we went from worst to best. We're deporting criminals, restoring safety to our most dangerous cities. Just take a look at Washington.
We went from having a country that the whole world wanted to be part of. We went from having a country that everybody was dying to get into. We went from being a country that people were rushing the border to try to be a part of, to a country that nobody wants to be a part of. We went to being a country that is a laughingstock, and that even the poorest people in fucking Venezuela and Honduras would still rather stay there and deal with the fucking bullshit they have there than have to come here and deal with the bullshit that we're having to deal with here. So yeah, it's a little crazy. You know what else is a little weird? It's a little weird that I don't know, all of the people started rushing our border when Republicans started making up that there was open borders, and they started saying there was open borders, and then all of a sudden people started rushing over. It was almost like Republicans were just inviting them into our country. Crazy, huh?
In D.C., it's at levels of safety that we've never seen before, and they decimated the bloodthirsty foreign drug cartels. We did that all by ourselves with our people, and we're so proud of it because they were poisoning and destroying our population. Drugs brought in by ocean and by sea are now down 94%. We have broken the grip of sinister woke radicals in our schools, and control over those schools is back now in the hands of our great and loving states where education belongs. After rebuilding the United States military in my first term, and with the addition we are adding right now, we have the most powerful military anywhere in the world, and it's not even close. I've restored American strength, settled 8 wars in 10 months, destroyed the Iran nuclear threat, and ended the war in Gaza, bringing for the first time in 3,000 years peace to the Middle East, and secured the release of the hostages, both living and dead. Here at home, we're bringing our economy back from the brink of ruin. The last administration and their allies in Congress looted our treasury for trillions of dollars, driving up prices and everything at levels never seen before. I am bringing those high prices down, and bringing them down very fast. Let's look at the facts. Under the Biden administration, car prices rose 22%, and in many states, 30% or more. Gasoline rose 30 to 50%. Hotel rates rose 37%. Airfares rose 31%. Now, under our leadership, they are all coming down, and coming down fast. Democrat politicians also sent the cost of groceries soaring, but we are solving that too. The price of a Thanksgiving turkey was down 33% compared to the Biden last year. The price of eggs is down 80%.
Is that true? The price of turkey in late 2025 is mixed. Some reports show turkey prices are down for Thanksgiving compared to 2024, driven by grocers using them as loss leaders and lower commodity costs, while other sources, particularly USDA data, show significant increases in wholesale prices due to avian flu, while retail prices also projected to be higher. So while some consumers saw lower prices at the shelf, the underlying market trend wholesale was generally upward, with overall meal costs decreasing slightly due to heavy discounting. Yeah, that's not the sign of a fucking that's not a sign of a thriving economy when they're putting everything out wholesale like this and losing money on it. That's that's not great.
2% since March, and everything else is falling rapidly, and it's not done yet. But boy, are we making progress. Nobody can believe what's going on. Here are just some of the efforts that we have underway.
Hey, that's the that is the truest thing he said so far. That is the first true thing he said today. Nobody believes what he says is going on. That part is definitely true.
You will see in your wallets and bank accounts in the new year. After years of record-setting falling incomes, our policies are boosting take-home pay at a historic pace. Under Biden, real wages plummeted by $3,000. Under Trump, the typical factory worker is seeing a wage increase of $1,300. For construction workers, it's $1,800. For miners, we're bringing back clean, beautiful coal.
Oh, no. Oh, no. No. Yes, wages are rising in the U.S., with recent data showing increases in both nominal and inflation-adjusted terms, though the pace of growth has slowed from its peak, leading to ongoing debate about whether it's keeping up with the high cost of living for many Americans, particularly younger generations. While overall compensation costs grew around 3.5% per sector, workers as of late 2025, real inflation-adjusted wages gains have been modest, around 0.6 to 0.8% over the year, meaning they're not coming anywhere close to what it was Joe Biden was doing, because he had real wages outpacing the massive inflation that we had at the time. While everybody was whining and crying about how bad the fucking inflation was, well, the wages were outpacing that inflation the entire motherfucking time, bruh. Joe Biden. Motherfucking Brandon. Back at it again. But yeah, I don't think he's right about the what is it? Construction. Yes, construction wages have been increasing significantly, driven by severe labor shortages. Oh, okay, that's right. Okay, that's right. I'm mixing up the wage increases with labor shortages. They are having. I was just thinking, maybe I'm wrong on this because I know that they are, but they're also like, there's tons of construction companies literally going out of business. This is what I've said the whole fucking time. Okay, everybody here who's been here from the beginning, you guys know my big issue has been the labor shortages. I've said labor shortages are the number one issue that are facing our economy. And Donald Trump is not only has he never even mentioned them, not once. He has never once mentioned the labor shortages, but he's doing everything to make it worse. He is doing everything he can to make the labor shortages worse. This is one of the last things that I talk about in this. Wage growth. Wage growth has significantly slowed, especially compared to the Biden administration, when wage growth outpaced drastic inflation from COVID. And while the U.S. is dealing with massive labor shortages, migration has drastically slowed since Trump took office, leaving no one to fill the jobs left open. Non-immigrant visas are down 16%, like student and work visas, and immigrant visas are down 20%. 86,000 visas were revoked this year, with only 26,000 of those being for crimes, and 12,000 of those crimes were for violent crimes, according to the State Department. The Trump administration has also said they're reviewing green cards and people with temporary protected status, plus ending parole for refugees and asylum holders, potentially adding over 1 million more removals of workers from the country. So the labor shortage is the thing that we need to fix. Labor shortage is the biggest problem that we have right now. And what is Trump doing to fix this? Literally nothing. Literally nothing. He is only hurting our labor shortages. He is only making it so that the labor shortages are getting worse. That's it. That's all he's doing. He is just making it to where when you have high labor shortages and your birth rate is decreasing, there's only one thing that you can do. There's one fix. There's only one. There's not another. There's not a whole lot of options. There's one. And that's increase immigration. That's it. That's it. That's all. That's all you do. You just increase immigration. What did Joe Biden do? He increased immigration. That's what he did. He increased immigration. And Donald Trump does not care about the economy. He does not care about your pockets. He does not care about helping you. He does not care about your job going out of business. He does not care about the amount of jobs that are leaving the United States. He does not care about the slowing of job growth. He does not care. He does not give a fuck because he doesn't even know what's happening. He has no idea it's even happening. He has people, he fired the stats people who were giving him jobs numbers because he didn't like the numbers that they gave him. Your Twitter profile pic looks like Tizzy ENT. I have no idea who that is. Oh, this guy? Also, just so you know, this is not bisexual lighting. All right? It's not bisexual lighting. So just take that.
It's $3,300. And for the first time in years, wages are rising much faster than inflation. Remember that. The wages, just look at it. Wages are going up much faster.
The same profile picture. What is his? No, his is bisexual lighting. His is pink and blue. Mine is yellow yellow, or sorry, yeah, yellow, or is orange, green, and then pink and blue here. But it's all of that. It's all that. Okay, Google, turn Joker light green.
All right, changing the Joker light to green.
Boom.
Faster than inflation. How big is that? Very importantly, there are more people working today than at any time in American history, and 100% of all jobs created since I took office have been in the private sector. Think of that. 100% of all jobs have been in the private sector rather than government, which is the only way to make a country powerful and great. This historic trend will continue. Already, I've secured a record-breaking $18 trillion of investment into the United States, which means jobs, wage increases, growth, factory openings, and far greater national security. Much of this success has been accomplished by tariffs. My favorite word, tariffs, which for many decades have been used successfully by other countries against us, but not anymore. Companies know that if they build in America, there are no tariffs, and that's why they're coming home to the USA in record numbers. They're building factories and plants at levels we haven't seen, AI, automobiles. We're doing what nobody thought was even possible, not even
companies. So Donald Trump's entire game plan to implement tariffs was that he was going to stop companies from building overseas. That was his whole fucking game plan. He's going to stop everybody from moving their businesses overseas and offshoring labor. From all available data, not only the best estimates say it has stayed the same. The worst estimates say that it is growing fairly quickly. Because something that Trump either does or doesn't understand. I don't know if he's as dumb as he pretends to be, or if he's just lying to dumb fucks like White Man in chat. But something that they still fail to realize is that tariffs are paid by American businesses, not businesses from other countries. Other countries have not paid tariffs. They've never paid tariffs. Only the companies in the United States pay for the tariffs. So if you are saying, hey, we want to stop companies from building overseas, so what we're going to do is we're going to add massive price tax or massive taxes to all of their imports. That making everything way more expensive for American businesses, just American businesses, right? They're not making anything more expensive for China. They're not making it more expensive for Canada or Mexico. They're making it more expensive for American businesses. You guys think, hey, if he makes American businesses pay an unnecessary tax to where everything costs way more for them than it did before, sometimes 20 to 30% more than it did before, that'll make businesses really want to stay here and keep doing business here. That'll really make them want to stick around. That's the way you keep them, is you make everything cost more for them. The whole idea of offshoring your labor is that you're doing it because everything's too expensive to build here. The labor is too expensive here. We have minimum wage here, which makes it a lot harder. So you can just send your labor to fucking China and let them build it over there and have a bunch of fucking 6-year-olds in sweatshops do it. That's the whole fucking idea, right? And then Trump came in and thought, you know what? If all of these people are trying to go find a cheaper place to make their shit because they think we're too expensive, we'll show them. We'll make it super expensive. Ha ha! What now? Did Domino's teach you that? Do you disagree with what I said, Hakeem? Or it could have been Domino's. Was there a disagreement? Do I need to source where I got that from? Or Do business here and the cost goes down. It also creates employment. But, white man, we just went over the fact that the cost has not gone down. It's gone up. We just went over this. Businesses are leaving at higher rates than they were before. We have lost an insane amount of jobs this year from companies going out of business or offshoring. This is not difficult. Like, this is not difficult. Like, show me anywhere where it's there's stats showing that prices doing business here has gone down because of tariffs. Show me anything that says that. It literally would be contradictory. It would be like if I said, "Hey, look, I'll sell you this widget for $50, okay? And you buy that widget every fucking day for $50 because you want to go resell it for $75. But then I say, you know what? I'm going to do you a favor. I'm going to start charging $100 for this widget. And that'll help your prices go down. So really help you. Just going to help you." And you're like, "Wait, did your like cost to make the widget go double? You just went from 50 to 100. You just doubled. Did your cost to make it double?" No. I'm just adding a tax on there. That's all. It's for you. It's helping you. What math are you doing, white man, that doubling prices is cheaper? What definition of cheaper are you using? What do you mean cost goes down? Is that when you say that, do you mean that things get more expensive? Is that what you mean when you say costs go down? Is that things got more expensive? Because if that's so, then I agree with you. We're on the same page.
Even remotely possible. There has never, frankly, been anything like it. 1 year ago, our country was dead. We were absolutely dead. Our country was ready to fail, totally failed. Now, we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. And that's said by every single leader that I've spoken to over the last 5 months. Next year, you will also see the results of the largest tax cuts in American history that were really accomplished through our great big, beautiful bill, perhaps the most sweeping legislation ever passed in Congress. We wrapped 12 different bills up into one beautiful bill. That includes no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. Under these cuts, many families will be saving between $11,000 and $20,000 a year, and next spring is projected to be the largest tax refund season of all time. Because of tariffs, along with the just passed one big beautiful bill, tonight I am also proud to announce that more than 1,450,000, think of this, 1,450,000 military service members will receive a special we call Warrior Dividend before Christmas, a Warrior Dividend. In honor of our nation's founding in 1776, we are sending every soldier $1,776. Think of that. And the checks are already on the way. Nobody understood that one until about 30 minutes ago. We made a lot more money than anybody thought because of tariffs, and the bill helped us.
This is like the fifth different thing that he said they're going to do with the tariffs. He keeps changing what it is that they're going to do. He keeps changing it. Just a couple weeks ago, he said that he was going to send every single person a debit card with like, what was it, $1,000 on it or something like that. Then he said that now he's saying it's going to military members. There was one other thing that he said that they were going to do with it. Oh yeah, he said that they were gonna give all of it to farmers, and then they gave them just this little tiny bailout that didn't help anybody. We just had a record amount of family farms claiming bankruptcy this year because of the fucking tariffs, and he gave them just this little bit. Here you go, guys. You're welcome. You're welcome, guys. There you go.
Along. Nobody deserves it more than our military, and I say congratulations to everybody. And by the way, We now have record enlistment in our military, and last year we had among the worst recruitment numbers in our military's history. What a difference a year makes. In addition, I'm doing what no politician of either party has ever done, standing up to the special interests to dramatically reduce the price of prescription drugs. I negotiated directly with the drug companies and foreign nations, which were taking advantage of our country for many decades, to slash prices on drugs and pharmaceuticals by as much as 400, 500, and even 600%. In other words, your drug costs will be plummeting.
Paul Dino. Little buddy's triggered. Stay mad, bitch. Stay mad, motherfucker. I'm sure it sucks to realize that you were fucking cucked again. I'm sure it fucking hurts. Cope your way through it, buddy. That's what the rest of them are doing, all right? You put him in office twice, so eat your own feces. What? I put him in office? What the fuck? I did not put this motherfucker in office. But yeah, the Trump has saved everybody 500%. You guys are getting you guys are getting, if you paid $100 for your meds before, now every time you go pick them up, they give you $400 because they saved 500%. They saved you 500%, guys. Math is not Trump's strong suit. That's why he's so confused on the fucking economy all the time. That's why he has no idea what the hell is happening.
Downward, and I used the threat of tariffs to get foreign countries who would never have done it to pay the cost of this giant dollar reduction. They stopped ripping us off, and it began as of 4 days ago. There has never been anything like this in the history of our country. Drugs have only gone up, but now they'll be going down by numbers never conceived possible. It's called Most Favored Nation, and no president has ever had the courage or ability to get this done until now. The first of these unprecedented price reductions will be available starting in January through a new website, TrumpRx.gov. And these big price cuts will greatly reduce the cost of health care. I'm also taking on the gigantic health insurance companies that have gotten rich on billions of dollars of money that should go directly to the people. The money should go to the people. That's you. So they can buy their own health insurance, which will give far better benefits at much lower cost. It will be far better health insurance. The current Unaffordable Care Act was created to make insurance companies rich. It was bad health care at much too high a cost. And you see that now in the steep increase in premiums being demanded by the Democrats, and they are demanding those increases, and it's their fault. It is not the Republicans' fault. It's the Democrats' fault. It's the Unaffordable Care Act, and everybody knew it. Again, I want the money to go directly to the people so you can buy your own health.
How is 500% in written speeches? It's not. It's not. He just goes off the fucking cuff and just starts saying shit. It's not in the written speech. They said, like, you know, they probably put something about, like, you know, we saved money on healthcare costs, and he said, adds in, you know, like never before, 300%, 400%, 500%. He just starts throwing shit in.
Healthcare, you'll get much better healthcare at a much lower price. The only losers will be insurance companies that have gotten rich in the Democrat Party, which is totally controlled by those same insurance companies. They will not be happy, but that's okay with me because you, the people, are finally going to be getting great health care at a lower cost. Another major focus is the cost of energy. For years, the radical left Democrats exploited the green energy scam as an excuse to funnel many billions of dollars into their own massive slush funds as their energy restrictions drastically drove up prices, and they drove them up at record levels. Electricity costs surged 30 to 100% under Biden, and the typical family lost $5,000 to $10,000 in higher energy costs. Think of that, $5,000 to $10,000 you lost. On day one, I declared a national energy.
Tom hasn't done the research, but trust him on it. Trust Domino's. All right, last time I'm asking you, Hakeem, you got about 30 seconds to tell me what you disagree with. Time's up. I gave you like 2 hours.
energy emergency.
Instead of 30 seconds, it was a
Gasoline
lot longer
is
than
now
30
under
seconds.
$2.50 a gallon in much of the country. In some states, it, by the way, just hit $1.99 a gallon. And within the next 12 months, we will have opened 1,600 new electrical generating plants.
That was 4 seconds? No. Nope. That was 30 seconds plus 300%, 400%, 500%. I gave him amount of time that nobody's ever seen before.
Record, and it's a record that won't be beaten by practically, I would say, by anybody, or certainly not very soon. Prices on electricity and
Never seen more seconds before. Yeah, that was the most seconds.
everything else will fall dramatically. The Democrat inflation disaster, again, the worst in the history of our country, also robbed millions of Americans of home ownership and indeed the American dream. The yearly cost of a typical new mortgage increased by $15,000 under Democrat rule. In 11 months, we've already gotten that annual cost down by $3,000, and it's coming down a lot lower. Wait till you see. The numbers are going to be shocking. And I'll soon announce our next chairman of the Federal Reserve, someone who believes in lower interest rates.
Just remember, this is Trump's America, where people are just getting censored in chat like that. This is Trump's America, okay? Literally, Donald Trump was literally on the fucking screen when people just started getting censored in chat. How are you going to deny? How are you going to deny what's happening here?
By a lot, and mortgage payments will be coming down even further early the new year, and you will see this. In the new year, I will announce some of the most aggressive housing reform plans in American history. A major factor in driving up housing costs was the colossal border invasion. We have never been invaded. This is the worst thing that, frankly, in my opinion, the worst thing that the Biden administration did to our country is the invasion at the border. The last administration and their allies in Congress brought in millions and millions of migrants and gave them taxpayer-funded housing while your rent and housing costs skyrocketed. Over 60% of growth.
You know, what's crazy is there's data that shows that actually when the Republicans started lying about open borders and telling everybody that there were open borders, that there is a very strong correlation with the rise in immigration coming over the border at the time. It's crazy. It's crazy that they say it like that, because it's actually Republicans who kept telling everybody that they could just come in. They were just inviting everybody over. And then it was the Republicans who, while we were trying to put in border reform legislation, it was the Republicans who stopped it, and Donald Trump who stopped it as well. So yeah, it's just like, it's crazy that that Biden made the Republicans do all that shit.
In the rental market came from foreign migrants. At the same time, illegal aliens stole American jobs and flooded emergency rooms, getting free health care and education paid for by you, the American taxpayer. They also increased the cost of law enforcement by numbers so high that they are not even to be mentioned. For the first time in 50 years, we are now seeing reverse migration as migrants go back home, leaving more housing and more jobs for Americans. In the year before my election, all net creation of jobs was going to foreign migrants. Since I took office, 100% of all net job creation has gone to American-born citizens, 100%. In the end, government either serves the productive, patriotic, hardworking American citizen, or it serves those who break the laws, cheat the system, and seek power and profit at the expense of our nation. Look at Minnesota, where Somalians have taken over the economics of the state and have stolen billions and billions of dollars from Minnesota and indeed from the United States of America. And we're going to put an end to it. For so long as before my election, the vast majority of good and decent Americans were forced to watch as corrupt.
Fuck? What the fuck is he talking about, dude? This actually makes no sense. That one, there's no way you could know whether or not the jobs created went to foreign-born people or or citizens. There's no way you could fucking know that. He just said they give they added numbers so high that you can't even say them to the police budgets, and then on top of that, he said that 100% of all jobs created went to U.S. born citizens. There's no way you could know that, bro. There's literally no way you could fucking know that, one. But two, how do you immediately in the next fucking sentence say that Somalians are taking over? How the fuck do you say both of those things? What are they taking? Are they not working? Do they not have fucking jobs? What are they taking over? Like, how the fuck did they take over without ever getting any of these fucking jobs? Like, what is happening?
Corrupt politician plundered the halls of power, exploited our taxpayers, and pillaged every system that makes civilized society function. But not anymore, and you see that every day. Not anymore. We're putting America first, and we are making America great again. Very simple. We are making America great again. Tonight, after 11 months, our border is secure. Inflation is stopped. Wages are up. Prices are down. Our nation is strong. America is respected, and our country is back, stronger than ever before. We're poised for an economic...
Inflation has stopped. Let's see. What was the inflation rate in December of 2024? 2.9%. November was 2.7%. Okay. All right. And September was 3%, rising from 2.9%. So would that mean that inflation is up? Is 3% a bigger number than 2.9 or 2.7? Does anybody... So we can't even speak the numbers, Tom. Okay, well, then let's not do it. Let's not even I was gonna try, but I don't even think I could try to speak the numbers.
Boom, the likes of which the world has never seen. Soon we will host the World Cup and the Olympics, both of which I got. But most importantly, we will celebrate the 200.
It's down 500%. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, it's down 500%. Yeah.
150th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. There could be no more fitting tribute to this epic milestone than to complete the comeback of America that began just 1 year ago. When the world looks at us next year, let them see a nation that is loyal to its citizens, faithful to its workers, confident to its identity, certain to its destiny, and the envy of the entire globe. We are respected again like we have never been respected before. To each and every one of you, have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. God bless you all.
I didn't know if they were gonna start playing the YMCA or some shit. I expected that.
And God bless you, Mr. President. He is truly going to be in the names of the greatest.
I was just standing there, just awkwardly. That's it. Yeah, he just came on, just said a bunch of random shit, just rambled for a while. Grandpa's just, he's just saying that shit again. Came on, said some racist shit about the Somalians. Just another happy holidays, guys. Another happy holidays. Grandpa just wandered off and just started yelling at the fucking cameras again. So he just wanted to remind people he's the greatest. Yep. Yep. That's and thank goodness I had forgotten. I had forgotten that he brought down prices 500% and that there was a Democrat hoax about affordability. I forgot about those two things. Nobody cares about affordability. That's not a thing. Nobody cares about it. It's a complete Democrat hoax. Also, we're working to bring down inflation to numbers nobody's ever seen, and we brought down some prices 500%. But also, affordability, Democrat hoax. Okay, it's just a Democrat hoax. Not a thing. We don't care about affordability. We got under an hour left, guys. We got under an hour left on the stream. Now, we have to hit the goal of $25 in order to continue stream. After the clock hits 0, the link to donate is pinned at the top of chat. Otherwise, I will go play Call of Duty, and you'll see some epic moves like this, okay?
He's coming over. Good guy.
I'm getting shot from the top. Oh, what the f happened?
The answer is you, motherfucker.
I mean, look, some people, they don't pay because they want the good fucking gameplay from Tom Foolery, all right? They want those fucking epic moves. Now, look, yesterday, Mantis said at the end of stream that she didn't care that I just had an epic play on that guy, but she immediately apologized afterwards and was like, oh my goodness, I saw that play that you were talking about. You were totally right. Red was saying that she was being abusive and everything, but she apologized for that. She said, you know what? That play was fucking epic. Will you please teach me how you did this and take me step by step through how this came to be? So, don't give her too much shit, you know. Let's watch it one more time.
Aram's son tipped $10. Grandpa's Christmas message wasn't as warm and wholesome as it used to be.
Yeah. Yeah. I thought he was gonna pray. I mean, why spend your time talking about how much you hate the Somalians and how much you hate Joe Biden when you could have been praying? He spends so much time like wasted on hating. It could be spent on the love of Jesus Christ. Next, I'm going to look into how many companies have agreed to move their businesses here in the next year to shame the libtard Jedi further. White man, we're including that in the job loss numbers. You understand that, right? That's included. We include the businesses who have just given a verbal agreement to move their businesses here. We're including that. That you saying like, oh, I'm going to go find how we're going to bring 300 million jobs here as we lose 100 million. Well, great. Thank you. 3 million. So good. You know, numbers are hard though. I don't know what that means. I couldn't say. Those are unspeakable numbers that I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know anything about that. So maybe 3 million is better than 300 million. It's probably better. And I'm just a confused libtard. Oh? What? What? Well, what? Yeah, well, you go, what? Yeah, right, yeah, oh.
That just crosses every line.
Oh, does it?
Basic
Yeah, it
human
does. It crosses the line. Yes, it does. It does. Yes, it does. It crosses that line.
That just crosses every line of just basic human decency.
Every line.
Yeah, Rob Reiner was murdered last night. Whatever side of the divide you're on, this is just unacceptable.
I don't care what you think of that.
Donald Trump is the fucking 15-year-olds on TikTok that said, celebrated Charlie Kirk's death and said all the mean things about him. Donald Trump, the president of the United States, is that fucking person, right? That is him. He is on their level. All the fucking bitching and moaning that all these people did about all of the 15-year-olds on TikTok saying mean things about Charlie Kirk. Donald Trump is those 15-year-olds on TikTok. He is the same. That is the president that you voted for. While all the Democrats condemned the shooting of Charlie Kirk, Donald Trump said, this is what you get. You had TDS, motherfucker. Shit.
War. There is no justification. There's no reason for mowing down Jews.
But tariffs have slowed economic growth and contributed to job losses in manufacturing, construction, and transportation. Good job, Trump. And they killed Rob Reiner.
The Israelis say, no, we're allowed to kill 20,000 kids, and no one should be able.
That's what my AI said. Yes, that's what white man's AI says too. That's why he stopped chatting so much, is because he's like aggressively typing into every fucking AI chatbot right now, trying to find a single one that'll tell him that job numbers are up. He's running around doing the best he can to find a single source that'll tell him that job numbers are actually doing great.
To condemn that, but every Muslim on planet Earth have to condemn these lunatics as if these lunatics represent us.
Jack, I think it's very immoral that you couldn't just take one conversation about a shooting in Australia without comparing it to a war in Gaza.
90% of Muslims are peaceful and lovely and amazing, but if 10% wants to bring down the West, you're looking at a heck of a lot of people.
Jillian, I've had to sit here and listen to y'all go back and forth. Can I please make this point?
There seems to be this struggle inside the soul of Islam between those who believe in live and let live and those who believe in death to the infidels.
Every generation tends to think that our moment in history is as bad as it.
That's a rough struggle. It's a pretty big struggle, dude. It's probably not as big of the struggle as there's going on within MAGA right now, where there's half of them who believe Donald Trump's FBI, who say that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk, and then the other half believe that Turning Point USA worked with Qatar and Israel to take out Charlie Kirk so that Erica Kirk could become the CEO afterwards, to stop Charlie from taking away all the support from Israel. But it's I truly, I think if Charlie had come out against Israel, I don't think it would actually have like made a big difference within the conservative movement. I think that like it would have just hurt him more because he is already taking a lot of shit. Charlie had already lost a lot of credibility with people because of when Donald Trump came out and was saying that everybody should forget about Epstein. Charlie came out and was like, yes, we'll just have faith in our leader and we will all just forget about Epstein and just trust them to deal with it, and we'll just stop thinking about this. And everybody was like, what the fuck? No, the hell we will. What is wrong with you? Who the fuck are you? What do you mean we're gonna just forget about this? No, we're not. But then Charlie came back like a week later and was like, you know what, guys, I'm really not happy about this Charlie Kirk stuff. Charlie Kirk stuff. I'm really not happy about this Jeffrey Epstein stuff. Charlie Kirk was one of those Charlie Kirk death denials. You know, he's one of those people. Charlie Kirk was the whole time saying Charlie Kirk's still alive. It's fucking insane. The whole fucking time. Before his death, Charlie Kirk kept telling everybody that Charlie Kirk hadn't been murdered by Tyler Robinson and that Charlie Kirk was still alive. Fucking conspiracy theorists.
It's ever been. That the struggles, divisions, and tensions that we're wrestling with right now are uniquely pivotal. It's obviously not true, but that doesn't mean that everything is always getting better either. And sometimes, however temporarily, they are very clearly getting worse. Yesterday, father and son Islamists killed 15 people in a chilling anti-Semitic terrorist attack.
He was still pro-Israel towards the end. Like, he had said some things that were critical of Israel. That was about it. Like, it wasn't, he didn't have some big change of heart. He had literally just sent a very long letter to Netanyahu telling him how he needed to put out more propaganda. Like, we read the whole fucking letter on stream. He just sent this long letter to Netanyahu telling him that he needed to do more as far as propaganda goes. And then, you know what's fucking crazy? You know what's crazy? Everybody remember when Netanyahu had a meeting? Because Charlie Kirk, in his letter, he's telling them, you need to utilize social media. You need to utilize social media influencers. You need to like really zone in on the Hasbara. And I'm not just saying that. That is what Charlie Kirk said. He said, you really need to push more Hasbara. And then you guys remember there was a meeting with people like Tim Pool and a bunch of other content creators with Netanyahu. You guys remember this? It's great that Charlie Kirk was helping Netanyahu set up a new Hasbara plan, program to get everybody on Israel's side. He was doing this. Like, he was not this like hardcore anti-Israel guy. He had criticisms of them. Okay. He wasn't turning into fucking Candace Owens where he was going to start running around talking about the Hollywood gangs murdering all the people and shit like that. That the Jews were not the real Jews and that other people had stolen their Jewish heritage from them and pretended to be them.
On Jewish people celebrating Hanukkah on Bondi Beach in Australia. The knee-jerk reaction of many on social media was again to blame all Muslims, but it very quickly emerged that one of the heroes of the day was Ahmed Al-Ahmed, a 43-year-old Muslim fruit seller who risked his own life to save countless others.
Yep.
You're perfectly entitled to
This was the son, the father and the son who shot up Bondi Beach, and a Muslim man. The father and son were both Muslims, and a Muslim man ran over and stopped the son with a gun from shooting other people and held him at gunpoint. And he also got shot, I believe. I believe he got shot numerous times. That's the father? Wait, I thought that was the son. Are you sure? I could have sworn I was told that's the son. Yeah, I don't know when the bullets happened. That's a little confusing watching the video. I watched it a bunch of times and I still am very confused to when this could have.
You're perfectly entitled to have a view that every immigrant from a Muslim country should be kicked out of the West. But you have to reckon with the fact that it's divisive and reductive because people like Ahmed Al-Ahmed, who is a Syrian immigrant, immigrant to Australia are exactly the type of people we should want in our country.
He got shot after by the sun. Okay.
No matter which god they pray to. It should be possible to loathe and condemn anti-Semitism without resorting to Islamophobia, just as it should be possible to say BLM went much too far without being overtly racist, and that you disagreed with some of what Charlie Kirk said or believed without grotesquely celebrating his death as so many did. That was the position of Hollywood legend Rob Reiner, who along with his wife Michelle was murdered in horrific circumstances this weekend. When you first heard about the murder of Charlie Kirk, what was your immediate gut reaction?
I played this the other day because there were a bunch of people who were saying if Donald Trump had been shot, Rob Reiner would have been celebrating in the streets and pissing on his grave. So I went and played this clip so that everybody could see that that's not what he does, actually.
To it.
Well, horror, absolute horror.
Absolute
and I
horror.
Unfortunately saw the video of it, and it's beyond belief what happened to him, and that should never happen to anybody. I don't care what your political beliefs are. That's not acceptable. That's not a solution to solving problems. And I felt like what his wife said at the service, that the memorial they had, was exactly right.
The default position in the age of social media is tribal loathing. We've seen plenty of it on both sides this weekend, just as we saw it after the National Guard terror attack in DC, and again with the fraud scandal in Minnesota. We're seeing it in some of the reactions to the death of Rob Reiner, including an extraordinary statement just a few minutes ago from President Trump. It might make people feel better, but if any interest in living in a contented and genuinely united society, the truth is they're making it a lot worse. Well, joining me to debate this, founder and CEO of the Young Turks, Cenk Uygur, the host of Keeping It Real, Gillian Michaels, host of Democracy-ish, Wajaha Ali, and the journalist and host of the Emily Austin Show, Emily Austin, and Roland Martin, host of Unfiltered. Welcome to all of you. Look, I was going to start with the horrific attacks in Australia, and we'll come to those, obviously. But as we've come on air, Cenk Uygur, Donald Trump has gone on his Truth Social platform to talk about...
Oh shit. I clicked on the wrong fucking... I just now realized I clicked on the wrong thing. My bad. My busy.
Planes were flying around. Let's assume for a moment you're right, and that all these Egyptian planes were flying around tracking Charlie Kirk and Turning Point and Erica Kirk. Why? What is your theory?
I don't know. I don't know.
But what's your theory then? You must have an idea.
My theory is that we should investigate everything strange that happened on that day so we can figure out what happened. The difference between me and you is that I have the courage to take the risks and ask the questions first, okay, before it's popular. You wait until it becomes popular and then you change your mind. Stop.
And she made no request of you whatsoever, Erica Kirk, in 4.5 hours.
When I made my documentary on Candace Owens, if you guys are, unaware, I do have a documentary on Candace Owens. It's on another channel. It's called Terminally Online Media. You should check it out. It's pretty good documentary, I would say. But when I did this documentary on Candace Owens, my some of my family members watched it before I put it out, so I could have like people double check it before I posted it. And my dad afterwards, he was like, I don't know like who's gonna watch this. He's like, it's really good, it's really well made, like very professional, but nobody knows who these people are, Tom. Like, these are just some of your friends online. Like, these are not people that anybody's ever heard of. So I don't know. I don't know what the fuck this is for. Like, I don't get it.
No matter what your opinion is about Candace Owens, and very few people don't seem to have one.
Nice camera work, thank you. I did a little bit of production back in the day when I worked on a documentary on a channel called Terminally Online Media. The initials spelled Tom, Terminally Online Media, TOM. And it's another channel that I have where I put out documentaries on online figures, and currently have one out. that's on that channel, terminally online media, right now. Oh, okay. All right. Well, we're doing this then. I'm a man, and I stick by my choices. Okay, that's what
She has
it
a
is.
definite knack for commanding attention. Many people have been openly enraged by her theorizing on the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Many have been captivated nightly by what they see as either a thrilling real-time investigation into a colossal cover-up or a cynical strategy to exploit the most emotive and consequential news story of the year. Several of the Candace Owens claims are focused on Turning Point USA, the organization funded by Charlie Kirk and now run by his widow, Erica, who last week issued this firm request.
She has been one of the main peddlers of these conspiracies, and she is making a huge amount of money on it. She is building her business off of these lies. What do you want to say to her and the other people that are putting these lies out into the world right now?
Fucking bitch.
Stop.
Oh.
That's it. That's all I have to say. Stop.
Well, shortly after that, Candace Owens was invited to a lengthy private meeting with Erica Kirk, which is now the catalyst for frenzy speculation that she may be having second thoughts about some of her theories. She's also, I should add, marking the release of her new book, Make Him a Sandwich. And amid all of that, she joins me now for her first interview since the meeting with Erica Kirk. Candace Owens, welcome back to Uncensored.
It's good to be with you at the end of another year.
Yes, and what a year it's been, not least for you. It's fair to say your fame continues to rise, infamy some would put it, but you're always a welcome guest on Uncensored. Let's get to this extraordinary meeting that you had with Erica Kirk. It came right after we saw her say in that CBS town hall, you should stop, just stop with the conspiracy theories. So who approached who about you guys actually getting together?
I was approached by Turning Point after Blake Neff, who works on Charlie's show, sort of fumbled this invite. It was, I'd almost say it was a fake invite publicly. And then in the middle of the night said, oh, Candace is not able to be here tomorrow. And they never messaged me. And I think there was quite a bit of public backlash with how they went about it. It just was just not the way that we try to set meetings. And so what happened after was they reached out to me.
Who's we? From my understanding, Black people are notorious for not showing up to meetings, or at least showing up late, not telling anybody. I don't know.
Said Erica would agree to do a live stream, just the two of us. And then after Erica's PR blitz, they reached out again and said that they felt that it was better for us to meet one-on-one as opposed to us sitting down having Megyn Kelly moderate, which was the idea originally.
Right. And so where did you have your...
I'm always on time. Always on time in white person time? Or...
your summit meeting?
At a hotel here in Nashville.
And a lot of your, as you know, a lot of...
Ahead of actual time, normal. Okay. And it's not because you're Black. It's because you're dumb. Because you're Black.
Of your supporters, fans of your show, think that you may have been lured into a trap. Did anything while you were there make you think you were being lured into a trap?
I don't know that a lot of my fans think that I was being lured into a trap. I think ahead of time they had some concerns, obviously, because I think in general, after you see a public assassination and you start tracking so many lies that are happening, there's going to be an understandable amount of angst that people feel. And I certainly felt the angst as well. I've obviously been very clear that I am suspicious of some of the characters that are at Turning Point USA. So I totally...
Yeah, I live in Georgia. Yeah, that is... Yeah. We all have ADHD, and we don't believe in doctors, so we don't take Adderall or anything. We just wing it. We'll remember eventually.
Understand why the public was concerned.
When you saw Erica, she was obviously angry about you in that CBS town hall. What was her demeanor like when you met her?
Well, I don't think that she thought she was angry in that. I think maybe that was the characterization from the public. I certainly thought she was angry as well. And she sort of clarified that she was a bit annoyed by the questioning, the way in which Barry had said.
Back from looking into it again. Oh, sweet. Okay, thank you, White Man, for looking into this. Okay, and after consulting Skynet, we know that Trump tariffs have generated $1.67 billion in revenue. It's actually higher with pre-existing tariffs. Oh, wow. Okay, so that's great that the government is taxing us at much higher rates to where they can take more of our money. Well, thank goodness. Thank goodness for Trump. I'm glad he ran on raising taxes. That's what you guys voted for him for, right? That's what you put him in office for, is to raise taxes, generate more money for the government. You are definitely disproving me, because I said that the government was not making a lot of money off of tariffs. So I'm glad you fact-checked me on that. That's my bad for saying that the government was not making a lot of money off of taxes. Shit. That's that was a dumb move on my part.
Set up the question with the podcaster Candace Owens, which I think was definitely being driven more by Barry Weiss's feelings towards me, long-running feelings towards me, than it was perhaps for the benefit of CBS and trying to pretend to be an impartial journalist. So I think she was frustrated by the line of questioning, is what she explained to me.
So how would you categorize the 4.5 hours? If you were looking at it in totality, what was the tone of the conversation? What do you think you both got out of it?
Well, for me, answers to the questions of trying to understand why there were so many turning point lies, and why, instead of people acknowledging that these are lies, I felt that there was this billion-dollar psychological operation to convince people that Candace is just crazy. These aren't lies. These are made up. And so I was very refreshed that they owned up to the lies. That was a great first step. And I think, you know what.
So just to be clear, we went over this yesterday. If you weren't here, she said she keeps framing this as they owned up to the lies, but they didn't say, like, you're right, Candace, we lied. That's not what they said. They just explained why she assumed people were lying, when actually there were just reasonable explanations for these things. That is not them owning up to the lies. That is them saying, oh yeah, that's not a lie. That happened, like we just happened to have been wrong, or you know, he got different information than what we got, and so we don't know what he's talking about, but this is what we're saying, like, or shit like that. But the fact that instead of her coming back and being like, okay, I jumped to conclusions, I said that all of these people were lying, I kind of threw some people under the bus unnecessarily, and just kind of, you know, maybe got a little too conspiratorial here. Instead of her doing any of that, she's instead like, well, I want to thank them for owning up to the lies. Here's what they said. They said, actually, you're totally wrong, Candace. And I'm really proud of them for saying that. I'm glad they owned up to the lies in that sort of way. That was really big of them.
Motivates that, maybe because despite having what I would assume to be the best PR agents and crisis PR agents in the world, we're moving toward a different world where people don't really care, you know, if you are friends with the people at WME and CAA and what they can do for you. That sort of power is ineffectual in this day and age. And so I think they recognize that, and that the public simply doesn't believe the story that they've been fed, and the psychological operation to convince us not to believe our own eyes or to trust our common sense instincts has failed.
It's a fucking operation, guys. Sheesh. I didn't know it was an operation. If I had known it was an operation, I would have looked at this completely differently from the beginning. But now that I know it's an operation, I'm gonna have to reassess
And I think on their end, they got more clarity on how I figured out certain things, more clarity on why I am convinced that there are people that are inside of Turning Point that are dirty. And I was able to share more with them off record. And I think that they got more clarity in exchange.
Before we get into some of the sort of specifics, is there not a danger here? I've already seen it in some of the reaction from people that follow your show. Is there not a danger that in seeking to be the one that exposes the truth, and I don't know the truth about what happened to Charlie Kirk. I work on the assumption that this lone, twisted, weirdo Tyler Robinson killed him for whatever reason, and I suspect...
Wow, you buy the government narrative, dude? Sheesh, bro.
Personally, that is how this will play out. However, I have an open mind in the sense that we still don't really know what happened with President Kennedy's assassination. I found the attempted assassination of Donald Trump very odd in the way that that's been handled by the authorities and so on. I'm not naive. As a journalist of 40 years, I'm not naive enough to say every single thing you've been saying is obviously baloney, because I don't know. And we'll get to some of the more specific details. But is there not a danger, Candace, that by having a 4.5-hour private meeting, rather than doing it in public, that all you're really going to do, collectively actually, you and Erica Kirk, is fuel the conspiracy theories about what you may or may not have discussed in that meeting, what part of the stuff that you've been broadcasting on your show she agrees with and doesn't agree with, and so on. Is there not a danger this is the least transparent way of going about trying to get solutions here?
Well, I'm a very transparent person, so my preference was to do it publicly, but I took the offer, obviously, to have any conversation, because if I hadn't done that, then I think everything I've been doing would have appeared disingenuous. Like, oh, Candace is pretending that she wants answers to her questions. But
No, we don't want Candace to appear disingenuous. Okay? That is... It's good that she made sure that she does not appear disingenuous. That would not be good.
When she got this offer, she suddenly said she didn't want to go because it wasn't public. They would have felt like I was moving the goalpost. So I was willing to take anything. And from their viewpoint, they felt like after the CBS News and the Fox News hits that Erica did, it was, my understanding was that they felt that it was a good idea to bring the temperature down first by having us sit down and communicate. And that doesn't mean that they necessarily say, oh, well, that's it. Now we're not going to have any other public discussion. I'm hopeful they will. I think they should. I totally agree with you. More transparency, the better.
Who else was in the meeting? Erica was there. Who else was there?
Justin Strife, who is the COO of Turning Point USA. And my husband was only there for a portion of it, and my cousin.
So there were no lawyers, for example?
No. No lawyers, but they did phone their lawyer because I asked the question. I was like, look, I'm open to being wrong, obviously. If there is something, which I think the media was kind of hinting at, that they had more, but they couldn't share it with the public, I said, I'm happy to keep my mouth shut. And I want to feel good walking out of here that there is something there. There is some sort of a smoking gun. And I will tell viewers just to be patient. And so they did call one of the lawyers working on this case, and it was not convincing at all. He said, in effect, all...
There has to be more. There has to be more. How can you arrest a guy who admits to committing the crime, told his parents that he committed the crime? We have the text messages of him saying he committed the crime. We have his family, his roommate cooperating. How... who's like, that's not enough. There's got to be more. You got to have more than that. No way.
We have is what the public has seen. And we won't know more because we're investigating and looking for more. And so that just made me go, why is everybody being so over the top and ridiculous and using words like the evidence is overwhelming? It was Tyler Robinson, when they don't have anything that's overwhelming to show that it's, they don't have a video of him taking the shot, which I think was something that I assumed, like, okay, there's all these cameras, maybe they actually have that video and they're waiting for a moment to release that to the public. They don't have that. Or at least I can say Erica's side has not seen that. And the lawyer communicated to me that they would not have access to that until earliest would be May. That right now they're just investigating, just like we're doing back at home.
Okay, you said that your motive for going to the meeting was that you would be able to come out and tell the world Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. So are you in a position to say that? Do you believe, as a consequence of your 4.5 hours with Erica, do you believe that it is now most likely that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk?
Absolutely not. I haven't seen one piece of compelling evidence that Tyler Robinson scaled the rooftops like Spider-Man on a college campus that he didn't go to, and fired one shot, a magic bullet shot, and
Yeah. I remember when the indictment said that he scaled the roof like Spider-Man. I was surprised by that too. I thought, wow, he like shot webs out of his fingers and just climbed up the wall. That's wild. I don't know if that's even possible. I was blown away when they said that. And for me, the video of him jumping off the roof afterwards, it's just obviously a paid actor. Like, you can tell by the way that they jumped off the roof and like tucked and rolled and everything. That was a professional. That was a professional role. I've talked to people. I have a lot of sources, people in the movie industry who were stunt doubles. And they told me that was a professional way of jumping off, in that the person either had to have a lot of training in stunt double work, or he was a parkour expert as well. One of those two things.
Killed Charlie Kirk. I have not seen one piece of compelling evidence. In fact, I've seen more compelling evidence to the contrary.
You've seen their vibrant ads illuminating billboards and train stations for many years. Now it's time you actually saw the show. Who does Erica think killed her husband?
Well, I think that in her recent PR blitz, she sort of communicated that she trusted her team, and her lawyer was using kind of the same rhetoric that the media has been using, where, there's really, this is like, it's overwhelming. Maybe he didn't say the word overwhelming, but he was like, it's very clear.
Wasted Design tipped $7.50. Farts on Whiteman.
True. Farts on Whiteman.
Mantis tipped $7.50.
Interesting. It's a very big coincidence that you both just did that. Crazy. Wasted. Are you talking to my girlfriend? Wasted. You've been talking to my girlfriend? Bro? Good. I'm busy a lot of times. Not able to give her the attention that she needs a lot. I need somebody else to be there. When I'm working, I'm streaming. Long hours. I appreciate it, homie.
I think is what he said in particular. And then I pushed back and I said, what's clear? The affidavit? That's all you guys have? And I did tell him, if you would never be my lawyer, because it's just, a lawyer that's just kind of giving you adjectives, and I don't need a cheerleader. I need someone to be practical and to say, we don't have anything yet. I think the communication should be, we are hopeful that throughout this investigation, we are going to uncover more evidence that links Tyler Robinson to this crime. I do feel confident that he was involved in some capacity on that day. As I have said many times on my show, I was the one who broke the story that he was at the Dairy Queen throwing out clothes, a local Dairy Queen, throwing out clothes in a nearby cemetery. And so I do think he was involved in multiple.
Joe, I misread what you said like 5 times. I read it over and over and over, and I'm like, for some reason, every time I read it as, Mantis, is your girlfriend fucking gay? It's like, if she has a girlfriend, that's how that works, yeah.
Multiple people were involved that day, and I think he did pick up clothes. I had communication with Lance's family. I had communication with Tyler Robinson's family. And for some reason, Lance is being protected, which I find to be very strange. His own family thinks he's guilty of more, and they find it weird that the feds kind of glossed over him, almost as though he was a Fed operative, like he was working on behalf of them.
Tom is the white Cynthia. No, I'm the fucking white young Dro. So my girl got a girlfriend.
And, you know, we've caught the feds have lied a lot. It's just a fact. Turning Point USA people have lied a lot. That is a fact, which they have agreed to. They said that these were mistakes, but they, you know, whether a mistake or not, the public was lied to. So this obviously, you know, matters deeply to me, and it's just absurd that people would think that I'm doing this for clicks. I know Charlie. I knew Charlie. Charlie and I are very close, and it has been one of the most disgusting things ever that people first and foremost tried to start this psychological operation that Charlie and I hadn't spoken since 2019. They've lied about virtually everything that I've said on my podcast. I'm not going to let this go. Okay. I can't.
I got a girlfriend. She lives in Norway. Yeah. She goes to another school. I gotcha. I get it. It's the best way to do it. You just find a girlfriend in another country. You keep, oh yes, I'm totally coming to see you. Yeah. That's totally a real thing. Yeah, sure. Yeah. I'll be there real soon. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, sure.
We don't live in a country that is the embodiment of democratic principles. If Charlie Kirk gets publicly executed and the media apparatus is doing everything they can to cover the tracks, I would say to cover the tracks by demanding that there is no further inquiry into what happened on that day.
Right,
that is not a country that I can get behind.
Let's get to some of the details, because it seems to me you've put up a lot of theories, but a lot of them don't seem to have a clear conclusion from you about what you actually think happened. I mean, you've been all over this now ever since Charlie was killed. What do you believe happened to him? Who do you think killed him?
So I can't tell you definitively who pulled the trigger. I'm not going to lie to audiences and just put something out there that's not real. But what I can say is...
Yeah, you don't want to speculate. That would be irresponsible. And Candace is definitely not gonna. She's not gonna be irresponsible with what she puts out. That would be irresponsible. So she's definitely not doing that. No way.
I feel convinced that the feds were involved. I can tell you that. I think the feds were involved in staging a cover-up. I think Kash Patel knows what happened and did not happen on that day. I am convinced by me being told by people that are feds that he is not acting right and that he is not wanting to share any information. Just a couple of people are allowed to even see anything. A Fed told me that they can't even touch the Charlie Kirk file without risk of being fired, and that he's grown increasingly mad. The U.S. Marshals that were there when they were doing the quote-unquote manhunt for 33 hours said that Kash Patel effectively sent them on a wild goose chase, which is what was signaled to the public when he said, we got him, and it was actually the wrong person. And so it caused people to stop looking because they were convinced that they had the shooter.
The wild goose chase? He sent them on a wild goose chase? The guy that they got was the guy who was just standing there saying that he fucking did it. That was a wild goose chase? The guy who was just standing in the parking lot screaming, I did it? He was just, man, he was using up so much time and resources by sending them on this wild goose chase. It's obvious he was in on it. He was trying to cover for whoever it is that shot the guy, because he was trying to distract everybody with telling them to walk from here to 50 yards over there to arrest that guy. Because when they were walking out to their cars in the parking lot, they didn't want to have to stop at the guy who was in between them and their cars and then just take him with them the rest of the way to their cars. It's a wild goose chase, bro. That's ridiculous. I didn't know that.
They felt that that was in order to allow the real perpetrators of the crimes to get away.
But that could just be the fog of the immediacy of these things. We've seen it at Brown University. Exactly the same.
Does that guy really say, I did it? The first person arrested following the assassination of Charlie Kirk on September 10th, 2025 was George Hodgson Zinn, a 71-year-old man from Salt Lake City. False confession. Moments after the shooting of Utah Valley University, Zinn shouted, I shot him, now shoot me. Motive. Zinn later admitted to law enforcement that he falsely claimed to be the shooter to create a distraction and allow the actual assassin to escape. Charges: obstruction of justice. He was charged with second-degree felony for diverting police resources during the manhunt. Authorities later determined that Zinn was not involved in the actual killing. The primary suspect, 22-year-old Tyler Robinson, was arrested the following day. So, the guy wanted money for his family. Oh, no. No. This is, this guy is something else. Let's see.
And this one had all the usual stuff. Like, I should actually start like a college course and call it Psychological Operations 101 or something. Because I'm an expert on these now. And they always do the same things. And it's all quite obvious, except for people who have no eyes to see or ears to hear.
Okay.
I just tracked down the internal documents from Utah Valley University that shows the exact type of security cameras that were used, and we got a lot of questions. You're going to want to see this. This is their own internal document showing us the roof access point and exactly how the cameras were mounted at the university where Charlie Kirk was assassinated. So the first thing I want to point out, it's Utah Valley University. This is their telecommunication distribution guide of June 1st of 2022. So this is when they...
All right. I was Okay, here we go. Here we go.
Charlie Kirk was shot, and then this old boomer immediately started running distraction. This apparently wasn't the first time he witnessed a giant event like this. Apparently, he was at 9/11 and witnessed that and was in a documentary about it. Ryan Mata has been the one reporting on all of this. It's incredibly coincidental because not only did that happen, after the Boston bombings, he called in, he's an old man at this point, he called in a bomb threat after the Boston bombings. Ryan Mata asked Grok the odds of this happening. He says the odds of this happening and him being at all three of these events was 1 in 2 billion. Tell me that this isn't odd. Tell me what you think about this stuff in the comments. Make sure y'all follow along for more. Charlie Kirk was shot.
Yes, he was in New York, went and witnessed the planes fly into the buildings at 9/11. It was part of like the crowd running from the massive amounts of ash that was pouring everywhere. Then he was also at the Boston Marathon, and no, that is real. That is real from my understanding. George Hodgson Zane, 71-year-old Salt Lake City man, often described as a local gadfly or political activist. He gained national attention after being the first person arrested following the assassination of Charlie Kirk on September 10th, 2025. 2013 terroristic threat. He was arrested for emailing organizers of Salt Lake City Marathon days after the Boston Marathon bombing, asking if they needed help placing bombs near the finish line. Okay, all right. So that's okay. So he was at a different event. All right. Political activism, a regular attendee of Utah Republican event and various protests, and was also arrested in 2019 during a violent clash at a Utah Inland Port Authority meeting. Let's see. Yes, George Hodgson Zinn appears in a resurfaced video interviewed from 2021 where he discussed his experience on September 11th, 2001. In the interview, Zinn recounted watching the news coverage of the attacks from the hotel lobby. Oh, okay. So yeah, so I guess everybody like is kind of exaggerating his connections to these things. That's a little all right. He describes suspecting terrorism the moment the second plane hit and being stranded in Denver due to the grounding of all flights. Okay, so he was in Denver. Following his arrest for obstruction in the Charlie Kirk assassination on September 10th, 2025, this video went viral. Online conspiracy theorists, including former NFL player Antonio Brown, falsely claimed the footage showed Zinn as a crisis actor or witness in New York City. Mainstream sources and law enforcement have clarified that Zinn was in Denver on 9/11, not at the World Trade Center site as a participant or witness. Note, he is frequently confused with the late historian Howard Zinn, who was interviewed extensively for various legitimate 9/11 documentaries and crucial analysis of the attack. Okay. All right, well, glad we cleared that up.
They thought they had the killer. They thought they had the killer. It turned out to be the wrong person, right? It doesn't mean there's any great conspiracy by the feds to cover anything up. And again, even if what you're saying...
See, even what, like, he's not pushing back against, like, what she said. The words that she said were, he sent them on a wild goose chase. That is, like, the part that matters, is that she's trying to make it sound as though he is purposefully distracting the FBI from finding the right person. He is purposefully sending everybody on using their resources and time to go do something that is useless. That is the message that she's trying to push here. And he's not like calling out that type of rhetoric. What's up, Insane Wheels? How's it going, homie?
Is true. I don't know. Maybe you're right. If what you're saying is true, what is it they're covering up? You've so far intimated or inferred something weird involving Egyptian planes. So, well, what's that about? You've inferred perhaps Israeli involvement in some way. You've certainly inferred a lot of Turning Point USA involvement. That's a lot of people getting involved here in the murder of Charlie Kirk, potentially. But what I'm really curious about is, given you've been all over all this and you've been airing all these theories, well, which one is it? It can't be all of these things. Is it somebody?
Well, of course,
is it someone at Turning Point USA? I mean, who do you actually believe was behind this?
Of course, it can be all of those things. And what's really ironic here is that there's a clip of Charlie in the last months leading up to his death where he speaks about the JFK assassination. And he says that multiple countries were involved, multiple people were involved, the LBJ was involved, the feds were involved. And he's correct. That is what it means. When there is a conspiracy, there are multiple people that are involved. Of course, there's not one person on a grassy knoll who shot JFK.
Well, it might have been
there are people who had to agree to it. There had people who would have had to. The Dallas police were involved.
Candace,
I'm answering your question. I'm answering your question. You're asking, why aren't you just going to point to one person? That to me, even that seems like a part of telling people not to believe their own gut. Obviously, for this to have been pulled off, there had to have been multiple people involved. There had to have been people at Turning Point that were complicit in having this happen. Now, who knows what their motivations are? Doesn't mean...
That's just not true. That's so stupid. That is such a stupid thing to say, that in order for this to even be possible, people within Turning Point had to have been involved. That is just so fucking stupid. But just a minute ago, you know, she doesn't want to jump to conclusions, guys. She doesn't want to be irresponsible. She doesn't want to say anything that she can't prove. But like, this is just so fucking dumb. This is so fucking dumb, dude.
Maybe this person's like, hey, I'm going to help you.
Hang on. Okay, let me stop you. Hang on. When you say obviously somebody at Turning Point, you are accusing right now people that worked with Charlie Kirk at the company he built, which is now run by his...
Like, so just a second ago, it sounded like Piers said, like, isn't it possible that this just, like, this is all true? And she's like, yeah, of course it's possible, but... And then now is saying the opposite, that, like, it's not possible. It has to be that people at Turning Point did help, and then it wasn't just Tyler Robinson.
Widow, you are directly accusing people in that company of being complicit in his murder. Right?
I want to just be very clear connecting that dot. So I said that when there is a conspiracy, of course, there are going to be multiple people involved. So applying that same logic to JFK, right? Knowing, as I do, and as Charlie did believe that LBJ was involved, which then implicates the feds as having been involved, which then implicates the Dallas police station as being involved. I believe Israel was obviously involved. That they were the ones that wanted him dead for saying that what is now AIPAC should have to register under FARA. So there's motive. There are people that have to be involved on the ground that day. There are people that have to be...
I don't know if he actually said that. I didn't know that he said that. That is a dumb thing to say. It's a really dumb thing to say. AIPAC does not need to register under FARA. That is a stupid thing to say. There is no evidence that they are working for the government of Israel. That is what that's when you have to register under FARA. Is when you are working for a foreign government and you're being paid by that foreign government, right? That there's no evidence that that's the case with Israel. So this is a fucking stupid thing. If he actually said that, that's even dumber than I would have expected from Charlie Kirk.
Willing to allow the perpetrators to get away. There has to be media that's complicit, and that's what literally Operation Mockingbird was. It was established to persuade the public.
Candace, here's the problem.
Well, hang on. It was established.
No, but here's the problem with everything you're saying.
In this massive cover-up.
You keep saying, and this is where people think you're prone to endless conspiracy theories for whatever reason. Okay. Is you keep using the phrase, they have to have been involved. So by that yardstick, what you're saying is, with JFK's assassination, and we recently had a lot of the files released, which did not conclusively prove any of these things, right? Now, again, I don't know what happened to JFK, but the one possibility you've not ruled in is it was just as simple as Lee Harvey Oswald. It might have been. We don't know. Right, so when you say the media has to have been involved, Lyndon Johnson has to have been. But my problem is you're stating all these things as
facts. We can't do 63. So it's such a nonsense to say it was Lee Harvey Oswald.
You don't know that.
That's just such a nonsense. Okay, yeah, no, I do know it was not Lee Harvey Oswald acting by himself, and then that required national security to lock down the files, and that required the feds to impart, the CIA to impart Operation Mockingbird to convince the public that it was you can't go against. There's a grieving widow. Don't look further into it. Don't believe your own eyes.
Let me just say, this is your... Candace,
it was a grand conspiracy that killed JFK.
Candace.
Okay. The grieving widow thing it's not like a good argument to start with. I don't know if Piers said that. I'm not... I didn't hear him say that, so I don't know if she's just like arguing against nobody here or random people on Twitter or if he actually said that, but yes, if he did say that, that's like a that comes like after, you know, if you're wrong because you're wrong, it is fucked up to do this to a grieving widow, right? If she's right, it doesn't matter if there's a grieving widow. Like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't, who gives a fuck? But you have to kind of start with, like, you know, you're wrong. That kind of comes first.
And I am going to say that confidently. And I just think we have to grow up. We have to grow up. We can't keep pretending Lee Harvey Oswald killed JFK.
Fine.
We can't keep doing that.
That is your opinion. Today's show is sponsored by Oxford Natural, makers of the Optimum Day and Optimum Night all-natural supplements. Very. Yes, 7.
No, that's a fact.
With the code Piers. It's an opinion.
No, that's a fact.
No, it's not a fact.
It's a fact.
It's not a fact.
It's a fact.
The whole reason there are still conspiracy theories about JFK's assassination is none of this is a fact. You are floating it as your theory.
Because the feds are never going to admit to their own crimes. That is the reason we're still discussing it.
That may be the case, but you can't prove that.
Yeah, well, I can prove common sense that Lee Harvey Oswald did not stand on a ground.
I can prove common sense. Those words just came out of her mouth. Those words just came out of her mouth, dude. Those words actually just left her freaking mouth. She can prove common sense. What? What? What does that even mean? What does that even mean? You can prove common sense? What does that even mean, bro? What the fuck? You can prove common sense? Isn't that like the opposite of common sense? Like, this is what I'm talking about. MAGA took the word common sense and they started using it as though it means logic. But it's the opposite. It just means that, like, it's just something that you just know. It's just kind of intuitive. Like, it's just a thing that everybody just happens to know. And then there's common knowledge, which is something that's not intuitive. You learn it. But everybody just has learned this thing, right? Like, it's common knowledge that I have a really small dick, right? Everybody just knows this. Who is telling everybody? I don't know. I wish I could figure out who the fuck is telling everybody this shit, because it's spreading like fucking wildfire. And I don't know who it is. I don't know if they're showing people my dick. I don't know if they're just telling people that this is what's happening. But I would like to know who the fuck is running around telling everybody about my small dick. But you have to hear that information in order for it to be common knowledge, right? Like, you have to learn the common knowledge. Somebody has to tell you that about the information in order for it to be common knowledge. Common sense is just, you just know the thing. It's just kind of intuitive. Everybody just kind of knows that. But MAGA uses common sense as a replacement for logic. And common sense is not logic. It is like the opposite of logic. It's just different. I am. And who told you? Was it Mantis? It was Mantis, wasn't it?
Admit it's your opinion.
And assassinate a president. And LBJ, like Charlie says in that clip, which people should go pursue.
Yes, I know Charlie
all
said
of the
that.
weird things that happened that day that were unusual, and LBJ
Right,
decided not to ride that day. And then suddenly he reversed course on all of JFK's policies, and he was fighting AIPAC. Israel killed JFK.
All right.
Now, going back to your point about Turning Point USA, and the ridiculous idea that implicating, this is a $100 million organization.
Yeah.
Common sense. If this was not even a high-profile political assassination, and this was just a guy who worked at a company that was $100 million, right? Common sense inquiry is, was there a financial motive for this person to be dead? Okay, this is like Sherlock Holmes 101.
Oh my goodness. Okay. When you investigate a case, you take the evidence that you get and you go where that evidence leads you. If somebody who was at the event says that they killed them, They tell their parents. They confess to it. They confess to their lover and their roommate. They confess to their Discord chat where all their friends are, and they tell everybody they did it. They have the weapon that aligns with the bullet that hit Charlie Kirk. They seem to be the same person, the same height, same build of the guy that we saw in the pictures that everybody was already looking for, that everybody thought this seems to be the guy who's walking around with the backpack from the direction where the shot would have come from. Right at the time, after jumping off the fucking building and walking down this hallway where we were able to get a fairly decent shot of what he looked like. And then we arrest a guy who looks like that, who has also confessed to these things, to his parents, to his friends, to his lover. We don't then sit there and think, okay, this guy seems pretty obvious. He has a problem with Charlie Kirk because of the way that he talks about trans people. But I wonder if there was a financial incentive from Qatar to murder Charlie Kirk. There were planes that looked Qatarian. One day, flying in the air. I wonder if Israel paid for those Qatarian planes to fly in the air. Because Turning Point told Israel to pay for the planes. Well, now there seems to be some sort of financial incentive for these people to all want him dead. Like, that's not how anybody else thinks. Like, nobody else. This is not a way. No one fucking investigation has ever done this way.
And this is what I mean when I say that the public.
Clifton shit. This is literally what she thinks. This is literally what her fucking theory is. This is literally her whole fucking theory. This is exactly what her thought process is. This is not something that I'm just like making up or straw manning or anything. This is actually her thought process. So I'm if you were unaware why everybody's talking to her about this and why Piers has her on and why she's talking to Erica Kirk and why, that's why. It's because that is her fucking theory right now.
Longer trust the media because you're acting us to be stupid and we don't want to do that.
Yeah, nobody's ever even explained why those planes from Qatar flew in the air. Nobody's even explained it. And if you guys don't know this either, okay? Somebody, I don't even know who did it, okay? I don't know if this person ever came out and said that they did it, but Candace Owens came out one day and said, I have inside information that shows that the Qatarian planes that I talked about with you guys last week actually lead back to an office building. And we have the address of the office building. This person with inside information wrote me about this. And I'm going to read you guys what the letter says. But we have vetted this. We have vetted this through multiple intel organizations and federal intel bureaus. And we have vetted this through tons of sources. This is legit. And this letter says that the people who were flying the planes, their address leads back to this building right here. And it says in the letter that the building looks just like a CIA building. And they show two buildings, CIA building and this building. They look nothing alike. Nothing alike. I'm not fucking kidding you. They look nothing alike. They could not be more fucking different. One is just a bland office building. The other one is a very high-tech, high-security, very like feng shui, like forms on the building, like and very like curves and everything. They could not be more different. She's like, and you can see they look very similar build, very similar buildings, and the address is this, and she reads off the address, okay? It just so happens that she just got into a public lawsuit with the prime minister's wife in France. And that lawsuit is public, and we can read the fucking papers, the lawsuit where it has her law firm on, and that is the address. The address. So somebody sent in a letter trolling Candace, saying that the Qatarian planes that you've been looking for, their address leads back here. And this office building is also shared with the FBI. And she read this on her fucking show, saying that she vetted this through multiple fucking sources. I can't get over this. I cannot get over this. That she's so gullible and dishonest. Yes, not only did she fucking buy this, but then she went on her show. These people trolled her and gave her her own lawyer's office building, saying that they were responsible for the fucking Qatarian planes that she was complaining about. And she read this on her show, not just saying that this was a trusted source, but that she vetted it through multiple FBI sources, dude. It is just... this is just fucking classic, dude. This is fucking classic, bro. This is insane. I can't believe she did this shit. Like, it is just the funniest fucking... Let's see.
The information portion reads this. As you know, on September 10th, an Egyptian government Dassault Falcon 7X, tail number SU-BTT, came into Wilmington, Delaware. I tried to pull non-public movement data, and it came up empty. For me, this means that the arrival was processed under a diplomatic and dignitary category.
I can't get it. Like, I feel like I'm going to watch this fucking 1,000 times, dude. This is so good.
Which would not show up in the usual places.
This is like... This is like what it is that Destiny and Lauren Southern and Brittany Venti pulled off on Rollo Tomasi times 1,000. Because Rollo Tomasi had reason to somewhat trust these people, yet just did nothing to vet like any of the credentials of that person, right? Candace had no reason to trust this person, but then also is way bigger than Rollo Tomasi and said that she vetted it through multiple FBI sources. Like, what the fuck? This is the Rollo Tomasi thing times 1,000, bro.
In and of itself wouldn't be odd if we were talking about Andrews or Dulles airports. It's odd at Wilmington. You can't verify this next piece directly, but I can independently. I can confirm that blank uses vehicles which often leave and enter that airport when they do covert handoffs. Now, I have no affiliation with SUBTT, nor am I an operator anywhere near Egypt or its planes, but I do know that only federal vehicles are allowed access to private gates housing government planes. Because of this, I can guarantee you that the vehicles affiliated with this workspace arrived and left inside the same window as SUBTT. Government vehicles either pick up, monitor, or escort every government plane that lands there. So that's the standard. It's every single one. Feds don't just leave foreign government planes unwatched. It's a government plane, not a ghost plane. Someone has to come out, and we all know they're not going to just call an Uber. Given that I know most of the locations that these vehicles visit, I am entirely confident in stating that the plane and those vehicles are connected to 920 North King Street, which is at a place that is marketed also.
Oh my God, this is the email where she's saying her attorney's address. This is the troll thing.
That's hilarious.
The 920 North King Street is her attorney's address.
as 1 Rodney Square.
Yeah. That's her attorney's. That is her attorney's address. Yeah.
Oh no.
Everyone was talking about this.
Oh no.
Do you still think that this was vetted properly?
Oh, she vetted it, Adam. What do you mean?
Nearly every federal vehicle that visits the airport will pass through King Street at least once, because that is where the majority of the vehicles are ultimately stationed. We do this because it is discreet. The reason people don't know about this is because assets can be transferred to cars without diplomatic plates. You can't just do transfers with diplomatic plates out in the open, or it would immediately tie assets to government. That's why the fleet is either federal, unmarked, or local. So when I say government vehicles, what I'm really saying is they most likely immediately swapped the plates for local, but they still had federal clearance. I'm going to skip this because I think this could be... The whole idea is they get in, they have a meeting.
I'm going to skip this because I think this could be... And then starts reading. I don't know. It's... that right there is one of two things, okay? That is one of two things. Either that is her being so fucking irresponsible to where she says she vetted this, vetted this through multiple sources, studied this heavily, is, triple, quadruple checked it. Like, she literally says all this. She goes into a long spiel about how sure she is that this is 100% legit. So, like, she does the whole song and dance, right? But then gets to a part where she's not sure if she's going to read it on the show. What the fuck? Okay. But then once she starts to think that maybe this is a thing that she shouldn't read. What's up, Ozzy Welder? How's it going, homie? Once she starts to think it's something she shouldn't read, she then continues to read it anyways. Okay. So that seems insanely irresponsible, like that you didn't actually check this and make sure that you could read this, and now in the middle of the show you're wondering if you should or shouldn't read it, and then you do read it anyways. Weird. Insanely irresponsible. Or two, this is something she just does to try to make it sound like, fuck it, I'm putting it all out there. It's just like a ploy. It's just a little trick she's using to try to make it sound like she's giving you the fucking deets today, dude. She's giving you the dirty deets. You're getting it all right? She's not holding back. She's giving it all to you. Like, it's got to be one of those two things. I don't know which one it is if she's just insanely stupid and irresponsible, or if she's that slick and that good of a liar. I don't know.
Get out. The plates are then changed back, and they go back to a designated area. However, sometimes it is decided that they need to have a meeting in a more convenient spot.
They're changing the plates. They don't have that thing that just flips the plate around. A little secret switch.
There's like a little button.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, dude, 007 had that in like the 70s. Come on.
Press the button, you got a government plate, and then you flips around, and then you got whatever plate you want.
Oh, okay.
That's not in a car. That is what I am telling you happened with SUBTT. It obviously would be impossible for me to show you the evidence of these activities, because I obviously can't do that. I obviously can't pull dash cam or cameras. But I am telling you that this is known among insiders, and if you want confirmation, you can ask Intel insiders of yours, and they will confirm that is exactly what happened. You may ask why this happened in the first place, and I'll give you my best information, and here's where it gets big. In June of 1997, the Department of Justice's own directory lists, quote, Wilmington Residence Office, 1 Rodney Square, Suite 404, 920 King Street, Wilmington, Delaware, 19801. That is your line to know that it is a federal resident office that is at that exact address. You can open it yourself in this link and look for a page titled 675. Okay, we did that. We confirmed that. Wilmington Resident Office, Suite 404, 1 Rodney Square. And so we can confirm this is, like he says, or she says, the Department of Justice's own directory list. Okay.
This would be like, even if this was true, the fact that she would actually read the address live on stream, so insane, dude. That is fucking insane. Like, you have to be an insane fucking person to do this. You have to be a fucking insane person to actually read the address and the phone number everything is there. Everything. Resident office, Suite 404, 1 Rodney King Square, 920 King Street, Wilmington, Delaware, 19801. The phone number, 302-573-6184. Like, to actually put all of this out right there when you think this is some sort of that is fucking ridiculous, dude. To instead just like tell everybody, and that's like what a smart like person would do. She said she went to journalism school, right? She went to school to be a journalist, and if she had just done what normal journalists do, which is just tell you that there's these 2 addresses that they talk about here that do align on 2 different places without ever actually reading out the address out loud, we would not know. We would not know what a fucking hack she is. We would not have this massive dunk on her. But because she is such a fucking loser, she actually just put the whole thing out. And now we have it. Thank you. Thank you for putting it out to where now we have it and we know you're a fucking hack. I like part of me, is always kind of like on the fence of like, I don't know, like she could be this dumb. She could be this fucking stupid. She could actually believe a lot of this shit. But the problem is that when you tell us you vetted it through multiple sources, numerous times throughout this, you make a very big deal about the fact that you vetted this hardcore. We now know you're fucking lying. Every time you say that, you are fucking lying. You are a lying fucking piece of shit. And we know you're not just delusional. You're not schizo. You're not just believing in insane shit because you're insane. You are making up the insane shit. We now know. It is verified now.
So wait, and this is is this okay? Is this actually Candace Owens? Like, is that, she said Suite 404? Is that her actual lawyer's office, or is it just like they happen to share an office with some kind of federal agency? And it's just a big coincidence.
I'm not sure about the link. I don't know if the link is fake or what. Everyone was saying this is her attorney's address, and
That's hilarious.
They had the address on paperwork from.
Yes, no, it is the actual attorney's address. It is the suite. It is the room number. It is the actual attorney's address. It is.
Lawsuits and whatnot.
Yeah, you would. Yeah. That's amazing.
Today, if you punch that address into public directories, you will find the DEA, Drug Enforcement Agency, at 920 North King Street. And at the same address, the United States Secret Service, 920 North King Street, Wilmington, Delaware, 19801.
Pop one of those addresses in. 920 North King Street, Wilmington, Delaware.
North King Street, Wilmington, Delaware, 19801 is the law office of her attorneys.
So it's not the DEA.
Well, I'm trying to figure, I don't know if there's other things there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would assume if she, like, whatever lawyer she got, I would be very surprised to find out that they just have a suite in a building. If she is raking in the fucking cash. If she's going and getting a lawyer that just has an office in a building, that would blow me away. Like, it's hard for me to believe that they just have a suite in a building and that they don't own the whole fucking building. Like, that they're not operating the whole fucking building.
Her lawyers are in that building. They are 100% in that building. So it's a hell of a coincidence.
Yeah, she's being trolled. People are trolling the shit out of her.
Right. It's like,
when did this video come out? This is recent?
A couple days ago.
Okay, so she hasn't come back on since this clusterfuck of a video.
She has not come out to give some bullshit explanation about why she read her own lawyer.
She never explained this. She never addressed it, as far as I know. She never addressed it. She never explained it. She did come back out and keep talking. She just never Never said anything.
Lawyer's address on air and claimed it was some sort of proof that
But
Egypt
she
was
totally
doing something.
vetted this. Oh, wait. Did she come out with the assassination tweet after this? Is that her just...
Oh,
just people would say actually vet. Is that her attorney?
I can't on the thing, but
Still shows Wilmington, Delaware. That means the suites that the Department of Justice owned in the 90s.
The last time I had like the original video of this, whoever put it out, where they actually like show the papers and everything. So I don't know where that one is, but
these never actually went away. This eventually evolved into a multi-agency space in a commercial building. The building looks like if you decided to cut the 33 Thomas Street building in half. Seriously, if you Google image 33 Thomas Street in New York City, that's the building that Snowden leaked.
So this is the building, okay? This is the building. They said it looks the same. It looks like the same thing, just if you cut it in half. So it looks the same thing. This is like very like modern architecture, like very, very fancy. You can see like all the ridges and lines in it. It's got big indentions in the middle. It's got like this is drastically like this is a very like modern architecture sort of building. That's, you know, it looks like it's kind of what you would imagine if you think of like a CIA building or something like that. That's what it looks like.
You find one that makes it look brown and then compare it to 920 North King Street in Wilmington. It looks exactly like a mini version of the thing.
This is the 920. This is it. That they look the same to her. They look the same, guys. They look the same. This is just the most plain Jane fucking office building you've ever seen in your life. This is the most plain Jane office building you've ever seen in your fucking life. Just square as fuck, just brown as fuck, just like it is the plainest fucking building ever. And somehow this is the same. It's pretty much the same thing. It's like if you cut the other one in half, bro. It's like they're like replicas.
Oh my God, they look nothing like one another.
It's an evil building, Adam. You don't understand. Her own lawyers work out of an evil-looking building.
This is an amazing troll because she pulled up both those buildings and they look nothing like one another.
That's so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous that she actually went and got like a second picture of the CIA building, right? She went and got a second picture of it just to like show like this. I did verify this is the fucking building and this is the one that Snowden leaked and now we know about this. And so I like, this is it. Like I looked it up. See, here's my Google Maps thing and it aligns with this. Like she even like, it's not like she just brushed over this and just didn't notice that the buildings were nothing alike. She actually went and looked up the fucking building.
Both those buildings and they look nothing like one another. Are you looking at the buildings here?
Yes, I know.
One is like tall and gray and the other is short and brown.
Well, and supposedly it's so funny. It's like apparently this law firm, it's like the biggest law firm in Delaware too. That's what the Google box says. So
did she just hire the attorney on the internet or is it like a family friend attorney?
And here's the case.
Even if, because she said she was reading this, that some sort of like
King Street is also the FBI.
Okay, sorry, I didn't want to play them going over it. I was hoping I'd find the actual video. So this is it here. Okay.
Suite 404, 920 King Street, Wilmington, Delaware, 19801. That is your line to know that it is a federal resident office, 920 North King Street. And at the same address, the United States Secret Service, 920 North King Street, Wilmington, Delaware, 19801. It's the building that Snowden leaked. Find one that makes it look brown and then compare it to 920 North King Street in Wilmington. It looks exactly like a mini version of the thing. Back to 920 North King Street, 920 North King Street. That 920 North King Street is also the FBI. Federal SUVs move from that airport to 920 North King Street. 920 North King Street has been a federal residence office since at least 1997, and today it houses the DEA, the FBI, and the United States Secret Service, all at the same address. Wilmington is undeniably a terminal point, and the only logical reason points to 920 North King Street. I read this, checked it, verified it.
She read this, she checked it, she verified it. The Macron's lawsuit against Candace Owens. Certificate of service. Counsel for defendants. 920 North King Street, Wilmington, Delaware, 19801. 1 Rodney Square.
One Rodney Square, 920 King Street, Wilmington, Delaware, 19801. I am passing this to you because you are honest enough to see this for what it is. So, well, like I said, someone emailed us and we took our time vetting this tip. We vetted it.
We took our time vetting this tip.
Well, like I said, someone emailed us and we took our time vetting this tip. We vetted it across multiple government agencies and to really the highest levels of government. So this is legit. I've printed.
She vetted it through the highest levels of government numerous times. They took their time, guys.
It out, and I'm going to read around some parts, removing some parts to provide this individual, who, by the way, I have no idea who this is, but to give him and her even some more coverage. They're taking a tremendous risk, so I'm just going to read this to you guys. Candace, I'm aware that you suspect that the government and other entities are involved in the events leading up to and on September 10th. You might have been wondering why SUBTT made so many visits to Wilmington, Delaware, out of all places, and I can personally answer that. The information I am giving you will implicate the FBI and various other government agencies, all that the plane and those vehicles are highly confident in stating that the plane and those vehicles are connected to
the Qatari plane. Yes. So this is like it was just a massive fucking troll, dude. It was just a massive troll. Just to fuck with her, just to prove. I don't know who did it. I don't know who did it. I wonder if it ever came out. Like, who trolled Candace Owens into reading her own lawyer's address? On November 2025, Candace Owens was trolled into reading the address of her own lawyer and her show, lawyer on her show by an anonymous tipster. The context, Owens was discussing conspiracy theories regarding an Egyptian plane linked to the death of Charlie Kirk. The tip, an anonymous emailer claimed that the government entities involved in the case were linked to an address in Wilmington, Delaware, 1 Rodney King Square, 920. Reveal, Owens read the address on air as evidence of the government involvement, only for viewers to quickly point out that it is the business address for her own legal representation, the law firm Richards, Layton, and Finger. Owens' explanation, she later claimed the address appeared because the law firm of Bridget McCrone, who had previously sued her, filed their case in Delaware, necessitating her own attorney to work with a local Delaware firm at that location. So is she holding that this was all true and that she was somehow psyoped into getting this law firm by the Macrones? Or what? What the fuck? She was on a sleuthing mission when Owens appeared to have been pranked by a bogus tip. Tipster. Owens read this part. Candace appeared to have been pranked on air by a tip in yesterday's episode. Candace then read out the email from an Egyptian Delaware tip, directing quote. Indeed, the law firm of Richards, they're representing. Meanwhile, Owens has doubled down on her theory despite the address matching her attorney's office. On X, she wrote, looks like another round of desperate and fake debunking regarding the Egyptian planes. These federally sponsored trends are as fun as they are predictable now. All I can tell you guys with absolute certainty. What the fuck, dude? Damn, dude. Damn, bruh. Is it gone? Is the tweet gone? Where? It's just not loading. Owens added, and I can tell you guys with absolute certainty that today. Wait, hold on. Okay, yeah. And I can tell you guys with absolute certainty that today I learned the federal government is in a panic about the mention of their joint DHS, FBI, and DEA office at 920 North King. The tip proved absolutely solid, and I was informed. So it is now a fact that a foreign dignitary was picked up after arriving from Provo the morning of Charlie's assassination on the Egyptian plane and then transferred to 920 King for joint operations. She seemed to admit that there was a law firm there, since Owens noted, and yes, despite the massive office space, there is nothing else in that building except a law firm and a place to eat. The law firm piece is an interesting side fact related to portions of the email that I chose not to read on air. What? However, it remains unclear why she didn't mention that they are her own lawyers. Owens concluded the message saying, yet stay tuned. What the fuck, dude? And yes, despite the massive office space, there is nothing else in that building except a law firm and a place to eat. A law firm, just a law firm. The law firm piece is an interesting side fact related to portions of the email that I chose not to read on air. Okay. Got it. Candace is not suicidal. Again, if you guys weren't here yesterday when we went over her meeting with Erica Kirk, the day before, right when she had the meeting with Erica Kirk, she immediately put out a video on Twitter, and she started the video off by saying, guys, just wanted to let you know I am alive. I went and had the meeting with Erica Kirk today, and I am still alive. What? What did you think? Did people think they were going to kill it? What? This fucking bitch did.
That the public no longer trusts the media because you're acting us to be stupid. And we don't want to do that. We actually don't want to pretend that we're clinical idiots who can't assess things and go, oh, there could be a massive motive here to have Charlie dead, especially when it seems very strange that Bibi Netanyahu, when nobody even had a clue of what happened, this guy's doing the rounds on Fox News and saying, I didn't kill Charlie Kirk. That's kind of weird. Did you feel compelled to jump on to Piers Morgan's show and say, just so everybody knows, I didn't kill Charlie Kirk? Why would he say that?
So
Why was he so involved that somebody who's fighting a 97,000 front war?
Candace, I want to get to the reality of what you're actually saying. So when you
she's acting like he pulled an AJW and just randomly came out defending himself on something that nobody said, but she did say this shit. She did. She accused Israel of killing Charlie Kirk. So I don't know.
Say that somebody at Turning Point USA, Charlie's company, was complicit in his murder. Who? Who was?
I believe that there were multiple people at Turning Point who are, as I have said many times, my exact words are, they are engaged in a cover-up of what happened to Charlie on that day.
No, but who was involved in his murder?
I didn't say that they murdered Charlie.
You said that people at Turning Point were complicit in his murder.
No, my exact sentence that I said was that there were people at Turning Point who are engaged in a cover-up.
No, you didn't.
I believe that thoroughly.
Candace, you didn't say that. You said literally.
I did say that on my entire
You said
show.
there were people at Turning Point complicit in his murder.
Okay.
That's what you said.
When you and I were discussing, that's why I said, let's go back. I was applying the logic of a conspiracy to JFK. I said, okay, JFK, you have people that are complicit. Of course, if you apply that logic, if there is a conspiracy, there's going to be multiple people that are going to be complicit by the time, in order for a large stage murder to happen.
You specifically said.
So this is insane. Like what she's claiming a little bit ago, where she said, like, you know, all of the shit that she said. She's now saying, I was just explaining what a conspiracy is because it would just mean that multiple people are involved. That's what a conspiracy is. That's her claim now. Is that when she said this just a minute ago on this show, in this interview, that she was just explaining what a conspiracy is. And that she was just explaining that part of the definition of a conspiracy is that multiple people are involved. That's her. That's what she's doing right now.
You didn't say complicit in a cover-up. You said complicit in the murder. Because I said who at Turning Point was involved in his murder. And
let
you
me clarify for you. Okay, you can keep saying what I said or you can listen to what I am saying. Okay. When I was using the analogy of JFK and we were connecting it, I was basically pushing back on you because you were suggesting that, you know, all of these people being involved would be crazy. So I was applying the analogy of what happened to JFK. Well, you actually, if you go back and listen,
I don't know.
Suggesting that a conspiracy.
I said you don't know either. You're floating theories.
When we started talking about the JFK thing,
listen, let me make it clear.
Piers, I really think you're not holding on to your thoughts
Candace,
here correctly.
let me spell out my thought very clearly.
When we started talking about JFK, the implication that you were making was that it was crazy to suggest that
Yeah, Piers, you're the one who's really just not, you're not keeping up, bro. You're just not keeping up with what's going on here. You gotta slow down. You gotta slow down, old timer.
Multiple people explain my thought to you. Levels.
Candace,
you don't even think Hitler was cool, bro. Okay? You're so fucking old, you don't even think Hitler was cool, dude. Chill.
Connecting the dots and saying that in order for the JFK assassination to happen, there had to have been tons of people that were complicit,
I understand.
right?
I heard what you said.
Maybe you're the person who takes the cameras down. Maybe you're the person that told him to drive that day. Maybe you're LBJ. So they're not all complicit in the murder, but they're all at different varying stages involved in the cover-up. Right? So that's what a grand conspiracy actually is. And I do believe, so you don't have to go back and we don't have to go through it. I'm telling you what I think about Turning Point. You know, I am very known for being honest about what I believe. You know, I'm not exactly a person that you got to pull teeth on.
Sure.
I believe that there are people at Turning Point who are engaged in covering up what happened on that day.
But were any of them engaged in the planning of the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I wouldn't know how it was planned. Absolutely, I can't make that. I cannot confidently make that statement. I can say confidently that I know they're engaged in the cover-up because I've been investigating what happened on that day and what transpired thereafter. I've been clear. I've named those people on my show. I've said they are engaged in a cover-up, and I've listed the lies. So you don't have to try to make something out of what I didn't say. I tell you what I think. It's already controversial. We don't need to get more controversial, okay? Do I think someone at Turning Point pulled the trigger? No. Obviously, I don't think someone at Turning Point pulled the trigger. We don't even know who did pull the trigger. So how can I say that they're...
Did anybody at Turning Point, in your opinion, know that Charlie Kirk was going to be murdered?
There is specifically 2 people at Turning Point USA, and I have communicated that information to Erica and Justin Strife, that I would not be surprised if they had foreknowledge of Charlie Kirk being assassinated.
But do you have any evidence?
I'm not going to name. I am not going to name those people, okay? Because it's not right for me to name those people until I know for a fact that they did.
Did you give the names to?
Yeah, she's got to be responsible here. You're trying to get her to be irresponsible, bro, and just make claims that she doesn't have evidence for. That's not what Candace does. She doesn't do that sort of, bro. Come on. Come on.
Did you give the names to Erica?
Yes. So I absolutely did.
You gave the names to Erica of 2 employees, current employees at Turning Point, who you believe were involved in the preparation for the murder of Charlie Kirk. Is that what you're saying?
I told them that if I were in your shoes, these would be 2 employees that I would look further into.
And what evidence do you have that they had any prior knowledge of the murder?
because I don't have concrete evidence is the reason why I'm not naming them. So I've been
So you've got no
responsible.
evidence,
I'm not saying,
but you're telling the widow that these two people may have been involved in the murder. But you see the problem.
Well, what the evidence for it is people that there is not concrete evidence. It's like you're trying to get me to say something that I never said and then asking me to defend it.
No, I'm asking what evidence
Let's
you've
actually
got.
go to. You're asking me privately. Did I communicate to them that I think you should look further? That's called an investigation, Piers. Okay. So what you're doing is a strategy of like if somebody dies, you're saying, please, you can't.
This is not a hard question, dude. Like, if somebody dies and I just randomly start saying you should look into these people, I wouldn't be surprised if they had something to do with it. I would need like evidence for that. I would need a reason to say that. I can't just say afterwards, like, that's just how investigations work. You look into things, dude. Like, yeah, but you look into things that are relevant, not just whatever, like not just any random shit that has nothing to do with the fucking case.
Any questions about anybody unless you have concrete evidence. We're at the stage of investigation.
I'm not saying
yes,
that.
you can. And let me give people in the public the permission to do this. Follow your instinct. If you feel something is off, keep asking questions until you get concrete evidence. And when you have concrete evidence, you should name those people. I don't have the concrete evidence.
You have named other people.
I find their inconsistencies.
Okay. But you have named other people.
Piers, you can't ask me questions. You can't ask me questions. Let me finish it. I have communicated to them that their inconsistencies make me uncomfortable. I have communicated to them that somebody else who is a third party gave me some information that I am not yet comfortable as I am vetting it.
Okay, all right. So we already know some of the people that she's talking about. When she says some of their inconsistencies make me uncomfortable, we already know that fucking weirdo with the bald head, like he's looks like a fucking serial killer with a bald head, glasses like that. That she was talking about the fact that like he made claims about, you know, who was on the phone at what time, and that she's already debunked their narrative about what happened, and that they said later that like they're not 100% sure about what happened because in the moment everything was so blurry and chaotic, but when shit like this happens, nothing is ever blurry and chaotic because you have adrenaline flowing and it makes you hyper focused and you're able to see everything super clearly. So now you remember everything perfectly afterwards. And you guys remember us going over this yesterday, right? Like that is who she's talking about. She's talking about the guy who was on the phone and the guy who told the story. Those two people are the ones that she's talking about, right?
Giving it to the public because that's the responsible thing to do. These are private citizens. And that if I were in their shoes and had more access to information, I would go down that route, okay? Unless I am fully confident that they actually did have something.
Okay, yeah. You say if you were in their shoes and had access to more information, but you told us that they don't have access to more information because your dumbass has no idea how the fuck an investigation works. You think that for some reason the FBI is just over there hanging out with the fucking family, giving them all of the information from their investigations. You think they're just, the FBI is just, you know, Kash Patel is just calling up the Kirk family, just like, hey, just wanted to give you guys all the deets on the fucking investigation right now. Because you have no idea how investigations work. You have no idea that they don't just call the families and just give them all of this information. And she was just so surprised to find out that Charlie Kirk's wife didn't have access to more information. Like, what? You only have the information that the rest of us have? You only have the info that the public has access to? What? Wow, that's crazy.
Something to do, like here is the smoking gun. I'm not going to name those people, but the people I have named thus far are people that I believe are engaged in a cover-up. Like I said, hold me accountable for what I have said.
Let's talk about one of those people. Let's talk about one of those people because the Turning Point producer, Blake Neff, wrote this in early December. Ever since Charlie's murder, Candace Owens has leveled a flood of allegations against people at Turning Point USA, people at Turning Point Action, and people who work for the show. She has made them against some of Charlie's closest friends and against some of his most dedicated employees. She suggested that Michael McCoy, Charlie's chief of staff, knew Charlie would be murdered, was happy that he died, and stayed silent because he was told he would be the next Charlie. Now, Let's move then to, you said in your podcast that new information was given to you in your meeting with Erica Kirk about Mikey McCoy that's now satisfied you. On a video on the 27th of October, you devoted the whole episode to this guy and his supposedly strange behavior.
I never said I have information that satisfied me about Mikey McCoy.
Well, okay, well, I was going to clarify.
Quote.
Okay, well, you can clarify that in a moment. But let's hear what you said about Mikey McCoy before the meeting.
So we decided to slow this clip down, and we're going to watch this clip slow down so you can see that it is exactly 834 milliseconds from the time that you hear the shots. That is how long it takes for Mikey McCoy to put the phone to his ear. Now, why is that precise timing so important? Because there's no dialing. Mikey didn't.
I thought she was going to say it was like 9.11 seconds. Wow. Could have been 9/11.
Didn't have time to dial. Okay, you can't dial and put your phone to an ear in 0.834 seconds.
Now, what was the new information that you got in your meeting with Erica about Mikey McCoy?
So I'm sorry, your gotcha is not going too well, but I never then said, I am now satisfied that Mikey put the phone to his ear. What I presented to the public, it was
No,
what
I
Erica
didn't say
gave to
that.
me.
Sorry, just to clarify.
Yeah,
No.
Yeah, well, you did say
No,
you
inferred
have information
on your
that's satisfied.
podcast. Well, let me give you the chance to clarify. It's a very familiar story when it comes to debt. The banks win, you pay. Fees and phone calls pile up every month unless you fight back. PDS debt.
If that's what they're getting at.
Which had changed with Erica is. You inferred on your podcast after the meeting with Erica that you'd received new information about Mikey McCoy, which had changed your mind. Would that be the best way to categorize it, or changed some of your mind?
No, I never said that. I just presented it. Well, the only thing that I clarified on my podcast, if that's what they're getting wrong, is that some people thought that he was using a nickname that was his middle name, and actually his real name is Michael, like first name Michael, because I was like trying to find something, and I was like, oh, maybe he's actually using his middle name. So that's what I clarified on my podcast.
And you were given call logs, is that right?
I presented.
You were shown call logs? You were shown call logs?
They gave me a printout of Mikey's call logs, and I gave it to the public. That's it. I mean, they're saying this, and then the public obviously comes back and says,
So do you believe Mikey McCoy had any prior knowledge of Charlie's murder?
I can't say that he had prior knowledge of the murder unless I have something concrete. I can't say anything about prior knowledge. What I can say is what happened on that day. Mikey's behavior is weird on that day. I find it weird, like I said in the podcast.
Okay, so yeah, so this is, I told you guys when she said there's a couple of people, I'm not going to name them. Piers thankfully did name them. Piers thankfully knew who she was talking about as well and brought them up. So yes, Mikey was the guy who was on the phone that she's talking about.
Yesterday that what has been communicated to the public is like he called Erica instantly. First thing he did was call Erica instantly. And that's actually the call logs show that he didn't call Erica instantly.
But what are you suggesting about this guy?
He called his wife instantly, and then he had 3 ways.
No, when you got a massive platform,
and then showing his call logs showed that Blake Neff actually didn't tell the truth about what happened on that day.
But here's the problem, Candace. You have a massive platform, as you know. Millions and millions of people hang on your every word. When you devote a large part of an entire episode to the strange behavior of Charlie Kirk's chief of staff, you are putting a target on the guy's back. You're inferring he has something to do with this, or something to do with some cover-up, or whatever it is you're inferring. You know what you're doing when you do that. When you saw Erica Kirk, did you say to her that you believe there's something suspicious?
She's implying. He is inferring.
Suspicious about Michael McCoy. Was she able to explain to you why there isn't? Or does she share your view that he is somehow complicit in this in some way?
If he had gone to master linguistics school instead of gay journalism school, he would have known that.
Well, we actually dedicated more time to speaking about his father, who I think it's strange to me that man calls himself a pastor. I communicated fully that everything about that man makes my skin crawl. I think he's a bad person. I think he's involved with bad people. And this is obviously, Mikey's a son. And, you know, I asked a bit about Rob McCoy and Mikey McCoy's relationship. I would just like to be clear. I am not going to be emotionally conditioned to believe that asking questions when we aren't getting any answers is the crime itself. The crime was when Charlie got shot in the neck. So,
you've already said, you've already said though. You told
the easiest way to remove,
the
easiest way, let me finish. You can't ask me questions, not let me finish.
You're contradicting what you just said to me.
You have to.
You said to me earlier,
what did I contradict?
You said you gave 2 names of people in the Turning Point organization that you believe are complicit in some way. You gave those names, but you wouldn't name them because it wouldn't be right to do that. But you did.
Okay, she did say that she wouldn't be surprised if they were. she said she told Erica that she wouldn't be surprised if they were involved somehow. That's what she said, and that Erica should look in.
Did name this guy, Mikey McCoy, who was the chief of staff.
Because
Why?
his actions are strange. You're two different things. Really, Piers, I think you're having trouble holding on to two buckets of thought here, okay? You said, in regards to someone that was complicit in murder, that is a very serious allegation. I gave them names of people that would not surprise me if they did have foreknowledge of Charlie Kirk's murder. You are now shifting gears and you're asking me about Mikey McCoy and why I am raising red flags about his behavior on that day. Because I believe his behavior on that day was weird. I think it's painfully obvious.
So
that
do you believe he's been
I don't know people that don't duck when a shot
was
comes
he
down.
complicit?
So I'm pointing. I'm sorry that I have eyes, and I am
Sorry, I
agreeing
have
with the
eyes.
public that Mikey McCoy.
Sorry, I have eyes, and I agree with the public, even though I'm the one who came out with this and started pointing fingers at him first, and then got the public to start saying the same thing. I agree with them. Sorry, I have eyes. Sorry for having eyes, Piers. Can't believe you're upset with a black woman for having eyes.
McCoy's behavior was weird on that day. Okay, these are two different things. Now, if I'm going to make the an assertion that somebody had something to do with planning this murder, I better be damn sure. And I need, if I say that on my podcast, right? That's all I'm saying. I had never made that claim that Mikey McCoy planned Charlie Kirk's assassination.
No, I think like a lot of the claims you're making, it's difficult to work out what you're actually claiming. You're throwing a lot of mud in the air, including people's names, which immediately then has millions of people chasing after these guys on social media and thinking...
I'm sorry they get caught lying. Like, I'm sorry, what is this? This is like the public is actually being abused.
So again, this is again what she's doing. Earlier, I told you that like she came out of the meeting with Erica Kirk and she kept saying, you know, thankfully they owned up to the lies immediately. But really, all they did was just explain why they weren't lies and that they were just like people getting things wrong. But instead, she's like, she keeps saying they owned up to the lies. Now again, she's saying that they keep lying when one person just like gave his recollection of what happened that day and then said, you know, but I'm not like, I could be wrong. Like I'm giving my best recollection of it. I'm not positive, but you know, I think X, Y, and Z. And then she says, no, you never forget what happens in a time like that. Your adrenaline is rushing. You can remember everything that happens. So that, like, her whole thought process is he couldn't get something wrong about this. About small details of like who called who, which are just such like small, irrelevant fucking parts of the story that she's just making such a big deal about. Like who called who at what time. Wow.
Okay, let's stop pretending that the victim
are they, or do you just
Rob
want them to think
McCoy.
they are?
No, the public is being abused because you're basically saying, stop noticing that people at Turning Point USA are lying.
No,
How dare Candace and the public know?
Yeah, stop noticing. Why are you getting mad at her for being a noticer, Piers? What the fuck?
Yes, you are.
No?
How dare Candace?
But when there's an
doing?
emphatic repudiation of what you're saying.
If Mikey lies and Rob McCoy lies and Blake Neff lies, and yes, all of these people have lied on record.
Bring up Piers. Bring up the fucking lawyer. Bring up the fucking law firm. Bring it up. Bring it up. Bring up the fucking law firm to the noticer. Bring up the law firm to the one who notices things. Let's see if she noticed anything odd with that address that she read online. Let's see what all she's noticed in that one.
After the assassination. And the public goes, hey, that's kind of a weird lie. You're like, how dare you put a target on their back by noticing that they're lying? I mean, what weird psychological operation is this?
Do you believe?
Lie.
Okay, but do you believe Erica Kirk has been lying about it?
No, I have been explicit on my show when people were saying, why aren't you attacking Erica Kirk? I said, because Erica Kirk has not lied. If to the extent that she lies, I will call it out. And that is why I did call out when she lied, okay? When she said Charlie Kirk never received any text messages the night before saying that he was worried about that he was going to get murdered tomorrow. I instantly said, well, here we have it. That's a lie. He definitively did send out text messages to both Dan Flood and Andrew Colbert. And when we met in person, she clarified that, okay, yes, that's real. And we didn't know until you said it because he was using a different app and she was checking his iMessages. So to me, if you lie...
That's not a lie! That's not a lie! That's not a lie! What is wrong with her? That's not a lie. That's an explanation for why she got it wrong. That's not a lie. Holy shit. Why isn't Piers pushing her on calling all of this stuff lies? Holy crap. She's like, she is, when he keeps talking about like what she's implying and what she's not just implying things. She's literally calling them liars. She has said that they lied over and over and over. This is not just an implication. She is literally saying they knowingly lied. Like they knowingly misinformed people, trying to mislead them. And he's just like kind of letting go. This is like the 4th time that she's used the word lie in place of they got something wrong. And he just keeps letting it go. Fuck.
You're going to make an enemy of me. Just don't lie. How about that basic requirement to say to people, don't lie about what happened on that day. Don't lie about what you did on that day, because that's the first.
Did you lie about the tip that you got about the Qatarian planes, you know, at the law firm? Maybe
clue to investigators that person should be looked at further.
All
Again,
right.
this is common sense.
Okay, let's move to something else Blake Neff said. He said Candace has made other stranger allegations involving French paratroopers in maroon shirts, Egyptian Air Force planes flying out of Provo, Utah, and potential underground assassins traveling through unseen tunnels. At one point in early November, she started wildly throwing suspicion on members of Utah Valley's soccer team for wearing hoodies. I could go on. There's always something new coming up. None of it ever pans out because from the start, there's been nothing there. What do you say to that?
He's lying, and that's the reason why Blake Neff is a suspicious character. I mean, him saying that I pointed to a soccer UVU person is complete fiction. I never had discussed that person on my show. Somebody was asking for a clearer photo of the person on X, and I shared it. No suspicion. Never said this person had anything to do with anything. I never covered him as a suspect on my show of anything at all. Didn't ask for more information on this person. That kid instantly responded and said, oh, those are our school colors, and that was it. And Turning Point tried to turn it into a thing. Why are you doing that? Regarding the Egyptian planes, that's a fact. Why are you saying she said that there was a military Egyptian plane on the ground that day? There was. In fact, there were 2. So why are you pretending that that's like a weird thing to notice? And that is why people have been flagged about these planes. To his
let me ask you about the planes.
I'm never allowed to answer a single question that you say in entirety before you move on to the next question.
You can't just keep talking ad infinitum. I'm allowed to ask you another question.
No, it's called answering. You just read an entire statement of multiple points of Blake's. I got to the second point, and you're like, let me ask you a question.
No, I want to ask you. No,
Piers, you already asked me a question. I'm trying to answer the question that you asked.
No, I want to ask you a follow-up specifically about the Egyptian planes, given you've now addressed it, which is, where is the evidence that any of these Egyptian planes were tracking Erica Kirk?
I am going to be publishing the full document because there's not even just 2 planes. There's actually 4 planes that have been flying in, and I should be more thorough because I realized that the spreadsheet I posted people. Not that
we got more planes now, guys. We're adding more planes. The more planes there are, the more serious it is. The more planes, the more obvious it is that this had something to do with Charlie Kirk. So we're adding planes now. Okay, this is getting big. The Qatarian planes, guys. Whoop.
Can I just please, without you cutting me off, answer one thing? Okay, thank you. These Egyptian planes, more broadly speaking, now that we have gone deeper onto the planes, recognizing that the reaction to them is not normal, what we can say is that these Egyptian planes are tied to Israel. They've been flying in and out of Israel.
The reaction to them is not normal. What? What does that mean?
More broadly speaking, now that we have gone deeper onto the planes, recognizing that the reaction to them is not normal,
what did that mean? What the fuck does that mean? More broadly onto the plane's reaction that is not normal. Whose reaction to the planes was not normal? Was it the plane's reaction that wasn't normal? What is she talking about?
We can say is that the Egyptian planes are tied to Israel. They've been flying in and out of Israel with their transponder off for years. But regarding the Turning Point USA picture, more broadly speaking, Turning Point USA faith, okay? Obviously, Erica has been involved in a lot of the church stuff. It's not specifically tracking just Erica.
Speaking of, I don't know if you guys saw, but there was a commercial plane I think yesterday, that almost apparently, according to the pilot, almost hit a some sort of I forget what it was. It was some sort of military plane that was flying with all of its like transponders off, and they almost hit it off the coast of Venezuela. U.S. military planes just flying with their transponders off the coast of Venezuela, and the radio communications were released with with you listening to the pilot talking about the fact that they almost hit him, which they say they almost hit him. He says that they were about 2 miles off from hitting him. I don't know if that's like really close or really far or what. I would imagine at the speed that planes are going, that's probably not as large of a gap as it sounds like, but I don't know how small of a gap that sounds either, so I'm not sure.
It's Turning Point faith events. Broadly speaking, I gave that information as well. I told Justin Strife and Erica, I'm happy to give you this like color-coded spreadsheet. There's no question there's a correlation here between Turning Point USA faith in particular, which by the way, from the beginning of this, I've said something is wrong with this faith contingent, especially because Rob McCoy for a while was heading up that department, and he makes my skin crawl. And so, yeah, I have the evidence for that, and we're going to actually publish it on our website.
Right,
so there can be no
okay.
question, which I should have done from the very beginning.
But let me ask you.
Showing that these planes were tracking Charlie at various times there where Erica is, various times there where Rob McCoy is, but the consistent thread here is faith events, like Kingdom to the Capitol tour.
Assuming you're right, and I don't know, but I know Erica Kirk, when asked about this, said on CBS, if you want to go through my flight log, go right ahead. It's very boring. You, Candace, say I was here on this date. I have a photo on my phone to prove I was actually in hospital having contractions. So that's one thing she's directly repudiated. But let's assume for a moment you're right, and that all these Egyptian planes were flying around tracking.
So, no, she wasn't wrong. Candace was not wrong about that. She lied. Candace lied about that. Do not say she was wrong. That is not how this works. If she is like, it's really fucking obnoxious that he's not like picking up on this game that she's playing and just using it right back on her and just being like, oh, okay, well, you got that wrong, so that means that you lied. Will you admit to lying, please? Admit that you lied about this.
Charlie Kirk and Turning Point, Faith and Erica Kirk. Why? What is your theory?
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, what's your theory then? You must have an idea.
My theory is that we should investigate everything strange that happened on that day so we can figure out what happened.
But are you suggesting that
my theory is that we should just ask questions? Why are you getting mad at her for asking questions? Like, it's getting really suspicious that you're like so upset with people asking questions, like the people who want to know more, people who just have eyes and are just curious, like that. Those are the people that you're coming after. You're not going after Turning Point USA people. You're not asking them. You're not grilling them. You're going after the noticers.
Are you suggesting
why is everybody
Egypt?
Why are we pretending that we don't know why we ask questions? Like, why? Like, you're a journalist.
But you know
what this is. You're like, what's going on? What's going on? Why do you want to know why these planes were tracking Charlie? Well, my theory is that we are being sold absolute Fed slop. The media is doing their Operation Mockingbird Part 2 scenario by telling us, well, unless you absolutely have a conclusion, you can't even ask the question. Yes, we very well can. Keep asking consistent questions until we get a clarified explanation for what happened on that day. And right now, we have nothing, okay? And that is the reason why people are watching my show, because I'm the only one not treating them like they're absolute idiots who don't have two eyes, and who believe in magic bullet theory, and who understand that Egyptian planes should not have been tracking Charlie even 3 times this year would be an anomaly, okay? They've been tracking him. We don't know where it's going to end, but we are going to keep asking questions until we get clear answers.
Candace, it may be that the person in the media spewing bullshit to the public is you.
No, nice try. It's not. It's you by saying, why are you asking questions? Don't you worry about Mikey's feelings? Everyone knows what this is. And like I said, because we have the example, the concrete example of after JFK's assassination, the media members quite literally being put on the payroll of the CIA, we have a historical example that we can look at and go, we're not doing that again. Doesn't matter how many times you keep telling the public that I'm spewing bullshit. It is only because there has not
the concrete example of after JFK's assassination, the media members quite literally being put on the payroll of the CIA. We have a historical example.
This is like Chud Logic, like Quayman levels, or like Ryle Kittenhouse levels of connecting dots, where like that little thing is like proof to you of like, because they were on the payrolls, we know what they were on the payrolls for, and what it is that they were pushing, and what it is that they were paid to push, and what it is that they were like. It's literally just jumping to conclusions because we have this thing and we're suspicious of this thing. So we're just going to say that this is the proof of our suspicion. Boom. Done. Let's go. Fucking done. Boom. Wham, bam, thank you, ma'am.
That we can look at and go, we're not doing that again. Doesn't matter how many times you keep telling the public that I'm spewing bullshit. It is only because there has not been anything that has come out of this investigation that makes any sense, that the public is not listening to, I am sorry to say this, Piers, people like you. And what I love about you and I sitting down is that this exact same time last year, you were doing the same weird questioning and making all these things when I said that they were committing a Holocaust against the Gazans, and then you changed your mind.
Actually,
Piers,
this time,
I'll see you next year when you change your mind again, and we have more information about what happened, and you realize
Candace,
that the difference between me and you is that I have the courage to take the risks and ask the questions first, okay, before it's popular. You wait until it becomes popular, and then you change your mind.
You may remember that one of your courageous moves was to repeatedly tell the world that Brigitte Macron is a man. As you now know,
and she is.
As you now know, we had a $300,000 bet to charity about this because she's a woman.
Yes.
Is my view.
She's not a woman.
Well, we're going to find out, is the point, because it's going to court, they're suing you, and when she proves, as she will, that she's a woman, because it's very easy to prove, and you lose that case, then
so easy that she refuses to do it for years.
But then it will become more obvious to people that, look, I think you're a brilliant operator at what you do. That's, you know, I like you personally, you know that, right? None of this is personal for me about you at all. I just have watched him last year from Brigitte Macron now into the Charlie Kirk story. I think you've developed a modus operandi, which, to put it politely, is you flying what we would call in the world of journalism kites, and just seeing what can cause the most merry hell, therefore get you the biggest audience, therefore make you the most amount of money. And people have, as you know, you've been widely attacked now by a lot of people.
JSTLK over Chud and Quayman for bullshit dot connecting. I would say Ryle is by far the worst. Like, I would say Ryle is obviously by far the worst. Like, the JSTLK I probably would put into the same bucket as the rest of them. I think I would. I would put him like right there with Quayman and Chud, but Ryle obviously is like another. He's another species of insane. So Ryle is probably worse than Candace Owens. True.
People who say that you're just a ghoul, a vulture. You're doing this deliberately. You're inventing things or just flying ludicrous conspiracy theories to make money. No, again, Candace, I don't know that you are, but I do know.
Celebrity.
Can you not interrupt me? By your rule.
I do think that it's pretty rich. It's pretty rich coming from you, is all I'm going to say. That's me putting it very nicely, given your background, your career, your celebrity involvement, the Princess Diana. Wrong message.
Yeah. So I've said this for a while that I do plan on like making a video essay about Piers Morgan because he has a lot of scandals and shit, and I think most people at this point don't know much about Piers Morgan. I think most people know him as like the guy who was on CNN when you were a kid, and now has his own YouTube panel show. Like, I think that's what people know of Piers Morgan. But yes, he has many, many, many scandals. Sheesh. Like, the guy has an insanely long fucking history of no, he's the America's Got Talent guy. I think that like people our age know him as that, but that's even well before he was on CNN. Like, I think lots of people would probably know him. I think people younger than us would maybe even know him better as the guy who was on what was it called? The Apprentice, rather than the America's Got Talent guy. I think that they would think of him as the guy who was on The Apprentice before they would think of him as the America's Got Talent guy, because yeah, just much older.
Messenger is what I'll say right off the top. Okay, wrong messenger. What you are mistaking, or I guess we're not even mistaking because you know what this is. You're talking about power.
Yes, he has scandals involved in like bad ethics within journalism, which a lot of it is for just like they have different rules for journalists, especially when it comes to like the Crown and what it is that they're allowed to report about those people, and they have to kind of like vet stories about the royal family and everything. And he put out stories about like people in the royal family going to rehab centers, and he got in trouble for it. And then and then he did it again to a celebrity, putting out a story with pictures of her walking out of a rehab center. He's like, he did like a, very like TMZ, pop celebrity gossip sort of shit. And he kept getting in trouble for like breaking rules of ethics. And then he also was semi involved in a scandal with phone hacking, where he there was like a bunch of journalists who apparently had started using a way to hack phones, and they started doing it to like celebrities and people like that, and listening in on their phone calls, listening to their voicemails and shit. Now, there wasn't a whole lot of like strong evidence that he did it personally, and he always denied that he ever did it personally. But for the longest time, he said he knew nothing about it. He had never dealt with any of this shit, blah, blah, blah. And then eventually in an interview, he did admit that he had listened to like John Lennon's like voicemail or some shit, like something like that. Like it was, something that totally went back on everything that he had been saying the entire time about it. Then he was involved in another scandal where a paper was writing about a company that was like having these big problems within their company, and Piers and a bunch of the other people who worked at this outlet all decided that when she wrote the story, while she was writing the story, to go buy a ton of stock in this company and then immediately sell it right before the story came out, where they knew the stocks were about to fucking tank. And again, he was found to be innocent in this case somehow. I don't know how. He didn't even like, he literally bought the fucking stocks in 4 different ways, under 4 different names, under 4 different fucking sellers. And like even like did a bunch of it under his wife's name. And like it was so fucking blatant. I have no idea how they ended up acquitting him on this. It made absolutely no fucking sense. Like he was fucking dead to rights on this shit, and somehow the investigation turned around and said that he didn't do anything wrong. He still got in trouble with, again, journalism ethics boards, and was found to be guilty in the journalism ethics boards, but was not found to be guilty based on the Crown investigation, so whatever. Weird, but yeah, he LOL, he was never found innocent, just not guilty. There's a difference. No, they said that they cleared him. I understand there is a difference, but they literally said that they cleared him. And so it was it's fucking ridiculous, but I would assume that he like gave them some inside information or some shit, because he was still found guilty by an ethics board. Like, he was still found guilty by an ethics board for doing it. So I don't know how the fuck he was guilty for like a journalism ethics board, but he was not guilty for, you know, according to the legal investigation. It just is so weird. But yes, he has a lot of fucking shit. He has a lot of shit, a lot of baggage. His most like his biggest and final one was him going on rampages about the new princess, and like all of the he thought that he was gonna go on a date with her, and she stood him up and like left him at a bar, just walked, like they were on a date, and she just walked out and never came back, and like it was weird. And then every single time she came up, somebody brought her up on a show, he would just rage about her. Like, he would, every time she was in a story or she did another interview, he would go off about what a disingenuous piece of shit she is, and which I kind of agree with him on. Like, she is. He just got so emotional about it every fucking time.
Versus the people, and you are always on the side of power first. You're on the side of the Israelis. It's so horrible. And, oh, I'm going to pretend I don't see tens of thousands of Gazans dying.
I've actually been very critical of the Israelis, as you know, in
where
the
your
last
bread is
year.
buttered. Everybody
I've actually
knows
been very
Brigitte
critical of the
Macron
Israeli
has a
government.
penis. Okay, it's very easy to present photos of 30 years of your life. Brigitte keeps teasing. Oh, I'm where I'm gonna. Brigitte,
we're going to find out,
for a blood
aren't we?
test. We asked you for some photos, and you refused
We're going to find out.
And everybody knows
Candace,
that Charlie
we're going to find out.
was not shot by Tyler Robinson on a rooftop. I am sorry that in this day and age, there seems to be such a shortage of testosterone that a woman has to be the person that states the obvious, right? I invite you to join me, and I know that you will by the end of next year, because they're not going to get away with what they did to my friend Charlie Kirk, and I am not going to change my mind, least of all when I am being called names by someone who has quite a year background and experience in doing things because it's lucrative and not always because it's sensitive.
Sure,
listen,
you can call me a hypocrite as much as you want. I don't care. It's fine. I'm just simply saying what other people have been saying about you. I didn't say I felt that.
Thank you.
I said
I'll let you know what people are saying about you too. I'll keep you
I read
posted
it
what people are saying
like
about
you. I read it all the time. But I would say,
bro, what the fuck is she doing? What is
that? Like I said at the start of this interview, I don't know whether any of the things you're saying are true or not. I just do know you're saying a huge amount of stuff. It's making you very wealthy. You're getting millions and millions of people coming in, which by the way...
what is this idea that's making me very wealthy? Can you actually explain that slowly?
Yes, I'm going to explain it to you slowly, because I had a huge run-in, for example...
This is just like a talking point.
No, I'm going to explain exactly what I mean. When Sandy Hook happened and Alex Jones began weaponizing the Sandy Hook tragedy and weaponizing the grief of the poor parents who'd lost their children, and I began to attack him in public. And then eventually there was a court case, and it turned out he'd been spewing deliberate lies, and that every time he spewed them, they found he made hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars in the immediate aftermath of spewing the repeated lies that it was all staged. And
I'm pretty sure she's on the opposite end of this. I'm pretty sure she's on the opposite end of this, and she thinks that, like, he was unfairly held accountable by government conspiracy theorists, or, you know, by a government conspiracy against Alex Jones, which, now that I think about it, wait a second. Has Trump done anything to, like, give him his shit back? Or was that already auctioned off or anything? Like, what? Did he pardon him or any, like, I think it was civil, so I don't... Huh. I guess they probably couldn't do anything to help him at that point. Yeah.
the families were actors and so on, which he knew to be lies, and he made himself extremely rich and ended up with $1 billion defamation finding against him because he'd been deliberately weaponizing people's grief. And the charge...
Yeah, I'm asking you to explain the actual financial metrics. How was he making money?
I'm explaining to you the analogy, which is there are, as you know, right now, a lot of people, from Tim Pool to the New York Post to others, who've come out very stridently in the last week, and say that's exactly what you've been doing with Erica Kirk.
Yeah, but you haven't answered the question. So this is just made up. As I said, this is just all fluff. You're suggesting that I'm making money. Did I sign a new advertiser? Are we reading more? Are we reading more ads? Do we put this somewhere else? Do we sign
the more
a book
views
deal
you get on YouTube, the more money you
did
make.
I sell a T-shirt?
Yeah, so the last time she talked about this, she said people are just using this as a talking point, but I was already the #1 podcaster. I was already on the top charts or blah, blah, blah. And like Tim Pool is just jealous because he's not on the top charts anymore. And but being on the top charts is one thing. Like I would venture to bet that she's like at least doubled her viewership. And when you're talking about doubling, when you're already getting like 1 million views. The other day when we tuned in and watched her, how many people were watching her again? Was it 400,000? 400,000 people were watching her live when we tuned in. I don't know if it was more by the end. I didn't check again. But 400,000 people were watching her live. Okay? That's gotta be like a 10 to 20 million view VOD. 350K. When we checked, it was 392 or something like that, 388, somewhere around there. And I checked it like a couple more times while I was streaming, and it was in the 390s, but yes, that having that many fucking people watch live, that's like a 10 to 20 million view VOD. She was not getting 10 to 20 million views per fucking episode. But when she goes off on this screed about Erica Kirk and then tells everybody it's okay, I'm alive. I had my meeting with Erica Kirk. I'm alive and I'm about to go live and tell you guys what it is that happened. And that many people tune in to watch. Like, yeah, that was not happening before.
Okay, but like, come on now, Piers. Money on YouTube? Are you kidding me? I was already in a top 10 podcast globally before Charlie Kirk was assassinated. And if you think that I would want my friend to be assassinated so I could go from being in the top 5 to being #1, you're out of your mind. Okay,
I'm telling you.
Think I want my friend to be assassinated? Who the fuck said this, dude? Like, who the fuck said this? Who the fuck said that she was like the one planning his fucking assassination or some shit? Like, what do you mean? You're just benefiting off of it. Like, that's not a weird thing. It's a fairly common thing that people who are even semi-close to somebody after they die, and there's a lot of publicity around that death, those people will all of a sudden be that person's best friend. Oh, we were so close. We were the closest. Like, but even people who were close to them will use their death to benefit off of. Like, this is not a rare thing.
Respectful. But like, the point is that everyone who is saying that I'm making more money cannot say how I'm making more money because it's just not true. Okay, so you're like, she got a bump in viewership talking about Charlie.
Your YouTube numbers
everyone in the world because it was a public assassination.
Holy shit, dude! This is oh my goodness! Wow, this is nuts, dude. This is fucking nuts. Like, you can't explain how I'm making more money except for higher viewership. That's it. That's it. Everybody had higher viewership. But so what? Not everybody was saying the shit that you were saying, bitch. Like, not everybody has carried it on for this fucking long. Not everybody else is still talking about this. At least not making news about it. She's the only one who's making news about it, and then we're all talking about this because she's talking about it. That's it.
Your
went up in
YouTube-
the weeks following, and it
Candace,
went back to normal.
Candace, are your YouTube numbers up since you've been doing the Charlie Kirk investigations?
What I am saying to you is that this is the exact same argument you guys had about Brigitte. So it can't, and then the same exact
Yeah, but I
same
think you were
argument
lying about Brigitte. You know
about the
that.
Blake Lively thing. Okay, but like, what about the Blake Lively thing? So you can't keep saying that, oh, she's always in the top 10 because she's talking about something. Or this is my podcast and it's me. It's just me. People enjoy my podcast because
See, she keeps making it about the top 10. No, who the fuck said top 10? Who said this? Who said top 10? This is like Donald Trump's, I kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago. I kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago. That's it. Like, that's her thing. Just I was already in the top 10. Okay? So, like, yeah. And then, but who the fuck said anything about you being in the top 10? Like, holy shit.
like they're idiots. I don't treat them like they should accept that Brigitte Macron just can't present one photo of herself raising her kids across 30 years. It's just too much to
Brigitte
ask.
Macron
Oh my gosh, it's
prove-
ridiculous. How dare you? It's such an
Brigitte
intrusion of
Macron-
privacy. She'd rather file a transatlantic lawsuit
Candace.
than to just produce photos and put all of this to
Candace,
bed.
Brigitte
That's the
Macron-
difference between you and I. So now there's this repeat live from Kamala Chronicles, which we did looking into Kamala's background because it was relevant to the election cycle. Then we did the Blake Lively lawsuit, and they said, oh, she's trying to change her brand. That's the only reason her numbers are up. Then we went to Brigitte, which I lost, by the way. I had to get a whole career change when I first covered that story. So joke's on me if I'm doing this to make money, but I was willing to be fired to tell the truth. And then it's all about Brigitte. And now we've arrived at Charlie Kirk.
Piers, for the love of God, do not let that go. Oh, you fucking piece of shit, Piers. He's gonna let that go, dude. He's gonna let that go. He's not gonna say anything. He's not gonna fucking say anything. He's gonna let that go. My head's gonna fucking explode if he lets this fucking go, dude. My head will fucking explode if he lets this go. Holy shit. Fired by who? The Daily Wire. The Daily Wire, Don Dota. The Daily Wire. She's now saying, after she claimed over and over and over that she was fired for going against Israel, or like, you know, she didn't actually claim this. Okay, she's implied it many times, but she would say things like, "I'm not allowed to say what I was fired for. So people want me to say, oh, you were fired for going after Israel because Ben Shapiro's Jewish and they're all Zionists. And so that's just the Zionists coming after little Candace Owens." I'm not going to say that because I'm not allowed to talk about it, guys. Okay? Like, this is literally what she would do. And so now, for her to turn around and say she was fired because of her Bridget Macron thing, I'm sure that was part of it. I'm sure that was part of it. But the Bridget Macron thing was a much smaller part of her shit. Like, she had done like 1, maybe 2 episodes about Bridget Macron at this point. It was not even like talked about all that widely. It was a thing that like you would hear about here and there, but it was not all that big. And then she even just like, it's funny because she kind of just contradicted herself a second ago, where she's like, people were acting like Candace Owens just took a whole new career change, is going in a different direction now because she's doing it for the money, just because I was covering Blake Lively and doing that stuff. But then she does kind of like seem to admit that that's what she's doing when she's like, you know, saying that like she got fired for what she did on the Bridget Macron thing, which makes it sound like because she did that was different from the type of shit that she normally did. And so she got fired for that, which was the conspiracy theorist, you know, her personal investigation conspiracy theory shit. And so now she's getting in trouble, or now, you know, now she's off doing the conspiracy theory thing on everything now.
I feel like there's something about that actually is just people not being willing to admit that what people appreciate about me and why they keep coming back is that I'm willing to take risks to tell the truth.
No, I think so. Don't get me wrong.
Come on,
I think it's
fuck. He did. He let it. He didn't. He did. He let it fucking go. How long is left in that? Okay. Yeah, I'm done with it. Fuck this shit. I feel like there was another debate that I was supposed to watch, but I don't remember what it was. Sorry, bro. Are you gonna do that piece on him? Maybe. Yeah. I plan on eventually like trying to focus more on video essays and doing streaming as like to do panels. All like pretty much what he's doing. That is my plan. Is to get to a point where I'm streaming to do panels and then doing and then like the panels will be like 3-4 times a week, and then like 2 to 3 hours each day, to where I can spend the rest of my time working on video essays, like something like that. Documentaries, video essays, all that shit. But the one documentary that I have is about why she got fired. Like that's what my documentary is about, is why she got fired from the Daily Wire. And for her to just say that's why she got fired was over the Brigitte Macron thing, which again was part of it. But what's the funnest good topic? Wait, what does that mean? What's the funnest like video essay that I've done, or what's the funnest video essay that I want to do, or what's the funnest thing that I plan? What do you mean? What is the question? The other Piers video or Pisco versus Hutch? Oh, okay, yeah, it might have been Pisco versus Hutch or Pisco versus Destiny. So I did tune in to Pisco earlier, and I was gonna see if he was getting on tonight, because this kind of irked me. If you guys remember, we watched a little bit of Pisco reviewing my debate with Rob Noor, and he just like, it was just, I can there are some things that I can understand people getting confused by, but not debaters, like not people who are debaters, right? Somebody who's going to review a debate and watch it and give like analysis on it or something like that. I like there's certain things that I can understand how Rob can like trick viewers into thinking I said something by like changing the words that I've said over and over and making people confused by this, but not a debater. Not Pisco, right? And it was just shit analysis. Like it wasn't even analysis. It was almost like, I was watching Ryle Kittenhouse review my debate. Like it was like watching a hater who's just like hardcore, like trying to find a way to come after me for shit and nitpick things. Like that's what it was like. It was like watching a fucking hater just sit there and seethe over me debating Rob. And there were just numerous things that like I thought, there's no way you're that fucking lost, bro. Like, there's no way that you just bought the farm on that. That's fucking insane. Did you ever watch it from the beginning? No, what you guys saw me watch is literally all that I watched of it. But from what I heard from other people, that was it. Like that's the whole thing. Like the whole thing is him kind of just looking like this like hardcore hater the whole time. Like he's like doing it to talk shit or to find issues. And then I pulled this up and literally just clicked through it and happened upon this.
This violence, what they're doing is suggesting things like, we need to get the masks off these people. And they're saying things like, we know that this could be, and it's no joke though, because we know that people are following these agents home and attacking them. That we know that.
Hang on a second. You can have a principled position that this kind of lack of identification of a federal officer. By the way, I saw your debate with Tom Foolery. Very, I did not agree with.
You see what I'm talking about? Like, even like when he just mentions the debate and he starts giggling like this, like, this is what I'm talking about. Like, everybody that I saw review it, everybody that I saw comment on it, everybody, it was just like compliments all around. Like, everybody was like super happy with it. I can acknowledge that like I had like a number of screw ups, and this is something that that I talked about this yesterday when I was talking about Destiny and Pisco in their debate, that like there was numerous times that Destiny was able to just like move the topic very quickly, where there were points that like really needed to be like answered by Destiny and drilled into by Pisco to get Destiny to answer to. But Destiny was like really good at just kind of like moving off of it before he got caught on it. And this is like definitely like a thing that I think all debaters struggle with, that Rob Noor is especially skilled at, and that I definitely fucked up on, was allowing him to answer questions that I should have been drilling down on the answer that he gave, but because he would immediately, the second he answered it, immediately follow it up with another question about something totally different, that it's like, oh, but if you're going to say something from like 5 minutes ago, so that he can get off of that so that I don't drill down on it. There were a number of times that I did drill down and stop him and go back to it. There were a number of times that I didn't, and I fucked up and I let it go. There were a number of times where I was getting ready to, and then they would come in with, okay, let's read some super chats. And then I was totally fucking lost on what we were talking about. And so, like there were faults, and there were a number of things that I fucked up on. But it just wasn't any of the things that I saw Pisco talking about. It wasn't any of the shit that he was complaining about. So yeah, he came off just like a fucking hater, just like somebody sitting there trying to find problems to complain about. And then this
lack of identification of a federal officer. By the way, I saw your debate with Tom Foolery. Very, I did not agree with him, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that I could say about you that I respect is I don't think that you've ever said any. There are certain things that people say that really like get under my craw. There was a time I debated this guy Vegan Gains too. When people start suggesting that they would take the law into their own hands, I think that you have to be very careful about suggesting shit like that. And so like when I talked to Vegan Gains, he was like, you know, he happens to be a black gentleman. He's like,
I don't believe him. I don't believe him. I do not believe him, and I don't believe Rob either. I don't believe either one of them that they disagree with what I said. I don't believe them. Not for a fucking second. I do not believe them. I don't believe them. I do not. I do not. I refuse to believe that they disagree with me on this. My statement was, this is what the Second Amendment is for. If you watch masked men kidnap people, that you ought to step in and and protect your neighbors, protect the people around you. Like if you watch somebody get kidnapped, you ought to step in and do something about it. Now, Rob Noor kept saying, so you're advocating for people to shoot at ICE. No, I never said that. No. But I'm advocating for them to shoot at people or at least use their guns to like stop somebody from kidnapping somebody. And if these are, masked men, blah, blah, blah. And I even said to Rob, I was like, so you're telling me if somebody is kidnapping another person, a group of people are kidnapping somebody right in front of you, you're saying you would stand there and do nothing. And Rob does this bullshit. Well, I'm assuming, I believe that I would use context clues, and I would be able to tell that maybe from the lights on their car or the badges on their clothes or the part where it says ICE on their uniform that this was an ICE agent. It's like, that is, you think when I say random masked people are kidnapping citizens, you think what I'm talking about are people with lights on their car, ICE badges on their clothes. Like that's what you think I'm talking. There's no fucking way you think that that's what I'm saying. And so if Pisco watches that and he's like, wow, I can't believe Tom is sitting here saying that they should shoot at people, shoot at ICE officers with badges on their clothes and lights on top of their car. No, the point is that you have no idea if they're fucking ICE agents. Lots of times they are not announcing themselves as ICE agents. They're not saying they're ICE agents. To a stander by, these are just random masked people kidnapping somebody. They could be fucking cartels for all you know. Like you have no fucking idea. And I believe, I don't know if this is actually true. I heard it numerous times. I was told it was true numerous times. Let me actually look it up real quick. In 2025, the FBI and the Department of Homeland Security issued national warnings regarding a spike in criminals impersonating U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement (ICE) agents to commit violent crimes, including kidnapping, robberies, and sexual assaults. Documented cases of ICE impersonation, kidnappings. Florida, April 2025, 52-year-old Latrance Battle was arrested for kidnapping her ex-boyfriend's wife. Her ex-boyfriend's wife. Shit. While wearing an ICE shirt and using a handheld radio to mimic officials' communications. Okay, so from what I was told is that these are people who are wearing like no markings, again, no insignia, no like identifiable patches or anything like that to let the people around them know who they're with, that these are people who are just walking around plain clothes and then just grabbing people and walking off with them. And sometimes they would say that they were ICE, but again, like just saying you're fucking ICE is ridiculous. Like you would want these people to be in like full uniform. Now, undercover investigations are a thing that is allowed for times when you are like where it's necessary, where you have to do this in order to get somebody. But if that's the case, when it comes time to arrest that person, when it comes time to arrest said person, you ought to have other uniformed officers there. Like you are supposed to have other uniformed officers there so that even if the plainclothes officer is the one who is initially making the arrest, you have uniformed officers who are there to escort or assist or be part of it, so that like people know, like, yes, these are actual officers. I talked about the fact that when I was younger, we dressed up in SWAT uniforms and robbed drug dealers. Like, this is not a ridiculous thing to me. This is not outlandish to me whatsoever. This is a thing that I am aware is not uncommon at all. So, Yeah, Sean Michael Johnson was charged with kidnapping and impersonating a federal officer after he allegedly used a vehicle to detain a group of Latino men on a highway and confiscated their car keys. What does that mean? Used a vehicle to detain a group of Latino men. Carl Bennett Jr. was indicted for kidnapping, rape, and impersonating law enforcement. He allegedly threatened to deport a woman if she did not comply with sexual demands. Rob would just watch the man rape the woman and be like, "What? I don't want to cause any problems. We can just assume this is an ICE officer. I will not interfere with this ICE officer's sworn duty to rape this woman." And so would Pisco. Pisco and Rob, they would stand there and be like, "Look, that's your business, bro. How you do this. I'm not getting in the way of you raping that woman." A man flashed a fake ICE badge to force a woman into his car under threat of deportation, where he subsequently assaulted her. 3 men in black vests claiming to be ICE agents entered a restaurant, tied up a worker, and forced another person to surrender before committing a robbery. Factors contributing to impersonations. The FBI noted that criminal impersonations has been facilitated by legitimate ICE tactics, such as agents impersonating and operating in plainclothes, face masks, and unmarked vehicles. Okay. This is something that Rob Noor denied happened, okay? Plainclothes, face masks, unmarked vehicles. Where the fuck are the context clues? What fucking context clues are you looking for? What are the context clues? I even said in the debate, I was like, yes, of course, if there's context clues. If they're walking with like, a tactical belt and they've got like guns or tasers and shit on them, and they've got like a bulletproof vest on, and they got like, yes, obviously, like there's context clues that you can use to try to guess that the person is more or less likely to be an ICE officer. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about ICE agents who just don't have anything. Like, that sometimes turn out to be ICE agents and sometimes not. Like they just don't have anything. They're just regular Joe Schmoes just walking up to people, grabbing them, putting them in zip ties and saying, "You're coming with us," and shoving them into an unmarked car and driving off with them. And you have no idea. You're like, "Wait, what? What the fuck just happened?" Like, yeah, if you're standing there, you have a gun. This is what the fucking Second Amendment is for. This is what it's for. That's what it exists for. That was my statement. That's what I said. I do not believe that either one of them disagree with that. If they do, they're factually wrong. They are factually wrong. Like, we have the Second Amendment. Supreme Court has said this is a self-defense thing. While initially we might made it about like militias and shit like that. Currently, it is a self-defense thing. This is what the Second Amendment is for, and if you disagree with me, you're factually wrong. But I'll have to teach the lawyer Pisco how this works. We'll get into it. But yeah, I messaged him to see if he was getting on tonight, and I guess not. He probably just disagreed with the shooting them part and conflated it all. Yeah, but yeah, again, like that's why I'm saying I don't think he actually disagrees. 1 and 2. That's why I was like, it's just poor analysis, bro. Like, it's just that I refuse to believe that he's actually that easily confused. I refuse to believe that he is that easily fucking confused And that, because like it's easy to get caught up in the mix when you're in the middle of the debate. That's a lot easier. And so, like when I've reviewed Pisco's debates, and this happens to him, I am very like, this happens to everybody. Like it's hard to keep up with each and every little thing that's being said or being done in the middle of the debate. It's the fog of war. But But yeah, when you're reviewing a debate, that's not it's not that easy to get that confused. It's not that easy to get thrown off like that and just totally get lost on what to totally lose following the conversation. That's not that easy. Pisco is more interested in debate style and people not doing what he wants. Optics cocked. To an extent, I think so. I think there's a lot of people whose main issues with Pisco are the optics. That like they think he's too pedantic, but they don't have an issue with him being pedantic necessarily. It's that it just looks optically bad. He looks very like autistic and like overly infatuated with parts that can seem meaningless when, like, obviously for the conversation to happen in a meaningful way, lots of times you do need to be pedantic. But I think that part of like his debate style is to have like this rhetorical gain on the others that will make it to where I get frustrated watching him, where he'll allow like the most important points to go to, he'll let those go to like get a rhetorical gotcha instead. So yeah. Honestly, Pisco doesn't like you, so always judges you differently no matter what you say, unless you're arguing the same as him. Yeah, maybe. I do think, yeah, he does a lot of the like the Reddit memes and shit like that, and I think it's pretty obvious that like he thinks that he like he believes it. He thinks that shit's serious or whatever. I would assume he's got some preconceived notions based on that shit.
I think a good outcome of this happening is the possibility that creators in that space will do more to moderate their own communities. Did it have to be this litigation action, or could it have been a different action? I don't know. But like, that is the strongest case that I would make, is that these creators existed in a world where they were totally emboldened. They demonstrated no sense of responsibility for moderating their own communities. That to me is so much more significant than the litigation.
Does taking the view that Ethan was neglectful in the contraction of Giardia, as described by Ethan, does someone with that view who expresses that view, are they culpable?
Now I'm gonna do the lawyer thing.
Let me ask. You won't let me talk because you know it's absurd.
No. Hold on. I'm gonna lawyer you. I'm gonna lawyer you, bro. I will answer your question straight up, and we're getting to my questions. Okay, ask the question again. Yeah, Ethan Klein, you had some thoughts.
Yeah,
we dabbled a little bit on the pod. Why don't we unpack it a little bit more?
So basically, I have this view that I think that we need to be clear regarding what we're talking about in this controversy. Are we talking about the legal justification for a lawsuit? Are we talking about the ethical justification for bringing the lawsuit, by which we mean ought the lawsuit be brought? Or are we talking about like other misconduct does that affect the ethical outlook? And I kind of have different views on this lawsuit. And I can talk about my incentives or even commenting on it. But in general, I think that a lot of my views have been misconstrued or misinterpreted to be something that they're not. And I think that what I'm proposing.
Wow, I can't imagine how frustrating that could be for somebody to do that. Huh.
Is not actually a very controversial view at all. And that most of the disagreement with my view has to do with like perceptions about my motivations or about relevance or emphasis. And so that's basically like kind of my starting set of assumptions is like, let's be clear about what we're talking about and let's see if we agree. And then let's talk about why it matters.
I don't know if I have a strong interest in having a conversation about ought the lawsuits have been brought. That's not really the thing that interests me too much because well, that's
let me give you a point of contact.
That's a good question. So like that to me is like the least part of the interesting part of the conversation because like that seems totally subjective. Like, and it's difficult to unpack.
That's exactly what I said. This is exactly what I said. I think that like whether or not you bring the lawsuit is just way too subjective to where like I don't really have much of a say on that. Like I do think that Ethan is being vindictive. I think that obviously tons of people reviewed his Hassan video. Tons of people were watching it with less commentary than the people that he's suing, but he's going after the ones that he's going after because they're lefties who have been attacking him for the Israel shit and calling him a crazy Zionist Jew and making up shit about him, lying about him, going after his family. They were part of like his CPS getting called on his family. And to me, like a lot of times when I feel really uncomfortable with what it is he's doing, like with the Casey-tron situation, a lot of times when I look at what's going on and I with like the letter that Casey-tron had to read out, I said like I was very uncomfortable with that. Very uncomfortable with that. And it just felt like over the top. It felt like too much. And it did feel like she was going through a lot. This is like a case that like a lot of people look at as just like, it's just good memes, but it's like she talks about ruining her life, getting her home taken away, and like all of the things that she had to go through to get the home for her family and to take care of her mom and like her sister and, all of the shit that like, how hard the struggle and all that. Like I felt bad for her. I felt horrible for her. But then I also think from the perspective of Ethan Klein, the CPS shit was just so far over the line that I would think even putting your kids or like your kids getting taken away from you at risk at all, that like this would ever be a thing that you would tacitly support, or not even tacitly support, but that you don't strongly condemn, and that you don't immediately remove yourself from anybody who doesn't like take a strong stance on this. I can totally understand from his point of view that even just people being cool with Bad Empanada and being friendly with him after what he did to Ethan, the people reviewing him in a friendly manner, people watching the videos about the CPS shit and giggling and laughing at it, like that I can totally understand from his point of view. That's fucking war. Like that's it. Like you ever try to like jeopardize my family, you try to make it to where my kids are going to get taken away from me, and you treat it all like it's a bunch of fucking memes and it's jokes and this is funny. I like you're fucked. Like fuck you. like, I can understand how he would be ready to go after these people to the ends of the earth. Like, I can totally understand how he would think, I will fucking ruin these people to where they never have a chance to do this to another person again for the fucking lulz. I can totally understand that. I felt bad for her. Then I remembered she's an arrogant dickhead. Sure, but that doesn't mean that she like deserves it. Like it is again like it just felt like a little too far. But anyways, so that's like my feeling is I do think he's being vindictive. I think he's being petty, and I think I think he kind of has a good reason to be. And I think that there are numerous people that I would do this to in a fucking second. There are numerous people that I would do this to in a fucking second. That definitely deserve it. So yeah, but I can totally empathize with him. I can totally empathize in it because I keep thinking back. No, there's people that I would do this to in a fucking second that did not go near that far. Like I think that like trying to get your kids taken away is much worse than what happened to me. But yeah, he planned this before CPS. Again, we've had this argument a number of times. He says that he had all this like planned before I just don't believe him, but all right. I don't want to keep getting into that.
Pack that, you know, like I don't know what I would do if I was in his if I was in his spot. And like you for example, I think you said that he has a strong case, right? So like if these laws, if these copyright regulations or statutes or whatever they are, if they exist and somebody abused them and he's, you know, using the legal mechanism to get a remedy.
It can't be CPS. It's because of the blatant and clearly stated theft. Again, that Denims didn't do that. Denims did not engage in, and he's not even going after them for what it is that they did. He's going after them because of what the fucking snark Reddit did. Like, I'm sorry, that does not make sense. The whole copyright like thought process, it does not make sense. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't. The court will decide. I disagree, Tom. I'm sorry, you can't disagree on this. Like, you can't. You can't. I don't know if you haven't been here when I've covered this like 20 other times. You'll be the only fucking person who watched any of that and somehow came away disagreeing. But that you just can't disagree. Like, it's not. There's no way. There is no way. Like, there's no fucking way. When we're talking about the Denim scenario specifically, I am disagreeing. I'm telling you, dude. You cannot. Smarter people than us will decide. You're not. Hold on. Don't keep falling back on that. You just said it's because of the blatant theft. So don't fall back to like, oh, I'm so smarter people than us. Other people courts are gonna decide, Tom. I don't know. No, you do know. You just said blatant and obvious theft. Like you have a position that is as don't keep throwing it to other people. Your position is blatant and obvious theft. I'm saying you just can't. You can't think this. Denims was malicious, but I think she transformed the content. I actually don't know if she was involved in the snark stuff. Yeah, again, I don't think there's any evidence saying that she was involved in the snark stuff. The part of like content that she stole was seemingly the stream that came before the Hassan review. The stream first. That, yes, like she could get in trouble for copyright for that. And that was pretty blatant. But the snarkers were not sending them to to watch his stream. They were sending them to watch the Hassan review. And he shows clips of her in his video saying, Denims didn't even say anything. She was sitting there doing nothing. And he shows her watching his live stream, not his Hassan video. His Hassan video was like an hour and 15 minutes long, and she turned it into like a 4-hour review. Yes, they were. That she admitted it. What do you mean she admitted it? That did that just recently come out? Because that was not a thing before. Unless you're taking the the dumb shit that Ethan's saying about it.
For that, then you know, are we saying that that means that it was justified, or like what kind of angle are you going for here? Like, do you want to have a conversation about should he have brought the lawsuits?
Well, I think that's a conversation that a lot of people do want to have. Whether you want to have it, I'm not sure. But just to give you a point of
Well,
context.
this is what when I went to go argue with Pisco, I brought up like 3 different things that I disagreed with him on, and I was like, "Yeah, you're wrong on these things," and he's like, "But that doesn't even matter, bro. That's not even what the conversation is about. I'm getting attacked on this other thing," and I'm like, "Okay, I don't know anything about. I have nothing to do with that. I came with these 3 points. You're wrong about these 3 things. This is what I'm here to disagree with you on. I don't know why you're telling me to disagree with you on something different."
I stopped by your stream a little bit recently and I said hello, but I heard you talking about like the propriety of like Denims' statement and analyzing whether she should have said this, whether she was throwing Casey Tron under the bus. And so in that context, what we're really talking about, whether it's subjective or not, listen, I take all this kind of normative analysis to be subjective in the sense that we're just talking about what do you think about ethics? What do you think ought to happen? I do think that people have a desire to talk about the underlying ethical justification for all sorts of things, including but not limited to legal action taken by individuals. And I think that there's a lot of people who care about that. And I think that you care about, regardless of its subjectiveness, the ethics of certain people's conduct surrounding
Should
this.
is the weirdest thing to argue on since it changes by person. Yes, I think like you could even just be wrong on whether or not they actually stole the content, and you'd still like maybe you still should have brought the lawsuit to try. I don't know. Like it's just yes, it's so fucking subjective. Like I don't know. Like there's tons of scenarios where I could have sued people. Like should I have? Probably not. I didn't. Like I don't know. It's pretty simple. But yeah, just it's a weird conversation, and the Pisco always turns it into this like, oh, but you think that he's saving everybody from Disney and blah blah blah. It's like who the fuck says this? I've never seen anybody say this. I've asked them who's saying this. Oh, people are saying it. People, so many people. Okay,
including the ostensible triggering incidents that brought this about, the CPS call, the conduct of the snarkers. Like this is all norms laden. And so I think it's a little bit much to accept that people are like, it's irrelevant to talk about ethics. It's irrelevant to talk about moral justification because everyone's talking about it. And if someone asks me about it, I want to be clear about where I stand. And the more, and separate apart from that, I think there's a broader norm that ought be established to like not blatantly lie to your audiences. And all of us kind of like do this kind of debunking shit when there's like, if Tim Pool is accused of lying about the shooting or whatever, no one's stopping to say like, huh, why are you calling out lies? What do you care?
But you're saying
I can give an explanation, but
you're saying that Ethan is lying about any kind of motivation to like protect his IP, or do you call it IP or copyrighted content? And but you're saying that that's a lie because the real motivation is just like personal grievance. But why can't it be both? I don't understand why.
Exactly correct. I think that it is that to Ethan they did steal his IP, and that he may not care as much, except that he does think that they're malicious people and that they are maliciously going after him for a year at that point, and that they are maliciously stealing his IP. I think that if all they did was just maliciously steal his IP, I don't think that he would have cared. I don't think he would have cared. I don't think he would have done anything about it. I think it's just I think it is the mixture of all of the things that makes this worth it for him.
So we can get into that conversation, and I definitely want to have this conversation.
I mean, to me, it's very obvious that he's motivated by both, because like he's already on the record as being someone who was trying to bring attention to what he considered to be like lazy React content. And what the three people that he sued did went even beyond that. Like, it was beyond just like lazy React content. It was, we might say, malicious in nature. You say that has no like bearing on the case. It's like malice or whatever.
Bird, and it was screaming. I tried to pull my cat away.
But the fact remains that they were being malicious about it. Like they were openly advertising.
You get it. I think you guys get it.
That their intention was to siphon views, and it happens to be the case that all three of those people were participating in an internet pylon that was like some of the most vicious behavior from online communities that I've ever seen in all my years of being on the internet. Like how they behaved around the whole CPS thing was fucking vicious. It was fucking vicious. And so like, I think he was motivated by both of those things. Like, was it right to bring the lawsuits? I don't know if I would have done it, but I understand why he did it. I don't know if that's a cop-out answer, but I understand why he did it.
Yeah, so I just want to make sure we're not talking past each other. So I definitely want to have a conversation about ought he have done it. But before we get into that, I just like want to make sure that you think it's worthwhile to even have that conversation, right? Like, so we're not even talking about the thing itself. It's like people will question, why should we care about these ethical oughts and whether something is good or bad? And I thought I was hearing something approaching that critique or that observation from you. And so before we get into like the actual meat and potatoes, which I do.
Well, he's saying that it's understandable for him. It's like kind of what I just went through is he's saying pretty much the same thing. Is that like, it's understandable after everything that happened, it is understandable why he would do this. It's like if you have a neighbor and your kid's riding his bicycle down a steep hill and your kid rolls into your neighbor's yard, he loses control of his bike, hits a fucking rock like that's around a little planter out by the road, and he hits the rock on this neighbor's yard and goes flying, breaks his arm in the neighbor's yard, and you go over there and like pick up your kid and take him to the hospital and everything. Could you sue your neighbor for having like a dangerous rock too close to the road to where this was a hazard for kids who were riding down such a steep hill to where it was obvious that they're more likely to go flying into your yard, and you have rocks right there where they're gonna hit them and break their arms, and you were just very negligent in leaving those rocks there? Like, could you sue them? Yeah, but most of the time, like, nobody's gonna do that. Nobody wants to sue their fucking neighbor. Nobody wants to go through a lawsuit for that sort of thing. Like, what insurance hopefully will pay for it. You'll be all right. But if it's like the neighbor that like called the cops on your wife for being an illegal and tried to get ICE to take her away, and it's just because she was Mexican, but she was born in the United States and her parents were born in the United States, and she's like a 10th generation American citizen, and the neighbor keeps calling ICE trying to get them to come deport your American citizen wife. At that point, yeah, I don't know. I like maybe it's time to fucking sue the motherfucker for having the dangerous rocks in his yard. Fucking piece of shit. Who puts rocks around a planter like that close to the road? What the fuck? What is wrong with you, dude? What are you thinking? That's a hazard. It's insane. Like, yeah, at that point, I'm like, oh, yeah. Like, I can understand how, like, somebody who maybe for lawyers or somebody, maybe they like want like just the law to be strictly legal. It shouldn't be about like personal biases. It should never be like, but again, whether or not you sue people is just always just so subjective that, like, I don't know. I feel like your personal biases are always going to be part of it.
Not only reject the view you just presented on different grounds, I want to make sure that you consider that conversation to be valuable.
It can be depending on, you know, sure.
Let me give you a little insight here. Because,
like intellectually valuable? What do you mean?
So people will say things like this, Pisco, this is a boring conversation. Who the fuck cares about whether these lawsuits care whether it was right or wrong to bring the lawsuit? And I just want to make sure you're not proposing those views of like indifference. Like maybe you are indifferent as to whether it was right or wrong to do, but presumably you think that that's a worthwhile conversation. When
I think he's already said that, yes, like he just doesn't have an opinion on whether it was right or wrong. He just understands why he would do it.
And especially, now this is getting a little bit into the argument itself, but I still do want to have the meta conversation first to make sure that we both agree this is a valuable conversation that we want to have. For someone who presents a lot of his lawsuits or his legal stuff as vindicating some broader interest, either in a particular group or in a broader community, I think that we ought care about whether we agree with the assessments being rendered by Ethan and co.
It's not that I'm indifferent. It's more that I'm agnostic. Like you can, and maybe that sounds like a cop-out answer. Like I want it both ways. Like
no,
it's not that I'm avoiding taking a firm position. It's just, I can understand why he did it. And I can't tell you if I would have made the same decision because I've never been in that position. I don't know what it's like to have children and then have government called to your home to like try to force you to justify that you should be allowed to continue to have guardianship over your own kids. Like, I don't know how I would have felt in that moment. I don't know what kind of actions I would take after the fact. But I'm also sympathetic to the idea of like, fuck, I mean, that must really suck to be bogged down in that kind of litigation. It's not like I have no sympathy for people like Casey Tron or Frogan, but I understand why he did it. I do.
I don't think there's anything inconsistent with you saying you're agnostic on the ethical question, but also maintaining that it's a worthwhile conversation to have. That's what I want. Like I want to say those are distinct questions. Whether or not you have a firm view about whether it's good or bad is different than whether or not you think it's a conversation, that the conversation about whether it's good or bad is worth having. And what I want to avoid more than anything is someone after the fact saying, who the fuck cares about this shit? Or like you saying, I don't even give a fuck about the conversation. Like clearly you care. We're having this conversation. It's maybe like the third or fourth time we've had a conversation about this. You have a vested interest. And you can tell by the way, I'm just going to be honest, you cover some of the other conduct at issue here, that you're weighing the respective normative weight of what the parties are doing. You're thinking about, is it good for Denims to throw Casey Tron under the bus? Is it okay for Hassan Piker to not donate? And so I think it's a little much to accept that this is a conversation, that the ethics of bringing the lawsuit, who cares about that? But all the other aspects, the ethical assessments of the other conduct, that stuff is interesting to me and I will comment on it. So just to be super clear, I do want to get into the question here, and let's also talk about the other issue, the legal issue, whether I think it's important or not, and the lies for sure. That you think that this is a valuable conversation, or one that at least that you're interested in. Because if you say I'm not interested about whether, okay, no, but I want, if you want what I want, I just want you, like, this is what I want. I want us to agree that this conversation, it matters. It matters whether or not Ethan did the right thing. Doesn't it matter to you?
I don't know how to evaluate that in an objective sense, though. That's
I think I don't even think that that's like the right answer. It would be that I don't think there is a right thing. Like, at least for me, I don't know, but it's not even about like whether or not, it's just more so I don't think there is a right or wrong thing. I think it is subjective. I don't think it's just a subjective thing.
That's what I'm saying. I really don't. This is such a messy thing for me. Like I don't think I can give you an answer of like, this is unequivocally bad or this is
Pisco wants people to care as much as him. It's not care as much as him. It's that I think, again, he has the perspective that it is wrong. And everybody else is like, oh, but it's just kind of subjective. But I think the way to go about this would be to say, okay, I think this is just subjective. I think that this is like, it's just, it's suing somebody. It is a subjective thing. Whether or not you want to do it, it's just subjective. But you seem to disagree. You believe that it's wrong and that it is not just this like, whatever floats your boat sort of thing. So convince me that it is not a subjective thing and that it is not whatever floats your boat, that it is wrong for him to do this. Convince me that that's the case. I like that would be the way to go about this.
Versely bad or good
I'm not
thing.
saying, no, that's getting into the meat about whether it's good or bad. That's a separate question. I'm being very precise here. You care whether or not, you care about the conversation. You care about the relative arguments. You care about thinking regarding whether this is good or bad. And I think that's clear. I mean, if you're really going to say, well, I spent all this time talking about the ethical implications of Denims' conduct, of Hassan's conduct, of the Snarker's conduct, but I'm not going to consider the ethical implications of Ethan.
I'll consider it. That's fine. If you have a case to make in terms of like why you think he shouldn't have made the case, then I'm genuinely open to being persuaded. Like there's a universe where you could convince me that it was a wrong thing for him to do. Go for it.
No, but just because I get shared these people who really don't get it, and they're making comments like, who the fuck cares? Or like, who asked Pisco? Who the fuck asked whether this is good or bad? Like, you guys all care about this. We all care about these norms. And the proof is in the pudding. The fact that we spend any time on it, the fact that people feel vindicated and feel that this is just desserts meaning these people deserve what's going on, that is a normative conversation. It's saying this ought have happened. It's good that this happened to these people, and this is deserved. This is either a punishment or some kind of retribution or some kind of like justice for Ethan, and that is intrinsically invoking normative assessments. And so what I don't want to hear is this kind of like banal statement that you get from the Redditors that are like, who the fuck cares? Who asked about the ethics? As long as it's legally viable, that's the only thing that matters. That shit is cooked. Agreed?
What's cooked?
No, that is his, that's Hutch's position. That's not how, why would you, like, now it sounds like he knows that that's Hutch's position, and he's like trying to frame his position as being cooked so that they can have the argument over whether or not, like, that's, yeah, because that's that is Hutch's position, obviously. Is like, yeah, he like, as long as it's legally viable from that point on, like it's subjective as to whether or not you act on that. Yeah.
The notion that the only thing that matters is the legal argument. And this is coming from someone who obviously cares a lot about the legal argument. My whole reason of examining this in the first place was because it was a new copyright case, and I have an interest in copyright, and I've been following H3 for a while, and even their first case, and I actually really praise them. And if you watch my coverage, I really praise them for their initial lawsuit defense against Bold Guy. But as someone who does care about the legal argument, someone saying like the only thing that matters is whether or not it's legal or not, and whether or not they have a good case.
No. I mean, it's like it's interesting conversation, and like I can just lay out.
I guess okay, if we're talking about like what it is that he did to Casey Trump, that like using the lawsuit to hold over her head to say like, hey, I could take your whole fucking life away if I want to. All right, you don't have the means to hire a lawyer to even fuck with us. You will run out of money long before we ever even make it to court, and you will never have the chance at defending yourself. So you can either accept our blackmail and just read the fucking ransom letter, or you can see this through and lose everything. What do you want to do? That obviously, yes. Even if it's legal, again, it just feels kind of gross and just like feels like really nasty and just too far. And so that makes sense. Yes, if you say that's legal, sure, that is legal. But if we didn't have like all of this other history between Ethan and all of these people, then I would have felt like that was gross. Like that was gross. That was a fucked up thing to do. As much as I can't stand Casey Tron, as much as I don't like her, it's just fucking gross. I think it's disgusting. That yes, I think that's like a fine conversation to have. And so to say that like yes, that is true. To say that it's just legal because it's legal. It's just talking about legal. As long as it's legal, then it's fine. Sure, that is a stupid thing to say.
Very clearly to you, the pro case, like the bullish case, the case for this potentially being an appropriate action, and then you can tell me your case, and we can go from there. But
so to be clear, this is not a view that you necessarily hold. It's
no,
one
no,
that you
I have it. I hold the view, but again, there is a conflict in me. I'm just being 100% transparent.
No,
like some things,
I'm not. I think it's a good thing that he brought these lawsuits against Denims, Casey Tron, and Frogan.
I think a good outcome of this happening is the possibility that creators in that space will do more to moderate their own communities.
Right, but you
that's
understand
the value that I see, and so that is a potential. That is an argument in favor of Ethan taking this action. Did it have to be this litigation action, or could it have been a different action? I don't know, but like that is the strongest case that I would make, is that these creators existed in a world where they were totally emboldened. They felt like they had total impunity. They demonstrated no sense of responsibility for moderating their own communities. And in some cases, they explicitly or implicitly egged on this kind of what I view to be like significant harassment. Like, it is to me a really significant form of harassment to do a CPS report, and then that ends up with a government intervention. That to me is so much more significant than the litigation.
A malicious CPS report that is based either on lies or distortions, things like that, right?
They didn't
you wouldn't say like a CPS report by itself is bad. It's when it's informed by either lies, distortions, or exaggerations, right?
They had a vendetta against Ethan, and that's all.
It's motivated by bad stuff, either lies or bad motive, some kind of. So it's not just a mere calling of CPS. It's calling CPS on a basis that is improper, such as trying to hurt someone, not actually being concerned about what's going on. Including lies in whatever you're telling CPS, or exaggerations, or things that can't be reasonably obtained. Yeah, okay.
They crafted a narrative about him and Hila that they were these ultra-Zionist genocide supporters. It was a full-on mass psychosis event for that community with a collective audience of hundreds of thousands or millions of people. And in that collective audience pool, they crafted a narrative about Ethan and Hila. Number one, that was just a total fucking lie. But number two, that narrative that they delusionally all convinced themselves was true, at least maybe some of them did. But there was also an element of like bad faith to this as well. And so like, I think they wanted to believe that about him. So it's possible maybe the person who made the report, like got themselves to believe this lie about Ethan. But the whole point is like, it was fostered by those creators. They had active role in making a mockery of the whole situation.
What do you mean?
The creators like fostered this in their own communities. They helped
intended for them to call CPS.
They helped promulgate these lies about Ethan and Hila. And in doing so, well, did you say what lies?
I said okay, lies.
Okay,
so I'm understanding. So how they're fomenting it or how they're fostering it isn't with a specific intention for a kind of action, but doing stuff with its. Okay,
I'm not saying that, but in the case of, I would have to go back because it's been a minute since this drama kicked off. This was like a year ago or a year and a half ago when the CPS stuff happened. I don't even remember. But with Denims specifically, she was watching like a Bad Empanada video where he was doing these, and you would agree that Bad Empanada is a malicious actor, right? Like just one of the worst malicious actors in the entire space, right?
I mean, that's my understanding of his reputation. I have seen him do things that I would consider to be malicious, and so my answer is yes.
Like he will lie. Like he will.
What was that answer? What was that answer? It seemed like somebody really like looking for a way to hedge and then being like, there's no fucking way out of this. All right.
Actors in the entire space, right?
I mean, that's my understanding of his reputation. I have seen him do things that I would consider to be malicious, and so my answer is yes.
Like he will lie. Like he will lie. He will call people pedophiles. He will lie. Like his whole thing is he thinks that it's justified.
I don't consume his content. I understand that's his reputation. I've seen instances, for example.
It's not just his reputation. He has a storied history of like maliciously lying about people that he identifies as enemies.
I'm just telling you my what I have access to. What I have access to is I know he has a reputation for malicious lies. I know he has a reputation for doxing and for saying stuff, and I know that they have their own justifications for it.
And Hutch is 100% correct. He literally uses the idea that because somebody's a Zionist or because somebody's bad, that like he is justified to do literally anything to them.
Publicly available stuff, but I kind of have a different view on on that issue, and I think that there are self-standing harms and stuff that he engages in. For example, regardless of whether or not it's technically publicly accessible, I think that certain kind of revelations of information, even publicly available information, can sometimes, I think, be considered norm violating. And yeah, so and I've seen him make certain connections that I find to be malicious. I can't recall them though, as I sit here, and I'm not going to claim to know more than I do.
Let's put it this way: Hassan had a no bad empanada video policy at one point because
that's what I mean.
He had even acknowledged that bad empanada was.
And that makes sense. Like he's saying, like, you know, if you asked me offline, I would just say yes. Like, yeah, he's a malicious actor. But when I'm saying it here on stream, somebody, like, you know, right after we finish this can call in to my stream and be like, hey, like you said, Bad Empanada is a malicious actor. Prove it. Prove it. What did he do? What did he say? And he's saying like, yeah, I know that this is like the general gist that I have of him. Like, I remember feeling as though he was a malicious actor, that I've seen shit that he did. I just don't remember what it was. I couldn't like tell you off the top of my head. So I'm agreeing that like, that is my understanding as well. I'm not going to argue with you on that point, but like, he can't take a staunch position on it because he can't pull receipts on it. That makes sense.
Completely deranged and unhinged. And it wasn't until Bad Empanada started doing like anti-Ethan content and like, I guess, pro-Palestine content that Hassan just consciously decided to forego that, or to get rid of that rule. And then he started platforming Bad Empanada repeatedly over and over again, knowingly.
Anti-Ethan and anti-Destiny. Like he immediately just became like an unhinged hater, constantly making videos about Destiny and Ethan.
Knowing that Bad Empanada had this like very unclear record of malicious behavior. And then people like Denims watch this Bad Empanada video about Ethan. And if you, again, it's been like a year and a half, but like her chat on the screen that day, when she was watching this video, they were all doing like CPS talk. And it was just like, she was making no effort to moderate. Would you agree, for example?
And you feel she has an affirmative obligation to do that, right?
Of course, don't you?
I'm not sure what the standard is. So if people are calling for CPS calls in the chat, I'm not sure that I would moderate those opinions.
Wait, okay. I don't know about moderating the opinions, but she has a responsibility to the truth. She has a responsibility at least to not promulgate lies. And if somebody came on my stream and they're like, yo, I watched Hutch suck Pisco's dick, and then Pisco came all over Hutch's face, and like Pisco has a fucking girlfriend, and it's like she doesn't know anything about how much they suck each other's dicks. It's all the fucking time. They are gay lovers, and they are nonstop doing disgustingly gay stuff to each other. And they both like they're in committed relationships, and their girlfriends don't know shit about this, and it's fucking wild, right? And if I'm just sitting here just like nodding, wow, whoa, huh, interesting. That's interesting. Wow. Crazy story, dude. Wow. All right, moving on. Yeah, that would probably be pretty fucked up. Like now, especially if, you know, they start to have problems in their relationships and their girlfriends break up with them, and now there's like, you know, they end up having to deal with real life consequences and have to deal with blowback because like people are sitting there just allowing bullshit to be spread on their stream, even if I don't agree with it, even if I'm like, well, you heard it here first, folks. They're both dick suckers. They love dick. They're big dick loving guys, and that makes them homosexual. Like, even if I don't say all of that, I'm still kind of just allowing this misinformation to be spread unfettered. And so, yeah, you would expect a little bit more, especially when it comes to things like what it was that Bad Empanada was pushing about the Giardia. Yeah, Giardia. I don't know.
If they have the opinion, would you?
1000%. You would. Come on. If you had people in your chat that were like, I don't know, Hutch seems kind of dodgy. I think he's like beating his his fiance. I think we should call the cops. You feel like you don't think you'd have a responsibility to jump in and be like, no, hang on.
I'm not sure. What I'm telling you is I don't have that intuition that this is an expectation or norm that you have an affirmative obligation to, like, I have deranged chatters say totally unhinged stuff. Like, for example, they should be killing Kilmar Abrego Garcia. They should be throwing all these illegal immigrants into the fucking waters. And that's their political opinion, or that's their norm-based opinion. I don't know that I guess I don't know if I share that intuition. Now, if it's actively calling for such things that occur, everyone call CPS. Maybe that's different. Maybe that's or if
that's
what
I mean.
People.
That's what I mean.
When I would say, like, then I say and have an affirmative obligation, but then you have to answer the subsidiary questions. And I do want to take a step back in a second, because I think that we're in the weeds in a way that I'm concerned about, and I'll tell you why. You have to then see, like, she saw that and she.
No. Yeah, no. Sorry, I didn't mean. Yeah.
Yeah. So like, I think the nature of the obligation depends on what the what the expectation is to read chat. Like, often I don't read my chat, but like, I want to be clear. I think that there are affirmative obligations to prevent your chat from encouraging illegal conduct, encouraging false things, encouraging government associated things. That for sure. But an opinion, for example, is I'll give you the following thing. I think it's justified for CPS to be called. Should that be moderated?
Just in a general sense, or in this particular sense?
Oh, shit. It seems based on this that, like, they're eating poop, and they have a wrong opinion, which I think it's the wrong opinion.
No, wait, hold on. Sorry. Are you talking specifically in this context, or just generally? Like, are you saying?
Well, let's do an abstract first, and then we'll go to this context. Okay. So in general, someone said,
say, like, nobody's ever gonna say that, like, no, you can never think that it's justified to call CPS, and especially not to state it in a chat. You can't do. Nobody could ever say something like that.
There isn't this massive whatever you're characterizing as a wave of harassment against Ethan Klein, and this someone in your chat says, I don't know, this is kind of fucked up. I think that someone should call, like, I think it would be justified. I'll put it there.
Sure, if it's a good faith observation, sure, obviously, yeah.
Yeah, so we can disagree with that, but the nature of what the message is and whether she read it, I think matters to me. Hutch, I do want to say though, I want to take a step back, right? Like this is all stuff that I think indicates that we care deeply about the ethics of people's conduct online, and that we're interested enough. We had the conversation about Taylor Lorenz, for example, on the chorus stuff, and all of this matters. That's kind of the base root here.
Sure.
That said, I want to be clear about whose conduct we are assessing, right? Because it could be the case that the conduct to call CPS, I do believe that it's immoral, incredibly immoral, to call CPS on the basis of what Ethan said regarding the Jardia stuff. I think that's unhinged. I wouldn't do it. I would condemn people who would call CPS on that basis. And just because, though, that is unethical doesn't mean that everything in response is also ethical, right? So I want to be clear about whose conduct at every stage that we're talking about we're analyzing. So who do you want to analyze first?
Well, we can't analyze Ethan's actions in a vacuum, though. We have to evaluate the conditions that arise that led to that.
Agree.
Yeah.
But what is our dependent variable? What are we trying? What is the ultimate focus of our inquiry? Are we trying to figure out whether it's right or wrong for Ethan to bring the lawsuit, or do you want to spend some time to build that, to talk about various different actions that different people took regarding Ethan?
You had asked me. I mean, I was giving you my argument for why litigation could be justified. Could be a justifiable response to what happened. And that's where I'm coming from with it.
So let's start with Casey Tron, right? It's justified to sue Casey Tron for copyright.
Okay, so I didn't hear Hutch say that. From my understanding, he was not saying that it was justified. He was saying that he thinks that that's why he finds it to be, like, understandable. So maybe I was lost. Maybe I was confused on that.
Copyright infringement, because I would assume you would say, A, she committed copyright infringement, right?
You tell me. You're the lawyer here.
Well,
I don't know.
Presumably, you wouldn't be in favor of suing Casey Tron if you didn't think that she committed.
No, if it was frivolous, no. Yeah, generally.
And I want to ask you, because first of all, I don't think any of these cases are frivolous. I just want to make that 100% clear. Anyone who says it's frivolous, that's wrong. Why would you be against someone bringing a frivolous lawsuit in this context?
Maybe I'm a bit like a purist about the system, that the system shouldn't be used in that kind of way. I don't know. I'm just intuitively against it.
I think that's right.
Yeah.
Right. I think that's right. I think that we have this intuitive notion that these legal frameworks are here to represent particular things, and we just have like a structural issue with individuals who, at least in the case, and again, I want to stress, I don't believe these are frivolous cases. I don't believe they're frivolous. I don't believe they're frivolous. I don't believe they're frivolous. In the case of a frivolous lawsuit, we think that the motivation in bringing that lawsuit that is a predominating structural concern, and we don't want the law to be used for an end that we consider to be improper. And that, I think, it's especially present when the suit itself is frivolous, because if the suit itself is frivolous, the chances that what's actually being motivated are genuine concerns under the law are much, 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 much lower. So I think that you're repeating an intuition that I have and that we all share, which is that the law protects certain rights, vindicates certain interests. And to the extent that we are using the law to target things that we think are improper under those various frameworks, it raises a concern about abuse of process. I'm not saying from a legal perspective, and moral hazard. And the moral hazard here is especially concerning given the amount of leverage that a particularly rich person has in the context of the legal system. I think a lot of people can understand that the American legal system is one which is not equal in terms of who is trying to vindicate a claim. So I agree with your assessment there.
I have a question. Then beyond frivolity, maybe I didn't understand what you said.
Yeah.
Is your position that
FYI, guys, we got 12 minutes left on the clock. If we do want to continue stream, we got to get about $25 more on the goal. There's a link pinned at the top of chat. If you guys want to donate, you can use that link to pay with PayPal, debit card, credit card, or well, that's it. PayPal, debit card, or credit card. And it is much better than using Super Chats. Super Chats, YouTube takes a third out of it. So I get 100% of the money if you send it through that link. And then also YouTube takes about 2 months to send me the money, whereas I get the money immediately if you send it through that link. So if you want to donate to the goal, consider using the tips link pinned at the top of chat. And yeah, otherwise I will likely end up we won't get very far past the pedantry of the beginning of the debate if we don't hit the goal, because yeah, I'm gonna end up ending stream and moving to playing video games.
you shouldn't bring a lawsuit
Real
against
video
someone,
games.
even if it's not frivolous, unless you are exclusively motivated by the desire to get a particular remedy about that case? Or is it ever appropriate to bring litigation because you have personal grievance with someone, not necessarily because, like, even if the case is valid, right? Like in this case, you say it's valid. Like, is that wrong to you? Is that an immoral use of the system to impose that kind of consequence, maybe for some other unrelated behavior, but you're using the system in that kind of way? Is that what you're saying your moral position is?
No. What I'm suggesting to you is merely, I will get to what I think my standards are, is that there are situations in which, you know, it might not be a crime to file a frivolous lawsuit, though it's often unethical, that motivations behind bringing a lawsuits matter. And someone who is, for example, we'll take an easy case. Suppose that Ethan Klein were purely motivated, 100%, not any other percentage, 100% motivated with the specific purpose of silencing his critics by filing justified lawsuits.
Do you think he's trying to silence these people?
No.
This is a hypothetical.
Okay.
We'll get there. Yeah.
Okay.
So the hypothetical, I'm not saying that this is necessarily what occurred. I'm giving you a stylized example just to prove the point that if it were the case, right? If it were the case that the only motivation, the pure motivation, this is the easiest case, that's why I'm making it easy for myself, were to silence critics because he felt he didn't like their criticism. He felt that the criticism was like untrue or something.
Since when do motivations matter? I do think that they would matter. So let's say you have a neighbor who has a planter in their yard and they have a bunch of stones around the planter, and some of them are just a little too close to the road, and your kid is riding his bike down a steep hill on that road, and when your kid is riding down the steep hill going really fast, he ends up hitting one of those rocks, goes flying off his fucking bike, goes flying into the yard, breaks his arm in the yard. Okay, you probably could sue your neighbor, but you're friends with your neighbor. You don't want to sue your neighbor. You guys are good old buddies, right? And there's, you know, it didn't seem malicious. You could tell them like, hey, insurance cover this. Can you try to like move those rocks? It looks like that might have been like part of the cause here. And, oh yeah, sure, I'll move the rocks, no problem, man. It's not a big deal, right? But let's say instead that your kid hit the rocks after you've been calling ICE on that neighbor's wife over and over, who's Mexican, and you've been trying to get her deported. But every time ICE comes back and tells you that she's an American citizen, and you're like, fuck that shit, dude. She's a Mexican. She never should have been here in the first place. Like, what the fuck is this bullshit? She's an American citizen. Like, she's Mexican, not American. Mexican. She shouldn't be here. These fucking brownies never should have been in our country in the first place. I don't care if the law says she's a citizen. She should not be here. So, because you guys keep sending ICE back to my house to tell me that she's a fucking citizen, which is bullshit, I am going to go ahead and sue you guys for having the rocks too close to the fucking road, because I want to punish you for having a fucking Mexican living in my neighborhood. I think most people would look at that and be like, okay, like, bruh, that's fucked up. that's fucked up. Yes, not illegal, but I think most of us would look at that and be like, all right, that is a very unethical way of using the law.
Something, or that he didn't like that they said it. And that's why he was bringing otherwise valid claims of copyright infringement, that you would think that that was bad.
If he was off base.
With respect to what? His opinion?
No. About his judgment about like what they said about him. Like, in my opinion, like you brought up the idea of like him using the legal system in this kind of way, but he is responding to a community of people that use the legal system against him in a way that I would argue is worse.
Yeah, but Hutch,
that was a response to that. So like,
hypothetical.
No, but I'm just saying, so in your hypothetical, it depends on like what was being said about him. Like,
right. So I'm trying to simplify it only because if you don't grant me this hypothetical, then the conversation's over, right? If you say I don't give a shit that his motivation is to silence his critics, as long as there's a valid claim, I don't have a problem with it, then we don't need to get into the weeds at all.
No, but
right?
this is what I'm telling you is that like we can't evaluate this without getting into specifics about like what is being said about him in this hypothetical. So like, if he's using the legal system to silence critics because
that's why I think this part is so irrelevant. Pissman's expertise is the law, not the ethics. Wait, what? How does that matter? What do you? Wait, are you memeing? Is that a joke? Is that a fucking? Are you joking? Like, this is like a whatever that kid's name is. The scholastic terrorist, or whatever his fucking name is. Like, oh, stick to Pizza Hut where your expertise is. Stick to linguistics and don't talk about history, bro. You don't try to do math, bro. Just stick to fucking car washing. Like, this is like it's who cares what your fucking expertise is? Like, the majority of people who have any conversations online or in politics don't have expertise in any area whatsoever, but we're all having those fucking ethical conversations about everything anyways. Like, who cares? What does it matter? That's why it seems strange to me, given we can only intuit his motivations. Not really. Like, I don't know what you mean intuit. Like, we can gather evidence and come to like conclusions based on like things that he said and based on like the information available. Like, it seems like it doesn't even, because on top of that, if everybody agrees that he's not doing this just because he wants to protect his copyright, everybody agrees that he's doing, like both Hutch and Pisco agree that he's doing this because of like personal motivations and because of the copyright. But Pisco thinks that's unethical. That's wrong to do. Then yeah, like then you have the conversation. Like it's regardless of whether or not you can prove that that's the case. Well, if you both agree on that part, then whether or not you can intuit it or not, it doesn't matter. Like the point is to talk about whether or not you think that's okay.
They didn't like his opinions about things, then yeah, I would say that that's an immoral use of the system. That would be overreach. That would be too far. But if there's
that would be called intuition unless he's spoken about the motivation. No, it's not called intuition. Fact-finding missions to like gather evidence to come to a conclusion. That's called like logic. That's called like an investigation. That's not called intuition. We literally have standards for this in law to come to conclusions about people's motivation, regardless of whether or not they ever explicitly stated what their motivation was. That it's not. Yes, it's using reason. It's not intuition.
But if they're saying, if they're spreading lies about him, about like abusing his children, for example, then that's a different conversation entirely, right?
We're just saying all else equal. And I would add like a kind of there could be certain extenuating circumstances where even a desire to with the only desire is to silence one's critics.
What up,
if there really is some overriding concern in terms of like the world's about to blow up, and if you don't bring the lawsuit, even though it's motivated by this thing, like I can think of situations in which I would grant it. But in general, this is why I'm using a stylized example, by which I mean like a simplified one that's not, we can't read minds in the real world, right? We don't know for certain all the time what people's intentions are. We have to rely on circumstantial evidence. The only reason I'm giving you a stylized hypothetical is for you to grant me the easy case, so we have a base to work with. Because if you don't grant me that, and if you say I don't really give a fuck, if your only motivation, if your pure motivation, all else equal, is to silence your critics, then then the conversation on ethics just ends there, right? Because then
Pisco's, it seems pretty obvious. Pisco is trying to have like a baseline of like ethics that they can agree on when it comes to how you ought to deal with like these sorts of circumstances within these hypotheticals, so that if they can agree on all of these other things, then it makes sense to move forward and get into why there's a disagreement on the other stuff. Whereas if you don't agree on these things, which you would expect everybody to agree on, well, then you just have like a way more fundamental disagreement on what is okay, to where this conversation is not even possible to be had because you don't even agree on the baseline shit. So it's kind of like, if I want to have a conversation with somebody about whether or not Carmelo Anthony is should be found guilty by a court of law for killing Austin, whatever, I'm blanking on his last name, but the Austin kid, and then like after we're talking about the case, and I keep trying to make the case that like, yeah, but like it's not self-defense, and the other person's like, I don't care if it's self-defense. Black people have had to deal with systemic racism for the longest period of time, to where it's about time white people had to deal with this shit too. It's like, oh shit, okay, yeah, we're over here having a fucking legal conversation where you don't give a fuck about the law. You're okay with somebody else, like a black person, murdering a white person just because other white people murdered other black people. Okay, yeah, there is no way we can even have this conversation. Like, this is literally an impossible conversation to have about the fucking law and about like what ought to happen in his case, if you're starting with this like principle that it's okay to just for black people to just murder white people now because racism. Like, yeah, we're done here. That's the end of that. Like, you have just a way more fundamental disagreement that's way farther down the line that you cannot get into the legality part, because these other things are just, they're just too fundamental, too like they're too out, like almost axiomatic, to where, yeah, you just can't talk to somebody like that unless you're going to get into like all of the fucking ethics and meta ethics and like how you decide what is or is not moral, and like, yeah, like you would have to get into like a much deeper conversation. So what it is that like Pisco's doing here, it makes sense. I would personally presuppose these things, but the problem is that even though Pisco's not presupposing it, Hutch is connecting everything that Pisco's saying back to the actual conversation, when Pisco's not at the actual conversation. He is just like starting principles, like, we agree these things are bad. Yes. Like, we agree murder is bad. Yes. Okay, cool. We agree that stealing is bad. Yes. Okay, cool. All right, now we can talk about the law. And so yes, Pisco Hutch thinks that he's like actually tying this stuff back to Ethan and Denims, and he's not.
All we have to talk about are, like, I guess, the lies and the legal validity of the case, but the ethical stuff kind of falls by the wayside if you just don't grant me that example.
No, if Ethan was trying to use the system to generally just silence his critics, then that would be bad.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. And you would also agree that all else equal, you can think of situations in which this is not the case. Lying about your intention regarding a lawsuit,
just like I said, I would presuppose these things. I think it's a little ridiculous to even ask somebody, do you think murder's bad? Like, I think that's kind of what Pisco's doing right now, is he's getting into like, hey, you think doing this like ridiculous, malicious thing is a horrible thing to do, right? I suppose he's doing it because he thinks that this is obvious as well, and he doesn't understand why other people don't think it's obvious, and so he's having to like start earlier to see if maybe the disagreement is more fundamental than he thinks. But yeah, to me, like, this shit's obvious. Yes, everybody's gonna think that's bad,
independent of whether filing the lawsuit itself is bad. In general, lying about why you're filing a lawsuit is itself bad, right?
I mean, lying in a vacuum is bad. There's a content element to this where, like, Ethan Klein is this public persona, and I think if you asked his audience, like his dedicated fans that like watch all of his shows, they will tell you that Ethan is like a very kind of like petty person and doesn't really make any effort to hide it. So there's him like, maliciously lying, actually like trying to do actual subterfuge or deception. And then there's like him like being coy, right? Like, you understand that there's a difference in those kinds of like versions of dishonesty,
no
right?
Doubt. Yeah. No, what you're suggesting is a kind of like open facetiousness, or kind of like coy, wink, wink, nod, nod.
Yeah.
Where, literally it might be a lie, but everyone kind of understands what's going on. And so we don't really interpret it as a lie because it's kind of like a farce, right? So I can totally acknowledge that distinction for sure. No, that's not what I'm trying to get at. Yeah. What I'm merely suggesting is, all else equal, if someone, you wouldn't be like, it's good.
That's kind of like the majority of Ethan's debates. If you ever watched like his debates with Pearl, if you ever watched his debates with Myron Gaines, if you ever watched his debate with I think the person's name was Ollie, like he had a bunch of these like debates that he did, and they were infuriating for me to watch. I fucking hated them. They were so infuriating because he's just so fucking bad faith the whole time. But that is the meme. That is the meme the whole time. That's the whole point, is that he's there to take people that everybody hates, that everybody doesn't like, that everybody knows is a piece of shit, and he's just gonna fucking pick at them. He's just gonna keep picking at them and picking at them and picking at them and picking at them. And half the arguments might be total bullshit, and he doesn't care. He's gonna keep pushing it anyways and keep acting like there might be some legitimacy to it. I don't know. I'm asking you, like, and that is the whole meme. I every time I reviewed it, I was sitting there the entire time just like, he's such a fucking, he's so bad faith. I fucking hate Pearl, but this is like, he is just so fucking bad faith with these fucking questions. I can't stand it. And the whole chat the whole time is like, yeah, Tom, that's the point. We know it's funny. Like, it's fucking hilarious. It's so good. I'm like, I fucking hate this shit. I don't like this shit. I don't like it.
To lie about his motivations, you would be like, it's bad to
Sure.
lie about it, right?
Yeah, like,
right.
just like
Now,
in a
there could
very
be some,
broad sense, but
yeah, there could be some extenuating circumstance where if he doesn't lie about his motivation, the world will blow up, or they'll take away his kids or something like that, and there can be some more. But in general, like, we even think this of our politicians. We don't like it when our politicians lie. In general, we don't think that's good, and we think that there's a good norm in making sure that our public communicators are being frank and being upfront, and it's distasteful to us. We don't like it. All right, so that's.
Is he about to be like, and so this is bad that Ethan claims to be saving everybody from Disney and Netflix? Is that what he's about to do? He kind of reminds me of Piers Morgan. Oh, no. No. I don't think Piers Morgan is doing this, because I think when Ethan does it, I think he's doing it in a very memey way. He's doing it in a very memey and trolly way. He's laughing. He's kind of giggling. He's having a good time with it. He's like, I don't know. Like, but seriously though, like, come on, like, think about it. Maybe no. Okay. All right. No, like you said, but okay. Like, well, all right. I don't know. Like, what about this? Like, what about it? Like, and he just keeps fucking with you the whole time. Piers Morgan is not fucking with you. He's not like, it's not like you're in on the joke with Piers Morgan. It's either you agree with Piers or you disagree with Piers. You think he's right on this argument or you think he's wrong on this argument. But yeah, with Ethan, it's not that. It's like everybody who's watching who is an Ethan fan, they're all in on the joke. And then everybody who's like a Pearl fan or a Fresh and Fit fan are all sitting there like, this guy is the most bad faith piece of shit. Like, what the fuck is this? Like, that's what it is. So, fuck, I just lost what I was about to say. There was something.
Politicians lie. In general, we don't think that's good, and we think that there's a good norm in making sure that our public communicators are being frank and being upfront, and it's distasteful to us. We don't like it. All right, so this is just establishing, because what will happen, Hutch, and it's not really specific to you, is people will say things like,
oh yeah, that's right. Okay, that's right. I was asking. So he's about to turn around and say that, like, Ethan claimed that he was going to save everybody from, he was saving YouTube from Netflix and Disney, and he lied about that. He is not saving everybody from Netflix and Disney. Like, I, again, didn't think that that's what Ethan was saying. I did not interpret anything he said to be as, I am saving everybody from Netflix and Disney. I think that that's a ridiculous interpretation to have. And I don't know who the fuck actually thinks that he's saving everybody from Netflix and Disney. But
cares if he lied? I guess everyone just kind of assumed that he lied. Whatever. It matters to people. Like, these kinds of lies matter, and it matters when they do it, right? It matters when Ben Ampanada lies. It matters when Hassan lies. It matters when Denims lies. Fair?
Yes, but I feel like we can't just skip over what I just said a moment ago, which is essentially just like, not all lies are created equal. Like, we should not evaluate all lies as the same. Just like, it's just lie equal bad.
No doubt.
It's like, in this context and many other contexts,
when they lie about, like, the fact that they, the thing that comes to mind right now is they lied about whether Costa Rica would accept Kilmar Berger Garcia as a third country removal. And even though they said, yes, we would love to accept him, you don't have to send him to fucking Liberia or Africa. Like, there's no reason to do that. You can just send him here. And when Trump lies about that, I'm like, yes, this is a worse lie than a potential lie about a copyright lawsuit. Okay. All I'm just saying, though, is not that there aren't lies, that one lie can be better or worse. If you lie about whether, your girlfriend looks fat in a dress, if you lie about, like,
sure.
I'm not saying that all lies are created equal. What I'm just mainly saying is, in general, we would be against Ethan in the sense of, we would condemn him lying about his intentions. We would say it's bad, right? Like, misleading his audience about the reason behind a lawsuit. And I think that you would grant me that. Fair?
But what's the value? Like, yes, but like, what's the value of this hypothetical when we know the particulars?
Yeah.
Why don't we just get to the particulars? You're trying to establish this framework. You're trying to take me on this journey.
Is because I don't want it to be the case that I get you to agree that there's a lie, and then you be like, but I don't care.
But hang on. I just said a moment ago, I don't think that, like, I think when Ethan talks, I think everybody knows what motivated Ethan in the first place. And I think it is both of these things, like the personal grievance that he had with these people for their contribution.
This is literally the argument that I had with Pisco. This is literally the argument. This is literally the same thing that I said. This is exactly what I said. And I was like, I'm pretty sure it is like all of this stuff together. It is that like you have had it with these people. You have a legal avenue that you can use to get retribution. And so you are choosing to take that avenue. Whereas if we didn't have all of this other context and all of these other problems, he probably wouldn't. And even if you look at like how hard he's going, how what he did to Casey Tron, and like that this is just furthering how far he's taking it, and that this is just making it like giving him a bigger vendetta, but that Pisco very much makes it like everything's a binary, one or the other. It's only this or it's only that sort of thing. And I think that's weird.
To his family's very real like suffering and harassment. And I think he also cares about malicious React content, as evidenced by his previous history of addressing these things.
I know your position is that there is no evidence he lied, or the evidence you don't believe that he necessarily lied, or that he did lie at all. I understand that that's your position, that he didn't in fact lie. What I'm trying to suggest to you is, if he did, you can understand why someone would condemn it.
But what do you think he lied about, though? Why don't we get to that? What do you think he lied about?
Okay, let's get right to it. I think he lied that his motivation for the lawsuit was to protect the React community. That's number one. That's the first lie. So
I don't think he did this. He didn't say this. He never said he was doing it to protect the React community. He, again, and we've had to go over this 1,000 times. He says he is doing this. From my interpretation, he is saying, because he tells everybody, look, these people are malicious actors, and they're stealing content in a very malicious way. And if we just let this go, further on down the line, this could end up with lawsuits from people like Netflix and Disney, and they'll start clamping down on YouTube to where they'll just start like clapping all React content for anything ever, because they don't want to have to deal with Disney and Netflix coming after everybody. So they're just stopping it well before it even starts. So if we allow this malicious content to continue, that's where we'll end up. There's a slippery slope that will end up there. And so for all of the React people who are afraid that I am trying to set a new precedent to where all of you will end up being stopped from reacting to content. If you guys are afraid that I'm here to set a new legal precedent to where nobody can react to content anymore because I sued these people, I want you to rest assured that I am not doing that. And that instead, you should also think that this is a problem, because you also have IP, and you also are React content creators, and you also do not want Disney and them coming after us either. So you should be okay with what it is that I'm doing. Not, I'm here for you. I'm here to fight for you. But instead, don't be mad at me for doing it. Don't be mad at me for doing this. You should also think that this is justified. You should also think that this makes sense. They're not the same things, but he keeps making this like he says he's a hero.
I've identified a lie, and you can confront me and say he never actually said that. I think that would be an absurd thing to say. Number two lie, he lied when he said that.
That would be an absurd thing to say. I'm the only person in the world who thinks that he's saving the world, who thinks that he ever said that he was saving the fucking React community. I'm the only person. Nobody else is saying this. I'm arguing. I'm arguing against ghosts nonstop, but that would be ridiculous if you don't agree with me on this.
Tron's apology was sincere. I think that those, at a bare minimum, are two significant lies that we should, if true, and I think you should grant me it, if it's true he lied about those two things, or either of those two things, you would condemn it. Fair?
I think not necessarily, no, because I think I think I agree with you that he put a little mustard on the idea that Casey Tron was being sincere. I think he was kind of, I think it was a kind of gloating for him. I think it was a kind of feigned being like magnanimous.
Oh, you don't think he was being sincere when he told his audience not to attack Casey Tron and that this was sincere?
No. I think he was being sincere there. I think he was trying to
presumably then.
I think he was trying to mitigate, like, yeah, or maybe he was, maybe honestly, maybe he was feeling magnanimous in the moment. But when you watched, I watched the opening of that stream, and the vibes were pretty clear. Like, he opened the stream, I mean, that was a fucking victory lap. Like, he was gloating, like he was gloating throughout the whole stream. Correct. And then I think he acted.
But do you think that in the moments when he said, Casey Tron's being sincere, don't attack Casey Tron, we understand her.
Okay, to me, when he was saying, don't attack Casey Tron, blah, 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 I think this was twofold. I think, one, it was him trying to lend credence to what it was that she was saying. I think that was part of it, is that he's saying, guys, she's on our side now. Don't attack her. This is over. We're settled. We're on the same team now. Okay. She said, she came out and she did the right thing. And so she's with us now. Okay. Don't attack her. I think that was like the essence of what it was that I think he was saying there. I think he was also maybe being, a little magnanimous in the way that he was doing it, but I think it was more about the victory lap. It was more about the, hey guys, we won. Okay. We won. It's over. She said what I wanted her to say. And that's the end of it. Where she's on our team now. But I think there was like a meme to it as well, as like, she's on our team now, right? Like, nobody actually thinks she's on our team. Nobody actually believes that, but like, right? Like, she's on our team, right? Right, guys?
Her plight, we understand what's going on. Do you think that was part of the kind of like wink wink gloating, or you think that he was being sincere when he was trying to tell his audience not to go after her? And if he wasn't being sincere, you got another problem there, right? Because then he's winking and saying to his audience, you should continue to do this.
No. I think he was being sincere. Like, you can both things can be true. Both things, like, he can.
Yeah, sincere is a little, because I think that he was being a little wink wink with it, but I don't think it was wink wink. No, go attack her. No, go harass her. Like, I think there were other implications to what it was he was saying. I don't think it was about him like stopping harassment towards her at all or anything. I think it was more about just like taking the W. I think I don't know.
He can be gloating, and at the same time, he can, like, have a better angel in himself in the moment to dissuade like future harassment.
But I recognize that there's a difference in terms of whether something is a lie. If there's a kind of general understanding that this is some kind of farce or display where you're not expected to believe it. But you don't think that he was trying to do that with respect to his statements about, guys, Casey Tron, I believe this is a very sincere apology, very nice apology. Don't go after her. You think when he did that,
I think that
wasn't that, right? That wasn't him being insincere. He was being sincere, wasn't he?
No, I think that was him trying to be responsible in terms of like moderating his community.
So was he being sincere?
Okay, if it was about being responsible about moderating his community, he would have done that well before she ever read the letter. I would not say that. I would not say that. If it was about being responsible in moderating his community, he would have done this long before she ever read the letter, right? Like, it wasn't as though he had a problem with them harassing her. It wasn't as though he was like, oh, no, guys, do not go after her. Do not flood her comment section. Do not keep flooding her Twitter feed and her replies. Like, leave her alone. This is a legal battle. We'll settle this in court. Like, he didn't do that. That never happened. It was not, it was not, I don't think it was about like being responsible in moderation or anything. I think it was about taking the W again. Yeah.
Maybe, probably. I don't know. I think, like, listen, I don't know Ethan that well, to be honest with you. I don't really know, like, I can't speak to his character, but I have seen him in the past demonstrate sympathy for people, even people that he didn't like. So for all I know, in that moment, like, he can, but like I said, both of the things can be happening at the same time. So he can feel a sense of satisfaction that he got, like justice was served. Like, there were consequences for bad behavior that negatively impacted him, his wife, his family. And at the same time, he can also have a part of him that wanted to be like responsible with his moderating of his community in that moment to prevent from the war or whatever from
Well, yeah, that's what I think. Yeah, I think that it is. I think that, as I said, I think it's both. He won, and so he wanted to go ahead and just end it there. He probably even promised her, like, where she probably said, like, hey, if I do this, like, you have to, like, make it an explicit statement to, like, call off the dogs. Like, I don't want you to just, like, just say, like, all right, guys, we won, it's over. Like, no, like, literally tell them, do not stop harassing Casey Tron. Like, you know, that might have been an actual thing that she requested in whatever weird agreement it is that they ended up with. So
from blowing up even further.
But yeah, but that, and then also, yes, again, taking the W.
Like, he can be motivated by multiple things at the same time.
So I'm not, when you say he can be motivated by things, it's very important, right? And I'm not trying to just be like super anal about how we use the words, but it really matters. Like, when we say can, like, I will always grant that it can be the case if what you mean by can is it doesn't entail a logical contradiction, right? So if you ask me, isn't it possible that Ethan could have two motives? I'm going to say, yes, it is possible.
Well, but that, okay, but that is what people are saying, is that you're coming to a very specific conclusion that this is the case. And they're saying you haven't ruled out this other thing. And so while what you're saying is possible, Pisco, what I'm saying is also possible. Both of these things can be true, yet I'm leaning towards this side, you're leaning towards that side, but you're acting as though your side is blatantly true and this side is blatantly false. And so you need to recognize that this can be true and that you're putting all your eggs in one basket unnecessarily.
By which I mean it is not entailing a logical contradiction. So you just have to be very, very careful when you say that, because I'm gonna, every time you say that, gonna say, if by possible do you mean logically possible? If by can do you mean
it is logically possible? I'll say it that way. It is logically possible to be to gloat and show sympathy for your conquered foe at the same time.
What I'm telling you is, it's logically possible for you to be able to jump to the moon right now.
No,
what we mean by logical.
No, it's not. What the fuck? Oh my goodness. What the fuck just happened? What the fuck? That is not... What? Like... is it... I guess... Okay, I guess in this case you would have to say it is reasonable to believe that this could be the case. I guess that's what Hutch needs to say. It is, because it would be dumb to get into like what do you mean by logically possible. So don't, please, for the love of fucking God, don't even go in that direction. Just like if I were him, I would just reword it and just say it is not unreasonable to believe that this is the case, and see where that goes.
Possible.
What? No, it's not. What are you talking about? How is that logically possible?
Because the definition of logical possibility, the modality of possibility we're talking about there, is specifically about whether or not there's a contradiction entailed by it. So I would be, when I say something like,
yes, but that's going to be based on evidentiary claims as well. And so if you have a claim of evidence that contradicts the possibility that that what Hutch believes is true, or that this is a possible scenario, that is still a logical contradiction. We're looking at the things that Ethan has said, and we're looking at all the evidence, we're gathering all the different pieces, and then we're coming to the most reasonable conclusion. And Hutch is saying, okay, what you're saying, Pisco, this is possible. I just don't think that's the most reasonable conclusion. I think what I'm saying is the most reasonable conclusion. But then Pisco isn't saying, oh, what you're saying is a reasonable conclusion. I just think that my side is more reasonable. Pisco is acting like, no, there is obvious evidentiary contradictions in what it is that you're saying, and that I can show that what you're saying just isn't really possible. that's the vibe that I'm getting from this, and I don't know if this is I would like to hear the argument for that.
Like,
I feel like I would be contradicting the laws of physics by
right. So that's like a different, like, if you take as given the laws of physics, then you can establish a contradiction.
I do.
That the laws of physics. I
do.
But then you're introducing some these kind of rules of physics and these external rules that aren't necessitated by the situation itself. And so that's why it matters to talk about this, because what people will hear when you say, "Isn't it possible that Ethan Klein has two motives?" and I answer yes to that is, "Oh, well, he just gave the game away because he's saying that it's possible to have two motives."
No, I'm giving you my best answer. I'm in the absence of certainty, because I have not personally reached out to Ethan and asked him like what motivated you in that moment. So I don't know, but like
Have you reached out to Trump and asked him the motivations about his malicious acts?
Yeah, see, again, this act, like, he needs to change this to like reasonable. He needs to change this to a like reasonable conclusion, because the logical thing is not working.
And by the way, when I do this comparison, I'm not saying Ethan is the same as Trump, guys.
Are you suggesting that I should have?
I want to make sure. I want to inoculate myself against that. When I made the comparison to Trump, I wasn't saying Ethan is like Trump. It's a comparison.
But it's like you're demanding that I have certainty, and I don't. I'm giving you my vibe.
No, yeah, this is again why he needs to say most reasonable conclusion.
My best guess from my observation.
That's not, I'm not asking you to say 100%.
Yeah, but you are, because I say it's possible, and you're like, well, then, you know, like you don't have you have an issue with me saying it's possible.
No, because I can't prove to you right now that you're not a brain in a vat, that Ethan doesn't actually exist, that you're just a figment of my imagination. Like, there's so much that I cannot prove 100%, right? Like, I can't prove that 100% that we live on a sphere. By 100%, we mean to an epistemic.
See, okay, so this is this is ridiculous. Like, this should be obvious to Pisco right now. This should be obvious to Pisco right now that Hutch is talking about reasonability. This should be blatantly obvious to Pisco in this moment that Hutch is talking about what is like reasonable. How he does not know this? Like, how the fuck are you? How how do you not know this? How do you not know that he's talking about reasonability? This is insane.
Certainty. So understand what I'm saying here is we're stepping way back to talk about like possibility in the abstract. And
no, you are. Because you're debate broing me right now.
No,
like
it's not. It's really not an attempt to debate bro. Because what will happen is you'll ask, isn't it possible that Ethan has two motivations? And if I say no, I sound ridiculous because, of course, people can have mixed motives, right?
But you don't think that. Why don't we skip to that? You don't think that. You don't think that. What do you think? What do you think?
Right. So I just, this is really important. I want to clarify. When I say he doesn't have mixed motive, I'm not saying it's impossible for a person to have mixed motive. I'm saying the evidence that we have is, I think, strong that this motivation, the particular motivation that I'm citing, isn't what's actually motivating. But before we get into that, because I do want to get into that, I just want to get an agreement. If he did lie about Casey Tron's apology and whether it was sincere, are you suggesting that you would say that that was good to do?
If the purpose of the lie was to prevent harassment, for example, would you say that that would be bad?
I think that that if you felt that an apology on anti-Semitism, on whether or not it was right to invoke Asmongold's mother, whether or not you're apologizing to your very employees, that you are eliciting a known insincere apology, why? To protect an insincere person, would you make that? If you were a principled person, I would say, yeah, I don't want you to lie to your audience about whether the apology is sincere based on your feeling that you have to protect someone who's being insincere. Does that make sense?
But if again, you're not indulging my hypothetical. Would it be wrong to lie if you're, as a creator, if your intention is to dissuade your audience from brigading Casey Tron streams and replies?
at some level of danger to Casey Tron's health and security, then yes, I think that it's okay to lie. If like otherwise she would get killed or assaulted or attacked or some shit like
Or
that.
harassed.
And it's like
Or harassed and brigaded.
No, not that. I do not think at the scale we're talking about here, which is public criticism. All right. I also love this kind of like deflation of the word harassment. That means anytime you get like a bunch of comments, negative comments and shit, and negative attention. By that logic, like I'm harassed constantly all the time by everybody.
I'm sure you are.
Harassment, like when I understand harassment to be, and it's not just like it is a specific wrongful act that puts you in like fear for your privacy or a fear of like that you're about to be in physical harm or something like that, or someone's gonna stalk you, shit like that. Not mere criticism because you did a bad thing. Like it's not harassment that we say Trump is a piece of shit or Hexit needs to go to jail, or we say that like I understand these are public figures, but same thing.
Not the same thing at all, bro.
On Hassan Piker, right? Like when Hassan Piker is lying about Israel or Gaza or whatever that you think he's lying about, you wouldn't be like. Okay, criticizing that is harassment, right? If he's doing misconduct, if he's being insincere, and you criticize it, that's not harassment. Fair?
Just criticism is not harassment, but if it's organized brigading, if it's organized brigading,
by which you mean what? Like that?
What do you mean? You don't know the term? You know what brigading means? Come on, like if
brigading mean like sending your people over to their servers or the
brigading doesn't even necessarily need to be like orchestrated by the creator. It could be something that just arises.
I don't think that. Yes, to answer your question, no. I don't think that the fear of brigading is enough to justify lying to your audience.
I don't know. I think that's
about an insincere apology.
But you're motivated. You're motivated by a desire to like prevent harm or limit harm. How could that be immoral?
Well, I think it would depend on like what the lie was about, though, right? Like, I feel like that's pretty obvious that, like it. Although they are using this, like, yeah, they are using the actual scenario as the example, and yeah, I don't think that that's like that big of a lie that you couldn't actually like tell that lie.
Because you're lying?
First of all, I think that his motivation is to try to claim it sincere for purposes of his further, to justify his position in the lawsuit and to justify the negative statements made about Hassan Piker. So I don't even buy. At this point, I don't have a good inference that he's really motivated to, protect Casey Tron's well-being. And part of that is because of the way he talks about Casey Tron's financial situation, which I find reprehensible. But we can get into that in a second.
He can be petty.
But
he can be petty.
I just want to say that if it were the case that Casey Tron is being insincere in her apology, and Ethan Klein knows her to be insincere, you would say that it's okay for Ethan to lie about that.
I don't think it's necessarily bad.
But given the facts that we have here, if under current understandings of the fact, right, your own interpretation of the fact.
Oh, okay. He's saying it's wrong for Casey Tron to have lied about her apology, and it's wrong for Ethan to have made her lie about the apology and to go along with the apology as though it was legitimate. Okay.
Facts as you know it. If you found out and Ethan said to you, you know what, Hutch, I was lying, I don't think it's sincere, what would you say to that?
Don't care.
You don't care about
No.
See, this is why so I'm not going to spend a lot of time.
I don't care. I don't think it's necessarily bad. I think he was even if I indulged your version of it. Let's say he's just all it is just him doing a backhanded like victory lap. I don't care.
Okay, so that's why I lead into stuff. If you don't care about whether or not he lied about her sincerity or insincerity on the apology, then I'm not going to spend a bunch of time. Even if I could establish that she lied, which actually I will ask you about, that you would think if you're not going to condemn it, right? I'm not going to spend a bunch of time wasting why you should, right? Like you're saying basically it's okay for him to lie about the sincerity of the apology, even if it's not true. For his audience, it is true.
If you think that I have some kind of moral obligation to condemn him for lying in that spot in this hypothetical, you would have to convince me that the consequences that Casey Tron experienced were not commensurate with the way that she contributed to what happened with Ethan and Hila and all that. Like you would have to say, because earlier in the conversation you said that you didn't think it was necessarily immoral to bring litigation against someone but be motivated by some other kind of grievance. You said that wasn't necessarily immoral, right?
Yeah, so I think that there could be motivations that aren't necessarily that it doesn't necessarily make it immoral. That's correct. I was giving some stylized examples, but we'll get into the facts about the lawsuit. But I just want to resolve this issue with lying.
No, but then this conversation needs to be about, like, do you think that Ethan bringing litigation was too far of a response to how Casey Tron and Brogan and Denims and that whole community contributed to the CPS call and the harassment that Ethan and Hila got?
Right. So, I mean, the case, you're basically asking me, do you think the lawsuits are justified? That's what you're asking me, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I do want to get into that, but I just want to do a line.
Could it be justified, you know? Like, is that an appropriate...
By could, you mean could I see some possible world that doesn't entail a contradiction? Which could be justified? The answer is yes. But again, that's...
But do you think that? That's no, but...
This is... Yeah, see, there's no way that, like, Pisco doesn't know that he's talking about reasonability, bro. Like, how the fuck? How the fuck, dude? Is this real life?
Do you think
No,
that?
I don't think it's... I think under the circumstances, given the nature of the lies and what's actually motivating it, I do not think that they're justified.
I mean, how do you feel about, like, just, like, how do you feel about the collective communities that they had piling on about the CPS stuff? Like, how do you feel about that? And then the lack of moderation. How do you feel about that?
Question. Like,
No, but that's a really important question. Like, how do you feel about that?
So, depending on the conduct, I of course condemn it. If what they're doing is advocating for or celebrating, for example, calling CPS on those facts, I condemn that. If they're, for example, let's say something weird like refusing to condemn.
I kind of agree with Hutch on this. I don't particularly care about Ethan's reaction to the apology. The wording of the apology, I think, was over the top, and I blame Ethan for that. Yeah, I don't. Well, I didn't hear. Did Hutch say that? Maybe I missed that part. But yeah, I would understand that a lot more than like any of this. Oh fuck, dude. I'm so fucked.
Shouldn't have left me alive.
Where's a fucking buy station? That was fucking close. Holy shit. I cannot believe I just made it out of there.
The death of a political, the assassination or something, I would condemn that.
No, let's just talk about what happened. Let's just talk about what happened. You know, like they made a mockery of it.
I can think of a bunch of situations where failure to moderate is something that I would condemn.
No, but I'm talking about this specific thing. I just want your thoughts on this specific thing. Like, do you not think that do you not think that action that they did, that the way that they participated in the whole CPS thing?
What did they do?
I already laid it out for you. We talked about that before. There was. They enabled it. They enabled it. They were wildly irresponsible at best, and they were maliciously egging it on at worst. And in the case of Denims, I think
you think that they're culpable. You think that they're culpable for what happened?
I think they're all like jointly culpable. Yeah, they all have a part to play in that. Yeah, when you don't take any meaningful action to moderate your community, when you can see plain as day what's going on in your chat, when you're making jokes about it after the fact. Like, why are you joking about it after the fact? Like that.
Well, presumably, if you're joking about it after the fact and only after the fact, how do we know that there's a causal connection at all between what occurred and the community? I can imagine a bunch of people laughing at shit that they had no. So I'll give you an example, right? There are some Democrats who celebrated the death of Charlie Kirk. Agreed? Yes or no?
Yes. Like randos on Twitter. Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
Yes.
Are those people culpable for Charlie Kirk's death?
No, but that's not the same thing at all. Wait, hang on a second.
It's a comparison. No, it's an analogy.
No, but this would only be analogous if they were all in message boards where they were talking about potentially unaliving Charlie Kirk. That would be analogous.
So what you need to show, don't you, is a causal relationship between their conduct incriminatory act and the act itself, don't you?
The CPS call happened shortly after Denims did her stream, where she platformed a bad empanada video where he was making the case that CPS should be called, and she made no meaningful. She like maybe she made some, but like she did not go nearly far enough in terms of moderating her community. If I was her, first of all, why is she watching that video? Why is she platforming Bad Empanada? Why is she watching a video with this guy who is passively encouraging his audience to call CPS? Do you agree that that's wildly irresponsible as a creator?
To watch a Bad Empanada video?
Yeah, to watch a bad, not in a vacuum. To watch a Bad Empanada.
To watch a Bad Empanada video.
Video of him making the case for why the viewer should maybe call CPS.
Is it a good thing to do?
Is it irresponsible? Is what I said.
Should she do it? I think the answer is no. I don't think she should do it.
Why?
But that's not.
But why though?
But that doesn't.
Wait, no, not should she do it. No, this is so Hutch is like not picking up on the things that Pisco's doing, and he's not picking up on like how to actually progress this conversation. So the question is not should she do it. The question has to be, was it wrong for her to do it? That has to be the question. He cannot say, should she do it? It has to be, was it wrong for her to do this? So when Pisco says, no, I'm not saying she should do this. Pisco's saying, I am not saying there is a moral ought for her to pull up the video. I'm not saying there is a moral necessity that she has to pull up the video, and that if she doesn't pull up the video, she's immoral. No, I'm not saying that. I do not believe that. That's what Pisco's saying right now. Whereas what Hutch needs to ask is, yes, is it wrong for her to pull up the video?
Hang on, because I
no,
think
but the why matters. The why matters.
Yes,
why?
I'm about to wait. I'm answering that. Did you hear me answering that? I said.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So, I don't think it's good, because if you are, watching a video in which these kinds of, bad things are being expressed, all else equal, without any pushback, potentially that could, encourage a risk or something of something occurring.
Oh, wait, Pisco actually answered the question without the pedantry. Okay, so he does understand what somebody's asking without what the fuck? So he can understand without just pure pedantry. That okay, all right.
All right.
Yes.
But hang on a second.
What thing?
But hang on 1 second. Do you have evidence that Denims knew what was in the video before she watched it? Yes or no?
I don't know off the top of my head, but she kept watching it. That's not the point. She kept watching it. She could have turned it off the second he brought that up and said, whoa, this.
And not even just that. Not even just that. It's more so that like I would think that once it's like on your stream, you would at least say something to the extent of, okay, I don't know about that, or I don't agree with that, or something like that. Like that, I think that at bare minimum, I think that like that's generally what it is that you should do. So yeah.
This is way too far. I don't co-sign this.
The answer is no. You don't have any evidence that she knew the contents of the video.
Why would you skip over? No, she continued to watch it, dude. She indulged the logic.
I just want to do it one step at a time. So you don't have any evidence, correct, that she knew what was in the video?
I think you're trying to worm out of the logical conclusion that you just jumped to. I think you're trying to worm out of the logical conclusion that you just jumped to, which is that if the reason why it's irresponsible for someone to do that in her position is because, as you said, the risk goes way up that somebody in her community might act on that.
But here's the thing.
So how is she not culpable?
So it's an attenuated risk. It's an attenuated risk that is not at all sufficient for culpability. Not even 1%, not even close to 1%, Hutch. The mere acting and watching of a video that encourages bad stuff, now you are culpable for things that might result from watching
culpable.
a video.
They're all...
No. That's no, that's not. That is not... He did not say just the mere watching of it. He said without like bare minimum giving some sort of like separation between yourself and the statements or denouncing them or something. But he did say like, at least saying something of like, I don't know about that or something like that. I forget what he said. I think I said that and he used different language, but essentially the same sentiment.
Partly culpable. No, all of them are.
Where's Mantis? I was expecting her to be on once I finished the first game of like loading up the screen and everything. And she's not on, and I don't know. Where's she at, though? Whoa, maybe that's a little too... Okay.
That you would apply this standard to any other commentator who watches something.
Of course I do.
Bro.
No.
Wild.
I have a consistent. Ask my chat if I moderate. Ask my chat if I moderate. I take steps all the time. I tell my chat explicitly all the time. Don't brigade. I do all there's certain red lines that I understand that me as a creator, as someone with a following, as someone who could potentially influence someone. I do think that I have a responsibility to use that influence responsibly.
Culpable. It doesn't make you culpable.
It doesn't make you 100% culpable, but you are partly culpable. Yes, and at the very
here's
least,
a question. Here's a question for you, Hutch. If you're saying that Charlie Kirk has blood on his hands, this is before he's killed. Charlie Kirk is a fascist. Charlie Kirk is trying to overturn the democracy of our country. He's instituting these horrible things. And
you're doing the Republican thing now. That's what you're doing. You're doing the thing.
Why do you think I'm bringing up the Republican talking point? Why do you think I'm bringing it up, Hutch?
Because there's a difference. Their observations is not the same as this at
Hutch,
all.
Hutch,
it's a bad faith. It's a bad faith situation.
So I'm not gonna be deterred from bringing up this example. The question stands. The question is as follows: if you, as a creator, are platforming a video, you're watching a video in which someone says Charlie Kirk has blood on his hands, he's allowing and encouraging criminal actions from the administration, and honestly, I think that he's a fascist, and there should be no moral consideration for Charlie Kirk whatsoever.
Hold on.
I'm going to finish the question, Hutch.
I have a video. I just want you to watch a video. I just want you to watch a video.
No. You can I'm asking something. I will definitely watch your video after I get an answer and then we address it. Okay. I will definitely, don't worry about it, right? So if it's the case that you have someone who's watching a video of someone else saying Charlie Kirk has blood on his hands, he should have no moral consideration, and he kind of doesn't do anything, he just kind of watches it. Ends up Charlie Kirk gets assassinated. Someone comes up to you, Hutch, and said, you are culpable. You watched this insane video in which he says no moral consideration should be given to Charlie Kirk. You don't actually believe it, and you didn't do any pushback in that moment.
Did the person in the video?
Let me finish the question. Would that person who watched that video, without any pushback on the notion that Charlie Kirk deserves no moral consideration, he didn't push back there, he let that stand, would that person be culpable for the assassination of Charlie Kirk, yes or no?
Did the video that was watched, I need to ask you about the video this hypothetical video. In the hypothetical video that I watched, did the creator of that video suggest that someone should explicitly suggest that someone should unalive Charlie Kirk?
No. He says he deserves no moral consideration. Whatever happens to him is justified.
That's too abstract. Then no. Why? There's no culpability there.
No. No. I disagree with that. I think it's wrong to say something like that. I think that because you are already justifying somebody doing something. You may not have to advocate for it, but you are already justifying it. You're saying if you do murder him, I'm saying it's okay. I'm saying it's all good. It's an okay thing to do. Mantis, I don't know if you're there. I can't invite you. I don't know if you haven't actually clicked on the game yet or something, but I can't. It says invite to party is locked. So this user has blocked invites. Oh, this user has blocked invites. Okay.
This is not abstract though. In the case of Denims,
no, it's again, yes, no. You can't say that this is anything that they do is justified. That's obviously anything is leading to people thinking murder. Host has crossplay disabled while you have it enabled. cannot form party of different crossplay settings. What did you do to your settings? And what the fuck is crossplay? Yeah, I can't join your game. You have crossplay settings turned off. Is this hello? Hey, Red.
Yeah.
Mantis is like, she keeps, when I click on her name, it says that I can't invite her. She has invites turned off. She's sending me messages saying she's like waiting. And so then she's, oh, there she is.
Say no more.
I can join with Red, so it's a you problem.
Okay. It said that you have invites turned off and you have crossplay turned off.
I don't.
I don't even know what crossplay means. What the fuck is crossplay?
It's when you're
able to
on
play with people
Xbox
on
and
other
I'm on a
platforms.
PlayStation.
Yeah, but where would you turn that off?
In your settings.
Yeah, I got that. Thank you. Where would I turn that off?
I don't know, just
Well,
search it. There's a search bar.
In this specific tab,
right,
3
crossplay.
bars under the volume button. Like, how you expect us to know off the top of our heads?
Crossplay communication. Just type in crossplay. It's in account and network. It's like the 5th one down or something.
I don't have that option. That's not even an option for me.
Well.
So I don't, it can't be me, but maybe it was just a glitch or some shit.
Yeah, I think it's just a glitch.
Okay.
So in Armory, there are some things that it doesn't allow me to unlock. Like, it just won't progress. And a couple of those things are the mono rounds that are broken. So I just can't get them.
Can you only do for like legacy weapons?
Legacy items in general, like the new.
Yeah, but not the new guns and shit.
Okay, I'm gonna mute, but we got 4 minutes until it goes back to Haven's Hollow, so I'll start the game once we get there. Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay.
It's not abstract.
Hang on a second. Don't you agree that there's a risk that someone could get the wrong impression? Isn't there?
That standard is way too high.
Hang on a second.
You agree with me that there's a spectrum. You agree with me that there's a spectrum, right?
What I'm trying to prove is, what I'm trying to demonstrate to you is the mere fact that there's an increased risk does not imply that there is culpability. The volitional acts of others cut off the causal chain such that we imply culpability, even if it's the case, that you have dangerous rhetoric, such that you know, it's possible there's a risk. You agree, don't you, by the way, that you know, Destiny, I think, has been based on a lot of his assessments of the double standard and hypocrisy of MAGA. Would you deny that there is a risk that him saying and refusing to condemn at times, sometimes he does condemn it, but at times refusing to condemn carries risk of the assassination? Does it carry risk?
You kind of lost me there.
Yes, of
Okay.
course. So when Destiny refuses to condemn the assassination of Charlie Kirk, I am telling you that he's inconsistent on it. Sometimes he condemns it, but there are moments.
I've talked all the time about how, yes, I think his rhetoric around that stuff is way too
So
irresponsible.
all of a sudden, there's a
How's this inconsistent?
All of a sudden, there's a Republican who's killed, and
okay, I don't know if that's true. So okay, I will say when he talks about like eye for an eye sort of shit, yeah, that probably is irresponsible. Like when he talks about eye for an eye, I think he's right, but I think it's like with the size audience that he has, I think it's probably a bit irresponsible to say. Now, if instead he's on Piers Morgan and they say, I want you to condemn the shooting of Charlie Kirk, and he says, I'll do it when Trump does it, he's literally already saying that, like, yes, I'm willing to do it. I'm willing to do it. I do think it's bad. I do think this is wrong. I'm just not going to say it. I'm just not going to say the words, because I think the president should say it first. I think the president should lead on this. That's a little bit different, but yeah, when he talks about like the, you know, oh well, there's, you know, we got to do eye for an eye, and this is game theory, and we have to, this is the prisoner's dilemma, and we have to, like, that shit. I can understand why people would be like, oh well, I mean, MAGA just killed somebody today, so now we have to go kill a MAGA. Like, I could totally get why that would be an implication from some of the shit that he's
even
said, yeah.
cite, you know, Destiny because, oh yeah, no moral consideration, there needs to be equality, whatever. That would be, you would not say Destiny's culpable there, would you?
You are fucking debate perverting me right now. We're so far in the weeds about this. I just want you to watch a video. I just want you to watch a video. We don't need to do the hypotheticals, please.
No, we actually do, because this shows that there's a principle that we're not going to impose.
But you're not proposing something that is analogous, dude. These are not analogous. It's not like, oh, if this then that.
You need to explain the disanalogy then, because what I provided you said.
Then
right?
let me ask you a question. You've asked me like 5 questions, bro. Let me ask you a question. Would you, if you were watching a video, and then the creator of the video, in the video that you're watching, suggested that someone should unalive Tim Pool, would you continue to watch the video?
I would condemn that. I'm just telling. That's why, and I would say,
would
yes,
you continue to watch the video?
Yeah, I might continue to watch the video. I watch unhinged people say unhinged things all the time. Now, I would probably.
Yeah, I was going to say, continuing to watch a video is different. Like it is about like the fact that you give some sort of like condemnation or something like that. You want to make sure that you actually say like, this is bad, or this, you know, we shouldn't do this, or I disagree, or especially if you explain why it's bad or explain why you disagree, like that is definitely preferable. Whereas, like, yeah, I think that like 90% of the shit that comes out of like anybody within MAGA's like sphere, or like any MAGA content creator, I think almost all of them are wrong. I think all of them are irresponsibly platforming themselves all the time. Like, yeah, but yeah, if I like review their shit, I'm gonna still watch it. I'm still gonna go over it. It's just that I'm calling out the bad stuff that they're saying. I'm disagreeing with it.
You would turn that shit off. Come on, bro. You would turn it off. There's TOS considerations.
Are you shitting me?
You don't think you would turn that off?
If I saw a video in which someone is making a threat of violence, you think I would automatically turn the video off?
If somebody made a specific call to action, you would be banned in like a second if you didn't turn it off, right?
Wait, the mere listening to it?
Yes, you can't.
I've never heard of that TOS.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
You've never heard. You've never heard of TOS for a call to action, to like a specific call to action to hurt someone or harm someone?
Yes, again, not if you're like. Not if you're disagreeing with it, not if you're calling it out, not like generally if you review something that's like horrible, but you're like, this is bad, unable to join game session, Host has crossplay enabled while you have it. Or sorry, host has crossplay disabled while you have it enabled. Cannot form party of different crossplay settings. So wait, who did it kick out of the game? Did it kick me? Or did it kick Mantis? Wait, we're still in the fucking game. Okay, we're both, according to this, we're both still in the game, so. Is she here? No, she's not here yet. Oh, there she is. Okay, yeah, she's in the game. All right.
If an individual is endorsing it, but just merely watching the video?
Yes, every platform that you're on, basically. If you're watching a video that says someone should really go on a live Tim Pool and you didn't stop watching it,
I condemn that. Wait, hang on a second.
you would.
No. That's ridiculous. No, that's ridiculous. That is untrue. That is blatantly untrue. Look, I was about to say, these guys stream on Twitch, so I could understand how they might feel that way. Twitch, maybe even TikTok. These are two platforms that have the most ridiculous TOSs that, like, they're just fucking insane. People get banned for the most insane asinine bullshit that most people have no idea what the fuck it is. So, like, they don't even know what they're getting in trouble for. So yeah, I believe it about those platforms. I would not, that is what I know that is not the case on YouTube. Okay, I know that is not the case on YouTube. I am fairly well versed on the YouTube TOS, and I know where the lines are and where they are not, and that is definitely not a thing.
Would be banned if you didn't turn that off, right?
Wait, I'm not convinced of that. If I've watched,
hang on,
maybe
give me one second.
They haven't enforced.
Give me 1 second.
Okay. Chat, I don't know. Have you guys ever heard of that? Like, I've watched unhinged people like say crazy things. Well, like, we consider and we've analyzed, for example.
So yeah, I was gonna say, like, on Twitch, you're so, like, at a loss as to what you will and will not get in trouble for, to where I could understand, like, being paranoid enough on Twitch to where you would think, like, yeah, that you'd probably get banned. Like, it's, who knows, but, like, it's Twitch, yeah, so we'll just make the assumption you're probably gonna get banned for it. But he's not even saying that. Like, he's not saying, like, you should be afraid that you might get banned. Like, he's like, no, you're definitely gonna get banned. You know you're gonna get banned. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, bro. Maybe you'd get banned. I'm not gonna get banned.
Trump's incitement theories under both legal, and we watched the videos and stuff. We watched 6 videos where
you got me shouting, so I need some fucking water.
Oh, no worries.
If you were watching a video where somebody said, you know what, I really fucking, Tim Pool is just the worst, and, you know, somebody definitely needs to go on unalive him, right? You would continue to watch that?
Yeah, if I was analyzing it and saying this is a true threat, this is an example of a true threat. I'll give you another example, right?
But you said you would specifically condemn it, right?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on the context. Like, if
why?
I think because I do think that potentially, there could be, if I just let it play and don't specifically address it, I think that there could be action by Twitch. But again, just because there's action by Twitch or there's a risk for my channel doesn't mean that I'm accepting culpability if something bad happens. I just want to be clear about the distinction there. And second, I do think that there's a moral responsibility to condemn these acts of violence, or even acts, for example, of deception or whatever. And I think that there's a potential risk, and you should minimize risk where possible. Here's the difference, right? Mitigation of risk and an obligation to avoid risk doesn't equal culpability if something bad ends up happening after the fact. And this is easily, you can understand that if you just apply any of the comparisons that I've talked about, that no one in the context that I provided, that you're examining someone saying some unhinged shit about Charlie Kirk, and then all of a sudden, oops, someone kills him. No one could ever come to a live creator, and you would defend, you would say, this is insane. You know, he was watching a video of someone else doing it. No, he wasn't doing it.
What if I could show you a video of Denims herself saying that somebody should call CPS on Ethan?
Go for it. I would say that's independently bad, yeah.
Okay. Apparently there's a video.
All right, show us.
It's on my stream. Just pull up my stream.
Can you share it on Discord?
Yes. Hold on.
You acting like I have like a problem condemning Denims or Hassan.
We're getting into all these hypotheticals, though. Like, you know what I mean? Like, yes, I think they're culpable, and I think
principles. Hutch, why do you think I'm doing this? I'm doing this because I don't want to. I love you. I love you, my boy.
No, you're doing this because
weasel out and be like, there's no fucking comparison here.
You're doing this to avoid the possibility that these creators did something that was extremely harmful.
No. If they advocated for CPS, I'm telling you right now, I'm going to condemn that.
Okay, well,
even by the way, just so you know.
Well, let me watch the clip. Let me just watch the clip. Hold on. I'm pressing play. I'm pressing play.
No, but I'm telling you in advance. I don't even need to see the clip. I will see the clip.
I want to see the clip.
If they laugh about it after the fact, I'll condemn that too. Guess what? It doesn't resolve the issue.
But you don't okay, hold on. Let me watch the clip. I'm done talking for a second. Hold on.
Shit in their house. And then Denims hosts this and see what she says. And then now we wonder why people are calling Child Protective Services.
But they called it before I even did this stream.
He lets his dogs shit all over his mansion, and he just leaves the shit on the floor, something that is probably related to the fact that his former housekeeper is suing him for a number of different reasons. So I would assume he doesn't actually have a housekeeper anymore, or perhaps he lost his extra housekeeper. So now the house is just like covered in dog shit. And he has kids, and his kids like crawl into the dog shit, and God forbid, I don't know what they do with it. I don't know if they eat it, or if it's just from like contact with it with their hands or something, but they contracted a parasite that I had previously never heard of in my life called Giardia from the dog shit that is all over his head.
Oh, it was Denim's chat that was saying called CPS.
I hope you're not gonna
hold on. How is it that like maybe once a week?
That's insane.
You're nuts. You're not. You don't think. Hang on. If your chat was spamming.
Are you shitting me?
Hang on. If your chat was spamming.
Okay, wait. This is. Am I crazy? This is a massive goalpost shift from Hutch, right? Am I crazy? This is a massive goalpost shift, right? He just said that he had a video of Denims saying it, and now he's saying it's the chatter who said it. Am I crazy? That is what just happened, right? He just like anybody? Yeah, he did say that? Okay. So yeah, Alright, I was just wondering. I'm like, wait, there's no fucking way, dude. Like, am I imagining things? I could have sworn he just said he had a clip of Denims saying this, and now he's showing a clip of somebody in the chat saying it. Fuck.
Call the cops on Rob Noor. You wouldn't tell them to not call the cops? You wouldn't step in?
Wait, that is not what I said.
Do you have a responsibility?
I didn't say that I wouldn't. Hutch,
as a creator.
Yes, that doesn't mean you're culpable. Yes, that doesn't mean you're culpable. You understand the difference there?
Of course it does.
Just
What do you
because
mean?
You have a self-stand. No, it fucking doesn't. If someone ends up, so you're saying if I fail to do my due diligence in like saying and giving an affirmative thing, hey guys, I don't agree with this, and you shouldn't call the cops on Rob Noor. If I don't do that, and if I just let it play out, either because I don't see it or because I'm negligent, because I'm just fucking twiddling my thumbs.
No.
I have culpability. For
No.
some
That's not what I said, though. Let me give you a hypothetical. You love hypotheticals. Let me give you a hypothetical.
Yeah, I do love it. Yeah.
Let's say all of us on Live and Learn. Okay, you, me, Soy Pill, and IRI. We all watch the same video independently with our own viewers. Okay, and in that video, somebody makes a claim, and then like all of our chats are like spamming. You know, like somebody needs to call the cops on Rob Noor. Okay, and then somebody calls, and we don't do anything. We don't police it at all. And then somebody calls the cops on Rob Noor. Are none of us culpable, or are all of us culpable? None of us are culpable?
No, the culpable party is the parties that encouraged it, explicitly with their intention, their active intention to do so, and those who did it. That's what.
Okay,
that is
I mean, we just have like a major philosophical difference between
wait.
response.
Where the fuck did that come from?
I think it's a bot too. It's a terrible
Bro, where
shot.
the fuck did that come from? Oh,
That's what I
he
was
was
wondering
hiding.
about.
Yeah, the dots on my screen were on the wall,
Bro,
so I
what
was
is
like
he
running
fucking
around the
beaming
wall.
me with? He's not missing a shot, and I got my tack.
Bry's coming in now. He sucks.
I
got stems.
Nice.
Ooh, nice. How the fuck did we just get back in the game?
I don't know, but I'm coming down there. I don't think I
Oh, they're all
can
right
get
over
my
there.
ship back though.
They're all right over there. Fuck.
Oh, someone got him. Squad wiped.
I still 16 of us. Still circle.
Did we actually get everyone over? Alright, fuck it. I'm coming in.
Don't push, don't push, don't push.
No, I'm coming into the call.
Wait, what are you doing, Green?
I don't have my guns. Can we get a load
No, they've
over
got a
here?
fucking
He
snipe.
has a sniper. Someone has some.
Yeah, here.
Stay on the low, stay on the low.
I've got AK.
I've got enough, I've got enough.
Okay, get it.
14k.
Someone get a fucking UAV.
Oh, it.
Okay, I got it.
Alright. Alright, hurry up, hurry up.
Oh, I'm getting shot. I'm getting shot.
I'm trying to get to the fucking loadout.
Gas.
Ready?
Yep, go.
Thank you.
Suck it.
Bro, how the freak is he just sniping?
Can't get up! Fuck me!
That is
Dead.
not no sniper. It's like a far shotgun.
Yo,
It's not a sniper.
Yo, come get me. Alright, no one's gonna come get me? Sweet.
I'm coming. Shut up.
Huh?
Yeah.
Oh, we didn't get our mate either.
I didn't know anybody else was down.
He just died.
I killed that guy right there. And then they
Okay.
scattered off to the left.
So there's only one
So
or
they're-
two
I can
people?
guarantee they're in the...
Oh shit, they're right over there.
I hit him.
One of y'all push.
I hit him.
It's gonna be.
I hit him. He's hurt.
Yes.
He's flashed.
Broke him again.
Get him.
Oh!
Got him.
Good shit.
Y'all get out. Y'all ain't got. He dead. I
Oh, they're
think he
coming.
died.
Coming from us.
Tell the girl to
Which way? Which way?
I have no idea.
Stay here for a second.
left. Go stay. He gonna might try to push him.
Come on.
Y'all are 3v1. Easily win this.
Oh, it's only one dude? Sweet.
Oh yeah, he's not wrong. He's not wrong. Kid's not wrong. Step back.
He might
Hold
be.
hands.
He
Stay above.
might
He
be
right above.
already in zone.
Head above.
One of y'all won, and one of y'all look. Like go for it, and then look on top. Like you can go out.
He's in here. He's here. Upstairs.
Hold hands.
He's gonna get caught in the gas.
Wait for him. He finna come. He gonna stick. Oh.
Nice.
Nice.
He was done. He could have.
Did he Terminator
stayed in
skin?
Storm. He could have stayed in Storm though.
Nah, he was stuck.
It was a window there, but he probably got.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you see that little
not from
corner
where
of
he
the building?
was. Yeah, not from where he was.
Yeah, he was
couldn't have
dark.
gotten there. Okay, I'm going dark.
Responsible content creation because.
So I want to so I want you to apply this standard, the standard that you're just setting out. Anytime that because there have been left-wing acts of violence, and there are chats that will talk about this kind of shit, saying, you know, these people should. These people exist. You know,
of course.
these people.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
And you would never say, well, because you failed to moderate your unhinged chat, as opposed to saying, okay, you have a responsibility to upkeep it. I would agree with that, no doubt.
I think like
once you insane. That's strict liability for what your fucking chat does.
Maybe we're getting hung up on the term, but I think like at minimum you could say that you, through your inaction and through your tacit endorsement, really, of what Bad Empanada was saying in that video, and then you like ignoring your chat, like multiple people in your chat, and you have mods, like you're looking at, she looks at her chat constantly. She chose to not like do anything about those comments in that moment. Like at that point, you have contributed to.
Wait a second. I'm not talking about legal culpability. I am talking about ethical culpability.
Yes, of course you're ethically.
No, I'm seeing people in the chat, so I'm only talking about ethical culpability. But go ahead.
This is a major philosophical difference between you and me. I think if you are a creator and you're seeing specific calls to action, especially something as serious as government intervention on somebody that you don't like, you have a responsibility to step in at that point and say, guys, this is way too far. Right? Excuse me?
Otherwise, you're culpable?
Otherwise, you have contributed to like that event happening in some small way, or you could, at the very least, potentially have done it. The reality is, we can't know who made that call. Was it someone from Hassan's audience? Was it someone from her audience? Was it someone from Casey Tron's audience? We don't know. But in a general sense,
your burden to show that they are culpable. Just because it's hard to find evidence of the particular thing that shows culpability doesn't relieve you of your responsibility to show it.
I don't like this. I feel like it's pretty obvious that you have a responsibility to make sure that you do not platform misinformation or harmful information, and that in that like this is just like an obvious general responsibility as a content creator, that like you shouldn't even need to like really explain this or debate this. This is just obvious to me that yes, you need to be able to, like, your audience needs to be able to trust you and know that if you're platforming something, if you're putting information out, if you're if you're doing any of the above, they're like, yes, that if they're watching you, that they should be able to trust the information that they're getting from you. I feel like that's pretty obvious. And I don't know why we even have to like debate that. I don't know why we're even having like a conversation about whether or not you're doing something immoral for allowing misinformation to be spread on your platform without like pushing back, without denouncing it, without signaling somehow that you as the content creator disagree with that thing. Generally it'd be best to also give an explanation for why, or like, give a full debunking or whatever. But it seems ridiculous that we're like arguing over whether or not that's even a thing. That what the fuck?
When I say culpable, do you hear like 100% responsible?
No, I would hear morally culpable for the thing occurring. That's what I understand.
There's a shared culpability is my point. And I think you're using that like uncertainty about where the call came from as a means to just like deflect all responsibility. Like you're saying that they had no ethical obligation to moderate their own chat as they're like making suggestions to call CPS, which is wild to me.
What you're culpable for is what you did wrong. What you did wrong was failure to moderate appropriately your chat. What you're not culpable for is actually fucking calling CPS.
If you were in Ethan's shoes, just try to
wait. No. I agree with that. No, I agree with that. But I would say that because like it is similar to like when we talk about like somebody who platforms like misinformation and they keep talking about how bad Mexicans are, and that Mexicans are coming in and doing the great replacement, and they're killing everybody, right? Or sorry, they're genociding white people. And if we like talk about this as like a legitimate thing, and we keep pushing this, and then people go out and kill Mexicans, and they're saying, "Hey, I watched Tom Foolery, and he's telling me that all these Mexicans are coming in and genociding us, and we have to stop them from coming in and genociding us. We did this for white people, and we hope that our manifesto wakes everybody up to the wisdom of tomfoolery and makes it to where we all start either voting in better legislators or just killing them if the legislators refuse to listen to us." Like, yeah, I think that if a reasonable person would get that message from my stream and those people went out and killed those people, I think that there is some like culpability for me convincing these people to go kill people. And I feel like that's fairly obvious. Like, I can't believe we're even disagreeing about this. This seems like, I thought this was something we all agreed on. Like, if you're platforming things, you're kind of responsible for your platform. And that if your platform convinces people to do things reasonably, like, even though that person is also responsible for their own actions, you're not like responsible for their actions, but you are responsible for convincing them or encouraging them to take the action, right? It's like if a man is married and a single woman, not married, has no responsibilities to any sort of any person, right? If she goes and starts hitting on the married man and gets him to cheat on his wife, okay? I would say this is an immoral action. I would say that she did something wrong and immoral. Now, other people would say, like, well, no, she's not, like, she didn't take any vows. She's not responsible for his marriage. Like, that's his responsibility. I don't care. Like, it's still her encouraging him to take an immoral action. And I think that, like, you are immoral for encouraging others to take immoral action. You can disagree with the analogy. I don't care if it's like a guy or a woman, like either way. It's I know some people are going to be mad that I used a woman as an example, and I okay, my bad. But yeah, like you get what I'm saying. Like you're responsible for what it is that you put into other people's heads with your content. And if a reasonable person would come to those conclusions, I think, yeah, like that's something that you gotta own up to, and I definitely would blame you for. Sorry, give me a second. This gun is garbage. Where the fuck did that person just go?
Imagine, okay?
No, that's not. No, so I can totally grant that if I accept all of Ethan's priors, if I take his point of view, we're not talking about from his lights does he think it's justified. He's doing it.
No, but I'm asking you to just imagine, like,
yeah,
who would you have blamed? Do you think you could understand blaming like the whole pool of creators that were all dogpiling and encouraging it and joking about it, laughing about it, even encouraging it?
What?
Blaming them for the fucking CPS showing up at your house.
No, that's unhinged.
That's unhinged. No, you would.
Republicans. So I want to hear you say it then. So I'm gonna give you.
You'd be like,
that's not what Republicans say. That's what liberals say when they talk about stochastic terrorism. That's what liberals say when they talk about responsible platforming. That's what liberals say. That is not what Republicans say. I don't know what the fuck they're talking about when they say that's what Republicans say. I don't even know like what argument they keep referring to as like the Republican argument. I have no fucking idea what they're talking about because this is apparently just not an argument that I've experienced. I don't know.
Well, we can never know, so I can't blame any of them. You would not do that, bro.
If your community actively encourages doxing, and you fail to moderate that doxing, and then doxing in fact occurs, is the streamer culpable for doxing?
I'll tell you what how I would feel. Hang on. I'm telling you exactly. I'm telling you exactly. Imagine me, right? And I found out that somebody in my community doxed someone. And there was a thing that maybe we missed, like I was looking away from chat or something like that. I would feel responsible.
I'm not going to be distracted. I'm giving you an example.
I'm giving you an answer.
So no, you didn't answer that question. You said what you would do, that you would feel responsible if some other shit happened, even when you were negligent. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a situation in which the community doxes, you're aware of it, and you don't moderate it. Intentionally, you don't moderate. You see it's there, and you don't moderate it.
Mm-hmm.
Is the streamer culpable for the doxing?
I think they are partly responsible. Yes.
Okay, so it's a standard you would apply that the mere non-moderation decisions as to your community gives you culpability for the attacks, however attenuated, that might occur because you failed to moderate your community, even though those
that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
And those wrong. Okay.
I can't believe that. I'm a bit incredulous right now because you seem to be
in what sense?
You seem to be totally closed off to the possibility that a streamer has any reasonable like expectation of being responsible in their moderation.
Well,
what's the point of moderation?
Hutch, I literally said the opposite. So I want to
what's the point? What's the point of moderation?
First, I'm going to establish that what you just represented is literally the opposite of what I said. So you heard me, didn't you, when I said that there is a responsibility to moderate? You heard that?
But did you hear that? What's the point of the?
I'm asking you if you heard.
I'm trying to make sense of what you're saying because what you're saying is.
You heard it when I said.
Hang on. What you're saying is contradictory to me because otherwise, well, what is the point of moderation then?
So I just want to make sure.
Can you answer that question?
I will.
Yes, I heard you. Yes, I heard you. What's the point of moderation?
There's self-standing obligations to moderate to reduce risk that a streamer I think has there's a low cost of compliance and where there are obvious potential benefits to a low cost compliance incident. The fact that you have a self-standing obligation to mitigate risk, I'm going to repeat it and make sure you hear it, so I'm going to say it twice. That you violated your duty to moderate does not mean you are culpable for actions that underlie it.
If you're not culpable,
oh my God! I mean, so you understand that there are two obligations, right?
But what you're saying makes no sense because if you're saying you're there to mitigate risk, but you're not culpable if something happens, well, then what the fuck are you?
What's the contradiction?
What risk? What risk are you mitigating?
Yeah. So the risk that you're mitigating does pertain potentially to later on events, but that doesn't.
What does that mean, dude? Come on, don't say events. Okay. Risk of what?
Of either bad conduct, malicious conduct, whatever is responsible, whatever's down the line.
By who?
Absolutely. So I just want to make sure that you understand the distinction here. Do you understand a distinction between a duty to mitigate risk, that is by properly moderating, and the culpable actions of intentional people who are doing the thing? And the reason I'm asking this of you is, if you don't understand that difference, I think that there's like a huge issue in communication here. Because just because you fail to moderate and fail to optimally minimize risk doesn't mean that you're responsible for the volitional malicious conduct.
No,
you're
not. You're not. Obviously, listen. Whoever called CPS, that was their decision. Ultimately, they're responsible for their actions. But you seem to be like aloof to the idea that people with tremendous levels of influence, especially when we're talking about that particular shared community. I'm
not going to get distracted.
I'm not trying to distract you. You're acting aloof to the idea that these people could potentially influence their own audience through action or inaction to do something like that. So is Denims 100% responsible for what happened? No.
Oh my goodness.
But she's partly culpable, in my opinion, because she contributed to that culture and that community and that rhetoric that led to ultimately the call happening in the first place. I can't give you like, is she this percentage to blame or that percentage? But there's a general shared culpability.
So does Denims have significant culpability for the CPS call that she did not place? That there's no evidence that I've seen her encourage.
I never said that.
Wait. I'm just asking you a question, Hutch. Do you think that there's signifucking culpability by Denims?
Define significant. Are we talking percentages here?
that is a primitive, and I will, but I will say I'll put a percentage on it. 5%, significant.
Maybe, yeah.
So you think that Denims is 5% responsible?
I don't know. I have no way to give you a maybe. Sure, yeah.
That is, and what percentage is Caseytron responsible?
2%. I don't. Who cares? It doesn't matter.
So you agree, at a bare minimum, Caseytron, as I understand it, insignificant responsibility. Fair?
No, you're missing the point. There's a shared culpability, friend.
No, but so first of all, I don't even accept that we would apply the culpable standard to the actual act itself. We would apply a culpability to the failure to moderate and uphold the norm of moderating, but it wouldn't extend to the actual act itself. But even assuming that we would, the notion that you would put 5 or greater percentage on a call that you have no evidence that she encouraged, no evidence that she knew about it, the only thing you have is chat comments that you can't prove she read, that have been provided in a video to you.
But that's risky, right?
All you have, and you're willing to say.
But that's risky, right? You said that was risky, right?
Hang on a second. So if she knew about it, presently,
do you think it's 0%?
Oh my God, this is crazy. So
you say my 5% is dumb. Do you think it's 0%?
For me, it's 0%. 0% culpability for the.
Wait, you just said a minute ago that if you don't moderate, there's a risk that someone in your audience could do something, right?
Correct. That doesn't mean that you're.
How could it be 0% then?
It's not. They're not the same. Wrong.
Oh, I'm being told to finish the clip. Hold on. There's more to the clip.
Okay, go for it.
We already have Move Mondays. Now we have Shit Saturdays.
Also, this is not a joking matter, by the way. It can be very severe and deadly to small children. I mean, much like many other illnesses, it's very, very, very dangerous when infants get the same sicknesses that adults get. There are lots of things that you can get as an adult. You're totally fine. You'll be a-okay. No problem. A child, a small infant that has no immune system, shouldn't be catching.
So I don't know if you're watching the same thing, but she's telling her audience that, she's strongly implying that Ethan's children might die.
Anything.
No wonder his house is covered in dog shit, and his neglected children raised by nannies have contracted parasites previously unknown to science from the feces.
I put it in the Discord.
I wonder why he skipped over all of this, because everything that he said, everything that I said in this story, which by the way was apparently compiled by his crew.
No wonder this motherfucker is always sick. Yeah, it all makes sense now. It all makes sense now. It makes sense why he doesn't care about Palestinian children when he is neglecting his own. How is this happening? How is it happening? How?
Watch that clip and try to tell me she's 0%, bro. There's no way.
I fail to see how this is encouraging someone to call CPS.
Oh my goodness.
I didn't say that it encourages someone to call CPS. You don't have to. You don't have to encourage. Do you have to encourage someone to call CPS to contribute to the risk of someone calling it?
No.
Okay.
But what I'm trying to suss out for you is the mere, potential increase of risk. And I agree. I mean, like the mere fact that she's reporting, like even viewing the video at all, right? Even in a critical lens, might increase the risk of someone calling TPS, right? Even if you were examining a video just to criticize it, right? Just to tear it apart. If you're a big enough streamer, that might contribute to a risk on net that you don't know everyone who follows you fucking wants it. So what I'm saying is there's a self-standing obligation to moderate 100%, but that doesn't coextend to substantive, and here I'm not talking about legal, ethical culpability that I'm going to impose, some kind of ethical breach with respect to the substantive act that we're talking about. And the notion, and I'm going to lay it out here, because I watched the whole clip, that you're going to give Denims.
Sheesh, Red had 41 kills in that game. Holy macaroni, bro. Wow, that red guy sure is carrying you. That red guy allowed me to get killed. He was standing right next to me. Somebody started killing me, and Red ran away and left me by myself, and I died. And that's the only time I died. That's the only time anybody on our team died. And I think it's completely Red's fault, and it's his own vanity that made it to where he was running off instead of being a teammate. But, we can't all be tomfoolery, I can't teach it. You're just gifted with being a teammate, having empathy, or you're not.
As you sit here, 5% or greater.
You came up with that number.
You bought it, right? So
oh, Mantis died 5 times. Oh, okay. All right, never mind. There was a point, bro. There was a point where it was me and Mantis standing in the fucking, inside the lumber mill, and holy shit, bro. Holy shit, they would not stop coming. I think we killed 10 people in that area, and I think it was Red or the other teammate, but after a while, the last fight, it was so many fucking people, bro. It was just piling fucking bodies in the lumber mill. That was ridiculous.
The fact that I said it, you didn't have to adopt that. You didn't have to say, yes, I agree more than 5%. You didn't have to say, you asked me.
We are not infighting. Candace is wrong in her conspiracy. Nick sees things for what they really are. Tim Pool, I'm not sure if he has a problem other than security, and none of them are selling out. Okay. Candace is definitely, she's not just wrong. Like, we know she's lying. Like, we know she's lying. She's not just wrong, okay? And the thing is that if you go watch her talk about her meeting with like Erica Kirk and them, she literally says that they owned the lies. And then when she says how they own the lies, she explains that they explained how it wasn't a lie. That's her example of them owning the lies. But yeah, on top of that, there's 100% infighting. Like, there is a massive split over one, whether or not to support Trump anymore, because he's like, when you say like Nick Fuentes is right, okay, well, Nick Fuentes doesn't support Trump. He does not support Trump. He doesn't support somebody who did not release the Epstein files and is caping for pedophiles. And that he lied about his relationship with Epstein, and that he lied about being in the Epstein files, and he lied about all those things. But there's a split over whether or not to still defend Trump over the Epstein files. There's a fight over whether or not to defend Trump over his support for Israel. There's a fight over whether or not to support Trump's FBI and believe the narrative that they're giving, or if you believe that, whether or not you believe that Tyler Robinson actually killed Charlie Kirk. There's a split over whether or not people want Pam Bondi fired. There is a massive split in MAGA right now, and Candace Owens and Nick Fuentes are the ones who are causing the majority of that. They are like not Nick isn't on the Tyler Robinson train. He's an establishment shill. He's licking the boot of the establishment and buying the narrative that they want him to buy. Hook, line, and sinker. He is a full-on establishment shill. Okay, but for all of the other stuff with Epstein, with Pam Bondi, with whether or not to support Trump, with Israel, with like all of that shit. Yes, Nick Fuentes and Candace Owens are spearheading the majority of the dissent within the MAGA party, and are causing the MAGA idea to cease to exist. Because the whole idea of MAGA initially was that this was a populist coalition of a bunch of different groups that are all coming together to just say fuck it. That was the whole idea. Just say fuck it. Like, this guy is owning the libs, and he's getting some shit done that we like, and so that's good enough for us. That is the MAGA idea. It is just a populist coalition of all of these right-wing groups that are coming together to say, we're just working together for right now. And Nick is saying, no, I'm not doing that. I'm not being part of the coalition of different ideologies and groups. I'm taking a stance that I think this is right, and that's that. Meanwhile, Nick is also running around saying that he wants to build a coalition with the left, and that what the right needs to do is we need to give up on socialism. We just need to let the left have socialism, and the left has to give up on open borders. They need to allow us to shut down immigration, and that's that. Like, as long as we concede on these two things, each party concedes on those two things, we can have a coalition with the left. And it's fucking insane that he thinks that he can actually have a coalition with the left But he can't even stay in a coalition with the right. He is currently dragging the entire MAGA movement under by splitting it up and making it to where that right-wing populist coalition just does not even exist anymore. The fucking gall on this motherfucker to where he's never been able to get along with anybody ever. And he's over here preaching that that they need a right-wing, or sorry, they need a right/left-wing coalition right now. It's absolutely absurd. The gall on this motherfucker. All right. I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick before the game starts. I'll be right back.
What do you consider significant? I gave you a number, 5%, and you said yes. No one put a gun to your head, Hutch, that you had to accept that number. So for you, it's chicken shit right now. For
no,
you to
but
be
you're
like,
trying to box me in. I'm not thinking about these things in like percentage points, my friend. I'm thinking about I'm at a much more top level view of things. I'm not gonna tell you 2% for Casey, 5% for this. I mean, my brain is not where your lawyer brain is going there, and I'm not with you on that.
First of all, when I say significance, the 5% significance threshold, that's more of like a statistical. If anything, it's not my lawyer background. It's like my, I don't know, econ statistics background from undergrad. That I know that there's a 5% significance level, 1%, and so here I'm giving 5%, but I wouldn't even give 1%. So I'm being more generous and saying okay, significant in this range.
I think
I guess I'm being less generous with 5%, but I just want to be clear. So I'm gonna lay it out. So you gotta let me lay it out, all right?
Okay, all right.
Because you did adopt it. Unless you want to come back and say I'm not. I take back 5%. Are you gonna say that?
I'm gonna stick with it. I'm sticking with the 5%.
Okay.
In fact, I'm saying it's specifically 5%. That's what I think.
Okay. The fact that you would say that Denims deserves 5% culpability, not for failure to moderate and her norms with respect to her moderation responsibilities and her norm to
hold on, wait, hold on.
Hold
on, wait. I'm gonna say it's 5.25%.
Okay, greater than 5%.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. But how you're doing this right
now? Okay. I am done watching the video. I am moving on to professional gamer. Hello?
Finally.
Oh my gosh. Is that a girl?
Shut up.
On the video game? Why aren't you in the kitchen? You need to go make me a sandwich.
He's inside up there. I just need another gun.
Yeah, why don't we get a loadout? I got an idea, guys. Let's get a loadout.
Are you done?
Got here. Chill.
What? Oh, you don't like loadout?
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Not true. This is my idea, Tom.
Something that
Stole it from me.
I'm realizing is that as I get older, my body is changing. Okay, my body is going through some changes.
Bro, I need some armor. Give me.
And there's lots of
behind us.
Hey, Blue, there's a self-revive kit here. 360. There's a self-revive kit. Oh my goodness! Why didn't he pick up the phone?
Yeah, that's a real guy on the street.
I'm a real motherfucker in the streets.
It's a bit slow.
Gas sniping at the top. And from the back, wow.
.360. There is a self-revive kit. You just revived yourself. a minute ago. You need the self-revive kit. That's a real person there. On the motel. They just ran into that room.
Oh, I thought that was you. Sorry. Got him. Bad.
Okay, I gotta lay down for a second. Take a nap. Oh, dude, I totally forgot my mic was off. Bro, I was trying to get 360 to pick up the fucking self-revive. He revived himself a second ago. There's a self-revive kit right in the back where we put the loadout. I totally forgot my mic was off. I'm like, what is wrong with this guy? Oh, shit. Okay. All right. I'm all right.
Yo, Mantis.
Yeah, my body is going through changes, guys. I am,
Shoot his ass! He just found me again!
I'm realizing that I'm starting to pee on myself. I'm,
Some armor.
starting to, you know, just get old as fuck.
Target down. Marking the rest of them.
Reinforcing armor.
The fuck did he go?
Well done, guys. Well fucking done, guys.
Yo, guys, I made it for Chucky's
Oh
kid.
shit! What are you doing, bro?
I'm dead. I'm dead.
I killed him.
Satchel here.
No, I'm not. I got him.
Gas moving.
Located enemy.
You dead. You dead.
Fuck. I'm dead now.
Oh shit. Oh, I thought this was you over there.
He's about to cross bridge. Oh shit, we're getting beat. I'm down too. Got him, he's dead.
Good work. Enemies are dropping into the area.
We got a load up anywhere.
Where you on, boy? That guy who killed me earlier. Kill his dude skin. It's on me.
Yeah.
Running.
This guy came back to get his loadout, and I got him again.
I don't know where he went. That shit scares me.
No way.
That's
Bitch. Oh no, fuck you.
That's
Okay,
what I told you
alright,
about.
alright,
That's what I told
alright,
you about.
okay,
I told you about him. I warned.
I didn't hear shit.
I told you.
Chat,
to
did you guys hear me? I didn't hear. I just ran right past him.
That's crazy.
He came into the church right next to me, and then
Yo, there's
ran
2 people
out.
up here at the house with me. I need to get my loadout.
All I know is I killed him.
Do you need me to buy?
Execution, so you can't
I've
say
got
shit about me
8,000
not
if somebody
helping
wants to.
I got enough. I got 13 bands right now.
We'll go to that.
I'm gonna go get one right now. I'm gonna throw it straight towards you. If I don't keep on getting fucking. My bad, bro.
Thank you.
Oh shit,
Flash.
my bad. Not anymore.
Oh
Shit
shit! I'm
off.
getting shot. I'm
Oh,
getting shot.
someone's sniping.
They're not sniping. They just got hit by the last bullet.
Yo, loadout right here.
Watch your six.
got the load up.
Right here behind the rock. Oh no! No shot. No shot.
Quick.
Changing mags.
Mark remaining operators from that squad. Hunt them down.
Nice. Who the fuck is shooting?
Oh, there it is.
Located enemy.
Got him.
Swapping mags.
Alright, anyone? B? No. All good.
Enemy dropping into the
Yeah, this should be UAVs.
No more second chances.
Mantis, buy a specialist for yourself. I'll buy the UAVs.
Can't buy specialists.
They do have specialists. It's 30k now.
Oh, is it?
Yep.
Oh, you guys see that group of 3 right there, right? You guys see the group of 3 right here, right? Fuck. I got the whole team over here. Fuck.
No way, he's won.
You gotta buy me back.
Picked up someone else's gun. Here's mine.
I don't know, but my gun's right by where you guys are, so...
Yo, guys, I'm going for the buy. Try not to push too deep.
It's not.
I gotta... Why did you go to that? They're on top of the mansion.
Let's get back in it.
No, they're inside. They're at the front door.
No, they're on
Front
top.
door.
I'm looking at them.
Located at rally on
There's 2 different teams, Tom.
Yeah, well, I know there's 2 different teams. I'm just saying he's not the guy who was shooting her is. Okay, watch the top so I can get my shit.
Reinforcing armor.
Fuck, I don't see my gun here.
Move to the safe zone.
Oh, there it is.
I got one. I got him at this.
Let's
go.
Let's go.
Mantis for the fucking win.
Let's go. With the fucking hard aim.
Sorry, I always had it.
Mantis is getting canceled for doing a hard aim on stream. Using
I'm
the
already
hard
quit it
aim.
right now.
Well, it worked.
Wasted is ready.
Yay!
You're lucky, Wasted. You get Mantis right after a win. Yes, I'm the biggest homosexual on earth, and I still wouldn't sell my nation out to pretend I'm part of a fake oppressed group that makes me better than you. White man from town is a homo. Oh shit. Gay.
Homo in the chat. A true revolutionary.
White man, I just want you to know I support you coming out and being gay. And you can feel safe here. This is a place that's welcoming to your kind.
Man loves this community. That's why he's always hanging out.
There's
Yeah,
nothing wrong with being gay necessarily. So you're okay.
All you have to do to be accepted in this community is not ask Tom why he was chat banned for so long. And then you'll be perfectly accepted into this community. No ifs, ands, or buts.
True.
Okay. We got 4 minutes until the next game. What's up, Wasted?
Whoa.
Am I on? I'm on.
Oh yeah, there you
Too
go.
loud?
Oh, you got a new mic? Is this your new headset?
I did. It is.
Oh,
Should I turn it down?
No, this sounds great.
Yeah, turn it down a little.
No,
it's actually not bad.
Don't turn it down.
No, I'll go to
Just
7.
Wait,
70
hold on.
now.
Wait,
Is
hold
70
on.
good?
Hold on. Don't turn it down. Don't turn it down. Just
Okay,
move the
back to
mic away
80.
from your mouth a little bit.
How's that?
A little bit more.
How's that?
Good. Now,
Good.
Okay, sick.
what's your sensitivity at?
80.
80? Okay. Yeah. All right. It's good.
Sweet.
Oh, you can't even hear because my mic sucks.
Dan, were you talking?
I'm thinking of getting a PlayStation 5 this weekend.
Remember, it's not your mic.
Yeah, I know. I just said I'm thinking of getting a PlayStation 5 this weekend.
Oh, you think it's your PlayStation that's doing it?
Well, the other mic, it was doing it. This mic, it does it. The only time it doesn't do it is when I hold the mic right up to my mouth. But if I just let it hang where it normally is, it like struggles for some reason.
Did you ever download Discord on your console?
No.
Okay, after this game, if we have to wait, download Discord and let's do a test to see if it does it through Discord, because it's possible that it's just the game that's doing
I
it.
tried to look for Discord and it wasn't available as an app.
It might not be on PS4. Let's look.
Really? What?
Yeah, you can't get a native Discord app on PS4 for voice chat.
What?
Yeah, it seems like a PS5 thing.
I'm getting a
fucking
PS5 this
insane.
weekend. Fuck it.
That's fucking insane, dude.
Mantis, I might suggest waiting a week if you can, just because they'll put them on sale.
Yeah,
after Christmas.
I was about to say, you're about to buy it at like the most expensive point during Christmas. Like it's
Well, it's already on special apparently. It's like $885 for the like the normal PlayStation 5.
yeah, it should have gotten it on
Is that
Black Friday.
expensive?
Pro or what?
Pro, just like not the slim digit above that.
Like the one with the disc.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Wait, I'm muted? Yes, Red, I muted you.
How much cheaper is it going to be than $885
I don't
when
know
the
if this
Slim
helps.
770?
What's
Like
700 or 770? Yeah, that seems pretty good.
that's for the slim digital though.
Oh,
do
Slim
you-
Digital. Okay. All I'm saying is I'm seeing on Amazon AU a PS.
You were
shit,
asking
this is
questions
digital. Hang
that
on.
you should not be asking.
Digitals are cheap. I could just get a digital, to be honest. I mean, what's the difference really? Space?
The only difference, no, I think the digital also has the same capacity, but I think the difference would be that you can give friends your games once you're done. That's why I like disc, but it's kind of not anything. It's just like when you buy digital games, you can't resell them or give them to your friend, whereas when you have a disc, you can. So that's why I like disc.
Yeah, I don't.
But like, I don't have any friends play, and Tom is the only one who's probably going to do that, and he's got a PC, not even an Xbox and a PC. So
Well,
I don't know. You can always
Yeah,
buy.
she tried telling me to throw.
What?
She tried telling me to throw my fucking Xbox
Hang
One
on,
S out
Tom,
because it wasn't
talking.
working.
Well, yeah. You should.
No, that thing is going to be a collector's item one day, and I will sell it. I gave away
Well,
my
you're not
Nintendo
dragging it.
64 one day, and I've regretted it ever since. I have horrifically regretted it ever since.
Yeah, never give out consoles.
I cannot believe I fucking gave it away. It was just like 3 years ago. I gave away the green see-through Nintendo 64. A woman posted online. My mom came and told me. She said a woman posted on Facebook that she wants to get her kids a console for Christmas, but she doesn't have the money, and was wondering if anybody had like old consoles that they weren't using.
Tom's
And
mom
I
is
was
so
like,
nice.
I
What
was
the
like,
hell?
you know what? I will give him a Nintendo 64 and a PlayStation with about 60 games. And she was like, great, okay, cool. And so me and my brothers, we went and packed it up, okay? We bought this console. My parents were against us having video games when we were kids. We bought this console with our own money by collecting the change that fell out of our parents' pockets every
Same
time
as
they
me,
sat
bro.
on the
That's funny.
couches and sofas and everything. So we bought this shit, okay? And so we were all kind of like sentimental about packing it up, and we put it in garbage bags, and we put it in the car. This is the PlayStation and the Nintendo 64. We drive it over to her, and we meet her in a gas station parking lot, and she gets out and goes, "Are you guys the ones?" And we're like, "Yep." And we get out and pull the garbage bags out, and she just takes them, puts them in her car, and then gets in the car and drives off. She was in a van, but she didn't have kids in the car. She didn't have car seats or anything. It wasn't like it looked
Had she
like a
paid
work
you?
car. No, she didn't pay me. We gave it to her.
Okay.
And she didn't
just got
fucking
the
say
fuck outta
shit.
there.
Yes, she
That's
dipped the
Giga Chat.
fuck out, dude. Like, I wasn't asking her to pay me either. I was giving it to her for free. But the fucking fact that she didn't say
Okay. I didn't miss
thanks,
that.
she didn't say like, oh,
Yeah, that's
my
what I
kids
thought.
are gonna be so happy, like they finally get a console. Thank you so much. I feel like I just gave some random woman a fucking payday. Like, I feel like
Basically.
I feel like I just handed her a fucking payday. The green Nintendo 64 is fucking classic, and I just handed it over to this.
I was
woman.
gonna say before Tom told the longest story in the universe, that if I get the Slim Digital,
No, I'm muting you now.
I can always just get an external, like you can get the attachment if you really want to get discs one day.
Oh, you can get like a USB attachment?
No, you get like the entire disc thing you can attach to the side of the box, and you can have discs. You can have discs then. It's like
wait.
$180 to add it.
Oh, you literally get it installed?
No,
Yeah,
you
it's like
just
an
click
add-on.
it on. It's like an add-on.
Okay, I'm sorry. It's either it plugs in as a USB or you get it
No,
installed.
it doesn't.
Okay, all right, never mind.
Both.
Holy fuck me, dude.
I was smoking, sorry. I'm really far away. You know what's not
It is,
far away?
yeah, it
A
is
car.
There's 2 people on me that just died.
I would recommend not doing that. Are they real
3
people?
people.
or-
Yeah, they are.
Oh shit. Okay.
Alright, I'm bringing the car.
We're not leaving here. This is our fucking spot.
That's why I'm coming here.
Oh no, he has other plans with that.
I don't have any weapons now.
Bounty targets marked. Kill them all.
Fuck, right here.
I got him.
Enemy destroyed.
Nice, thank you.
Use your tac map to hunt down
I'm
the
down.
rest of them.
Swapping mags.
I got ya.
Did I revive?
Did you already?
Yes.
Oh
yes,
god, I got
yes,
into the
yes.
car.
Revive.
Yeah, get in the car, Okay, I'll revive. car almost landed on me. Yeah, we're here now. Just plating.
I only have a shotgun. Guys.
Here, there's guns right here.
Got something.
We just killed like 3 people here.
On the roof, on the roof.
Yeah, he's bot. That guy's friends just dipped out on him. Like they. Nope, got one friend here. Done another. Oh. No, real people, real person. This is the same guy that you almost ran over that I killed. He's cracked to shit.
Roll over here, Mantis.
Right by you, wasted. He's that
guy right here.
That's me dead right there. No, there's another guy. Yeah,
yeah, I
Predator
know,
skin,
I know.
yes.
I just wanted to deal with that. Dropping this, and I'll get you.
Yeah, all good.
Here's another guy right here.
Coming over. Up. I dropped a pistol sentry near where Mantis was down.
Oh, guy in the street, guy in the street, guy in the street.
Shit, over here, over here.
Wait, did somebody take my other gun?
Nice. I didn't.
Okay.
Was it the sniper?
Ooh.
No.
Ammo.
It's alright, somebody took it. I don't remember what it was. I just know that I dropped both of them right here, so.
Okay.
Oh,
Let's
that's a
maybe
real
start
person.
moving just so we don't have
That's
to
a real
fucking
person.
move when it comes in.
That's the 2 Predator guys. 2 fucking Predator guys.
Crawl in here, Tom. Crawl in here. Crawl in. Oh shit.
Oh my
Fuck.
god,
No
I
time.
suck at sniping.
Fuck.
Yeah, that's. I didn't know the gas was coming either.
Your squad mate is redeployed. Let's get back in it. You're getting another.
There's the loadout right there.
Fuck. Bitch got me. He's at the loadout.
Bro, I'm fucked. I'm so fucked.
Fuck! Choose the fucking.
I told you it was at the loadout.
Wait, what do you mean? Where is he? Right above us? Right above us,
Yeah,
Mantis.
Mantis is shooting
Never
at
mind,
him.
Mantis. That he's right up. I'm dead.
I think that's a different guy.
It is.
Wasted, land far, land far.
Yeah. I'm going to over here.
Should I die?
Yeah, go ahead and
die.
Let's we got 14,000. Let's just collectively get a loadout real quick. All right, I'm coming back.
Oh,
now.
wasted. That was not a good spot.
Okay, well, I'm going up. I'm
Come
going
on,
up
ain't
forever.
raising no bitch. So, I'm with
Fuck. Okay, there's a guy over here by me.
On the street.
By the bowling alley.
Located enemy.
You have reinforcements
Tally
inbound.
hostile. Located enemy.
Going into the bank.
Should I land?
Fuck.
Bank.
No.
Yes.
No, where the bank is.
At the banks where all the cool people are.
Yo. Guy in bowling lanes.
Reinforcing armor.
Back here.
Wow, this-
Yep, go on roof.
Fuck, I'm dead. I didn't know he was coming. Fuck.
Gas is also coming.
Yeah, well, I'm dead, so doesn't really matter.
Fuck. Well, I have a fucking pistol. Amazing.
I have a car, so we're all good.
Based.
Let's get back in.
All right, I am landing again. Can we please? Oh no, never mind. I don't have any fucking money. So, great. I've died 4 times so far.
I have money. I just picked up a bunch.
Yeah, we need to get a loadout.
Enemy dropping into the AO.
I need a gun.
On.
Yeah, barn with it.
There's people right down here too.
Hey,
Alright,
when you
I'm
guys
bringing
take
the
my
car.
money, I'm going to go finish this bounty. You guys go to barn. Mantis,
Guys
turn
down
around and
here.
grab that money.
Guys down here. They DDoS me. Got one.
It's the fucking predator guys again. They got me too.
I got one.
Oh shit, you
I just
did.
need any.
I just watched the guy. Dude, you crushed
Why
it.
the fuck?
That was fucking crazy.
Mantis, run.
That's why cars are awesome.
Yeah, I got 30
Oh my
seconds
God.
before I come back. Damn.
Oh.
What?
What the fuck?
It was a claymore.
Bro, the first
my
time we
bad.
ran into that team,
It's all good.
we fucking wrecked 2 of them to where the rest of the team
I didn't get a single fucking.
Bro, I sniped all of those predators except for one when they were running away from you guys in the gas at from Lumber Mill. I sniped all of them, bro, except
that
for
would
one.
have been good information.
I think there was 2 teams at the loadout.
Um,
The guys above and the guys below were 2 different teams, I think.
Yeah.
no, there were 2 different teams. So there was the team that we killed first. They had the 2 predator costumes, and then 2 guys with helmets. We killed them first, then they downed me while the gas was coming, and that's when I think that's when Red is talking about, is when the gas was coming, Wasted, you were trying to pick me up in the gas and you couldn't. And then I died. Then at the he's not talking about when we were all trying to get the loadout and died again.
Oh, I got you.
I can only play like a couple more. I gotta be up in the morning. About 8 hours. Or I gotta be somewhere in 8 hours.
Well, then you should probably get off.
Well, it's not gonna.
You should probably stay on.
It's not like I'm gonna get off and fall asleep immediately. I still.
Yeah, but
woke
same
up.
thing if you get off in an hour.
Relaxing Call of Duty to go to bed.
No, I'm saying it's not. I'm not saying Call of Duty is keeping me up. I'm saying I got up late, so.
I'm pretending that Call of Duty is a sleep aid.
Yeah,
It actually fucks me up. I need so much longer to wind down after Call of Duty.
Yeah, don't listen to me, Chad. It's actually not a sleep aid.
Yeah,
it's the opposite.
Yeah, I got up
It
12
is.
hours ago, so it's not like I probably could fall asleep fairly soon. It's just that. Yeah. Anyways, all right.
I've played 8 hours with my bro, driven for an hour, and then
We have
laid
6
in
minutes
bed
before the
thinking
next
about
rotation.
Call of Duty.
Do we want to go ahead and go, or do we want?
Tom,
I'm trying. I'm sorry.
Do whatever.
Can you answer the question?
just do whatever.
Whatever.
I don't care about playing Rebirth. We don't have to wait 6 minutes in between each game.
Well, that's why I was saying. Normally, I don't think I would wait 6 minutes, but if it's like
They put
4
Christmas
minutes or
trees and
less, I
snowmen
will.
in Rebirth, so at least it's Christmassy.
Who gives a
Cute.
fuck about that?
I
I
like
like the
Christmas
festive.
trees, although I keep thinking the snowmen are people.
Yeah, that's the issue. I see all the red on the corner of the buildings.
Yeah, I keep doing that.
And I'm like,
that it fucks with my head.
Yep.
Literally.
I don't particularly like Christmassy stuff, but trees, I like trees, so they get a pass.
They get a pass.
I just like lights. Like colored lights. in
That's
general.
it. Yep. Also why trees are awesome, because you put lights on them.
I'm not a fan of Christmas festivity decorations and stuff.
Yeah, I have to render this map, so
defend Tom at all costs.
Fucking right, a sniper.
Alright, well,
Is my
I don't know
loadout?
if you're
Is my
gonna be able to-
loadout?
Should be the same.
No way, my loadout's gone.
Is it really? I've had
That's
to
weird.
remake my fucking loadouts 3 times this week.
That's honestly just a skill issue.
I had to do it 3 times in 2 days. Wait, what?
Maybe it'll look when the game starts.
From what I've noticed, it seems like after you prestige the first time after you reboot your game, it resets all of your loadouts.
Well, it always resets at every prestige. It just after I prestige.
Yeah, I mean like
it kept resetting over. Oh, you mean after your first? No, I'm on my second.
Proper reset.
yeah, like when you prestige, it obviously resets it. So like you'll make your new classes, and then like the next time you log in, all those classes will be gone. It happens to me every time I prestige.
Yeah, I'm totally glitching out. Okay, who's my babysitter?
I'll be your baby. Oh,
Mantis behind you.
Jesus Christ.
Help! Help! Oh, nice.
Downed him. Downed him.
Nice!
That was
Let's
like
fucking
pure
go!
fucking-
Okay, hold on. I
That
can
was
literally, I
pure
can barely
fucking luck.
move.
Here's ammo.
We just
How
lost
did he
our
get all
money
this-
on the buy station, by the way.
How did he get all this shit already?
Yeah,
Ammo,
it
because
was
the
just
ammo
right
box
here.
is there, and a red box.
Fuck! I was
Dropping
trying to
in.
get that.
Haha.
Oh, that's you. There's someone else here, I think.
Yeah, we just lost
Yeah, here.
half of our loading money on the buy station. I really need help over there.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Okay, coming.
I got the guy.
No, it's the group guy. Him. There he is.
Shit.
I gotta take his money. I take
Oh,
my
there's
money
more
back.
shooting.
Dropping in.
Got him.
Out the front.
I have a fucking AK-47. Do not open that box!
Money.
I opened it.
Tom, give me your money.
You can have this shit. Here's money, here's money. Dropping at
Pick
the
that
hill.
back up, wasted.
No, well, someone get it. I'm going over here.
Where the fuck
I just threw the loadie at you.
One on the roof of command center. No, he's over below command center. I'm coming back.
Yeah.
I think there's
he's
somebody
coming.
behind us
There's
too.
someone-
Yeah,
Shit,
you're
behind
getting
us, behind us,
sniped.
yeah,
No,
behind
you
us,
just
getting
got
in the
sniped.
tent, getting in the
You just
tent.
got sniped. You're okay. He just
Yeah,
sniped you
yeah,
from
yeah,
the
all
building.
good, all good. I just need to play it up. Thanks,
There's
dude.
somebody.
At the loadout. Wait, there's somebody coming up. Coming up. I can't get off the loadout.
I'm coming. Don't see anyone.
Okay. Hey, you might have run behind. I heard him sliding just a second ago. Ah, fuck! As soon as I got on the loadout, I got hit with a grenade again. Okay.
They're up the
try
hills.
this again to get the fucking loadout. Oh, napalm strike on the loadout. Napalm strike on the loadout.
I downed one on top of command and I'm lagging. I'm lagging real bad. Are my comms still there? Does anyone hear me?
Fuck.
Yeah, we hear you, we hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Fuck, they're shooting from up top. I downed one. There's another one behind me. Oh, there's a bot.
Oh, there's a few. Over near the...
I downed one on the hill.
He's down.
Did you get him?
Over near them.
They're at control center.
Yeah, there's a bot.
I have no AR.
I can come this way.
Do anything.
I can come over this way to avoid the command. Yep, coming. Nope.
I just got
Land
sniped
here,
from
okay.
control center.
Yeah, that guy's in good sniper. I fucking mined the stairs at wherever the hell I am.
You ain't about to kill us.
That's alright, we'll kill you first, bitch. Come over here. Stop camping.
Dumbass. What was you about to kill?
Fucking pop shots at you stupid bitch ass. You gonna fucking camp a roof the whole time?
Living quarters. Downstairs the living quarters.
Yeah, you camp the roof, bitch. Oh.
Cover me. Reinforcing armor.
Get hunt.
Top floor where I was.
Loading new mag.
Enemy dropping into the AO.
Right there, on top of the roof.
Swapping mags.
He's down.
I'm coming to those houses.
He's down right
oh
here.
yeah, hell yeah.
He's down.
Land on that.
I'm hit. Changing mag.
I'm just trying to find guns, guys. Just ignore.
Yeah, you're good. You're good. I was just gonna come join you.
I downed the guy on top of this building, but
Half,
Mantis, be
bro.
careful.
Half.
Mantis, be careful. There's a guy on top of this
I'm
building.
Australia. The girl's New Zealand.
What building?
She'll murder
You keep saying
This
the building.
The one that I'm in. This building. Normally
Go
that's
up here. Yeah, well,
Fucking
we're gonna
shit,
murder you,
shut
bro.
up.
Just wait,
Okay.
just wait,
Concentrate.
just wait. Yeah, I told you.
What?
Told you.
What?
Loading new mag.
Dumbass.
Oh yeah.
Dumbass.
Got murdered. Get murdered.
It's just
Specialist,
completely
bro,
unmissed,
appreciate
this
that.
fucking guy.
Oh
Yeah,
man,
he got me.
I couldn't even ask for more. I mean, maybe give me some UAVs next time.
What are you gonna do next? What are you gonna do next? What do you got? What do you got?
Come on, bro. You just gotta get them a specialist too. Come on, bro. Why you running?
There's
Yeah, what's my specialist? Give me one.
Get the fuck on the ground.
Give me a specialist, bro. Give me a specialist.
Yeah.
Back here, back
There's
here,
a
back here.
predator
Upstairs.
that just killed me in that building, yeah. There's one, wait, there's one going into, fuck. There's one going into the house, big house.
Upstairs in that building. Yeah.
He just went from the
He
roof.
jumped out. He jumped out. He jumped out.
Fuck me. I can't pick up a fucking gun.
Dumbass.
You have reinforcements inbound.
Rally on marked cohorts.
Fucking classic.
Changing mag.
He just ran
Guys
around.
up front.
He's running in between the houses.
Look at you, just dragging your butt around the ground like you got worms.
Yeah, you suck, bro. You suck. Don't stop sucking.
Where you
Stop
going?
sucking so much.
Bro? Where you going, bro?
Reinforcing armor.
Why you always keep on
Finally,
running back
found
upstairs,
some
bro?
fucking armor.
Front door, front door, front door, front door, front door.
I got him.
Oh,
I got
bitch.
him, I got
What
him.
happened? What happened? What happened? What
Yo,
happened,
uphill,
bitch?
uphill,
What happened?
uphill.
What happened? Fuck, back. Mini houses. On the roof of the house Mantis is out.
Bro, I can't pick up a fucking gun this whole game. I'm leaving. I can't be
get
fucked with
fucking
this.
armor.
Nah, you're good. You're good. Chill. We'll be good. Everyone fucking...
She's
We
going.
gotta get to the zone anyway. I'm going to HQ.
Wait, no, she's not going. Somebody else is going.
Watch out, there's a napalm shot coming in.
Fuck, I'm on fire.
I'm up to the HQ, Mantis.
Reinforcing armor.
10 squads active in the field. Target down. Marking the rest of them.
Damn it.
They're running over
I
by
tried.
bio.
Reduce your redeployment time.
Tally hawk. Located enemy.
No, right below you. Wasted.
Changing mags.
Yep.
I ain't got no damn plate.
Bitch was shooting me from above as well.
Make it count.
They're coming
Cry
up.
about it. Cry
They're
about
coming
it.
up.
You was talking all that shit a second ago.
I hate. Take forever to shoot.
No, you can't use the guns. You want to use stall.
Guns unallowed.
Swapping mags.
You gotta use my guns. Shit on. What was all that shit, bro? Why are you so quiet now, bro?
What happened, bro?
They're coming up the stairs in the back.
Changing mags. Reinforcing armor.
Oh, did the Australians fuck you, bro? What's the difference between a French kiss and an Australian kiss? Nothing. An Australian kiss is just down under.
finally got some fucking guns and some armor. Holy shit. It has been impossible for me to find fucking armor this entire game.
Loading new mag.
Enemy soldier incoming.
Sitter.
In the here. Got it.
Oh, fuck.
No, you
They're
can't use the
shooting
guns
right
you
on us.
want to use, bro.
That's cheating. You're using your guns.
Using lethal.
Does anybody have like any tacticals?
Ammo basement.
I got
Ammo
stems,
basement.
Brody.
Ammo
Thank you.
basement.
Can we get a loadout?
Outside.
Where you
outside.
going, bro?
Outside.
Swapping
Got
mags.
him. Yep, good.
A bot?
Just saw him walk past the window. Yeah, you're a bot, bro.
Nigga, you're a
Yeah,
fucking
human bot.
toy,
Human
bro.
bot.
You're a fucking
Human bot. I'm a tool of
Oh, fuck,
what?
they down me from factory. They down me from factory.
Tool of what? Tool of your mother's pussy? Yeah, I'm tool of your mother's pussy, bro.
Behind us, behind us, behind us.
Shit, I dropped down by mistake.
Go for the road. Revive me, Jesus fucking Christ.
Your squad's in the top 5.
Mantis left.
Tom?
They're following me right now.
We need every hand. Reinforcing armor. Catch me up.
5 squads still operational with the AR.
Let's get back in it.
Shit. Okay, I'm going to land somewhere else. I'm sorry. Sorry, Red.
No, you're good, you're good.
Ah, fuck. They're here too.
They're everywhere.
Reinforcing armor.
Buy us if you can.
Grenade.
Hostile
Concussion grenade sighted.
Dumbass.
He ran into the
Oh no!
Oh.
You fuck! You gotta be kidding me! Holy shit!
That was some good timing on that.
That was so fucked, bro. He dropped a massive bag of cash. I was about to pick it up and buy you back. That is so fucked up. I can't believe I killed that motherfucker too. Yep, there he is. Oh.
There's of these broken plates, bro. Like, what the fuck do you
your
mean?
own thing. Yeah, that's some bullshit.
Alright, well, good game, guys. I'm gonna head out.
Aww.
Make red.
Wasted, did you
Fuck
get...
no, I love your lobbies, Wasted.
Wait, can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yeah, now we hear you. Give me your, make Wasted host, not me.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, we can get some, like, Aussie
Oh,
fucking
yeah.
lobbies.
Wasted, did you
Prime
see
time,
the
yeah.
link that I sent you earlier?
No, I'm dumb and don't use Discord. Let me have a look.
You've literally been posting in
In
Discord,
Discord?
all day with like
No, I
yeah.
haven't. Not today.
You posted AI pictures of me.
Oh, that's true. I did get on there to do that. I wanted to look at what Fandred made. He's making art.
Fucking, I was like, what are you talking about? I've watched you post shit of me, and let's put like sometimes people do change their names to other people's names, which drives me.
Oh no,
a
that
little
was
crazy,
me.
but-
I just forgot that I went to look at Fandred's art. Man's making art.
I just
bro.
I don't know if you saw it earlier. I showed a clip on stream, and I said like if you guys
I
you
did
guys
watch
don't,
this clip.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
okay. So I made I saw in chat when I did it. You were like, that was a fire grenade throw though, and I didn't know that I stuck him. I thought it hit the ground.
I was watching
and then
it.
he
It was
rolled
nice.
over it. I had no idea that I stuck him with it.
Straight on him.
Yeah, so I once I saw that, I was like, oh shit. And, you know, I think the clip is pretty well edited, if I do say so myself. So pretty proud of it. Right. Wasted. I dubbed the Sir Wasted of Rebirth Island. Go forth with honor, sir.
Finally, some recognition.
Yes, sir. All right. Y'all have a good one.
Bye, chat. Bye, Tom.
Oh, I didn't know it was going to back me out that quick. Sheesh. Well, I say we watch the clip again. I know that's what everybody wants, but I got to give the people what they want. I got to do it. I'm a very charitable man. Everybody wants the fucking clip again. Yeah. It's a brilliant clip. It is. You guys are not wrong. It is a great clip. And wait. What the fuck happened? I have, because I still haven't gotten my external hard drive fixed, I have so much stuff that I don't know. Oh, there it is. Okay, I was going to say, I have so much stuff that I just, like, I don't know where it is or if I even have things anymore. Like, it's hard to tell a lot of time when you got a large portion of your computer just kind of gone. But all right, I should be back on tomorrow. Till then, appreciate you, love you, see you next time. Later, fools.
He's coming over.
Oh, why is it sped up again? I don't want it to be sped up. We need this. There you go.
He's coming over. Good guy.
I'm getting shot from up top. Oh, the f happened?
The answer is you, motherfucker.
What the fuck happened?